the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Agriculture and Livestock. The House will adopt the second report on the Departmental Committee on Agriculture and Livestock on the inquiry into the maize flour subsidy program for the financial year 2022-2023. The question is set to be put this afternoon. Just after that, the members of Parliament are expected to resume and go to the Committee of the Whole House, where the Kenya Drugs Authority Bill, the National Assembly Bill number 54 of 2022, by the chairpersons of the Health Committee, Dr. Robert Bukose, and the Member of Parliament for Endebess. The principal objective and the reasons of this bill is the regulations of medicines, pharmaceuticals practice, the drugs, scheduled substances, medical devices, and related substances has been in fragmented legislation, and in keeping with the international best practices and guidance from the World Health Organization. The aim of the proposed National Health Products Regulatory System is to safeguard the health of the public by ensuring the quality, safety, effectiveness, and efficiency of medicines and related health products based on principles of sound science, evidence, and transparency. These debates will resume from Clause 55. This requires an institutional framework with a clear legal mandate and the requisite expertise and independence in decision-making. It is for these main reasons that the Kenya Drugs Authority Bill is proposed. The proposed authority will be established within the national government, its functions being a critical and integral part of the health policy as set out in the fourth schedule to the Constitution. The bill establishes the Kenya Drugs Authority as a corporate body capable of suing and being sued, taking, purchasing, acquiring, holding or disposal of movable or removable property, and doing or performing all such other things or acts of proper discharge of its functions under the Act, which may be lawfully done by a body or corporate. On Clause 67, the bill establishes the office of the Director General of the Authority, and the clause further establishes the qualifications for the appointment as Director General of the Authority, as well as the function of the Director General. The bill also establishes the management of the authority, stipulates who sits on the board of the authority, and states who shall qualify to be on board of the management. The bill does not contain any provisions limiting any fundamental rights or freedoms. And this bill affects the functions of county governments as set out in the fourth schedule to the Constitution. And therefore, this bill, the Kenya Drugs Authority Bill, the National Assembly Bill number 54 of 2022, is a bill concerning the counties. The enactment of this bill shall occasionally additional of expenditure of public funds. And the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Gladys Bost, has walked into today's session. And I now hand over you to the plenary. My name is Angela Cheror, and this is the Parliamentary Broadcast Unit in collaboration with KBC. Stay tuned.
Honorable members, let us pray. Almighty God, who in your wisdom and goodness have appointed the officers of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society and the just government of the people, we beseech you to behold with your abundant favor as your servants whom you have been pleased to call to the important trust in this republic. Let your blessings descend upon us here assembled, and grant that we treat and consider all matters that shall come under our deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country and of those whose interests you have committed to our charge. I direct that the quorum bell be rung for 10 minutes.
And the House, having lacked the requisite number for the commencement of the House, pursuant to Standing Order 34, a bell has been rung for 10 minutes to allow members of Parliament to come for the session to begin. And also, we have a bill on the statute law miscellaneous amendment bill, the National Assembly Bill number 67 of 2023, by the leader of the majority party, Honorable Kimani Ichung'wah. The Statute Law Miscellaneous Amendment Bill 2022 is seeking to make various amendments to various statutes. It is in keeping with the practice of making various amendments which do not merit the publication of separate bills into one bill. The bill contains proposed amendments to amend the Children's Act 2022 to remove the provision which prohibits the court from granting a sole male applicant adoption of the child. That is on the Children's Act 2022, number 29 of 2022. The bill also proposes to amend the Copyright Act 2001 to make provisions for the equitable remuneration of performers and producers of social and sound recordings, and expand the responsibilities of collective management organization towards the authors and performers. It also proposes to bring collective management organization under regulation by the board in order to enhance efficiency. That is the Copyright Act 2001, number 12 of 2001. The bill also proposes to amend the Scrap Metal Act to provide for a special license for dealing in copper, aluminium, and other alloys. It is intended to protect critical infrastructure, for instance, transformers. The bill further proposes to restrict the disposal of scrap metal from critical infrastructure to two national entities, namely the Numerical Machining Complex and the Kenya Shipyard Limited. The Ministry of Industrialization, Trade and Enterprise Development also proposed the regulations of imports in addition to exports, as well as the enhancements of several penalties in the Act to deter vandalism and other prohibited acts. That is the Scrap Metal Act 2015, number 1 of 2015. Also, it seeks to amend the National Employment Authority Act 2016, that is number 3, to amend the National Employment Act to cure inconsistencies in the Act and align it with the National Employment Authority Human Resource Policy and Procedures Manual. It also seeks to amend the Fisheries Management and Development Act 2016, that is number 35, to provide that the Cabinet Secretary responsible for matters relating to fisheries shall be the chairperson of the Fisheries Advisory Council. It also seeks to amend the Energy Act of 2019, that is number 1, to give the effect to the recommendation of the Presidential Task Force on the review of the power purchase agreements, that is addressing the overlap in the functions between the Energy Petroleum Regulatory Authority and that of the Ministry of Energy, including the Kenya Power and Lighting Company in the membership of the Rural Electrification and Renewable Energy Corporations establishment under the Act. And also winding up with the Nuclear Power and Energy Agency and transferring its functions to the ministry. And pursuant to Standing Order 34, the quorum has been achieved, and I hand over you.
Order number 5, papers.
Leader.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Wednesday, June 5th, 2024. Report of the Auditor General and financial statement for the year ended 30th June 2023 and the certificate therein in respect of
You've late.
Honorable Speaker, number 1 is Chester Teachers Training College. Number 2 is Kenya Fishing Industries Corporation. Number 3 is Coast Water Works Development Agency. Number 4 is Earth Water Works Development Agency. Number 5 is Kitale National Polytechnic. Number 6 is National Defense University Kenya. Number 7 is Kenya Ordnance Factories Corporation. Number 8 is Kenyatta International Convention Center. Number 9 is Western Kenya Rice Mills Limited. Number 10 is Child Welfare Society of Kenya. Number 11 is Insurance Regulatory Authority. Number 12 is Koitalel Samoei University College. Number 13 is Masinde Muliro University of Science and Technology. Number 14 is Taita Taveta University. 15 is Kirinyaga University. 16 is National Water Harvesting and Storage Authority. And number 17 is National Irrigation Authority. I beg to lay.
Order number 6, notices of motion. Order number 7, questions and statements.
Honorable Mutunga, you had a statement. Honorable Mutunga, you had a statement on the passing of the former member from Nyambene South.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise to make a statement on the demise of the former member of Parliament for Nyambene South constituency, Honorable Kenan Martin Kaunyangi Dimango. Honorable Speaker, Mr. Dimango, the late Honorable Dimango was born in Tigania West Sub-County in Meru County in 1934. He attended Alliance High School in 1951 to 54 and thereafter joined Makerere University, where he earned a diploma in agriculture becoming one of the first Meru County early academic achievers. The Honorable Dimango began his career as a field agricultural officer and later ventured into entomology research before joining politics. Honorable Speaker, the late Honorable Dimango vying for the Nyambene South parliamentary seat in 1966 following a by-election and was elected to represent the constituency. He served his term diligently and was an active member of the Kenya African National Union Party. He was dedicated to improving access to education in his area, where together with his spouse, he built schools and financially supported needy children in their education. The late Honorable Dimango was a staunch Roman Catholic and a respected elder of Antwama Kia clan who guided and mentored young leaders. His embodiment of integrity and legacy on contribution to education, environmental conservation, and economic development live on. Honorable Speaker, on my own behalf and on behalf of the Tigania West constituency, I wish to take this opportunity to condole with the family of the late Honorable Kenan Martin Kaunyangi Dimango, his relatives, friends, and the people of Kenya at large. May his soul rest in eternal peace. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The next statement is another statement. Is there any other statement? Or should we move to the next order? Okay, Chair, Internal Security. Did you have a response for today?
Thank you.
Or are you being confused by Honorable
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm just a little bit obstructed by the kingpin, but not original. No, it's a fake one. Madam Speaker, I've got 3 statements to make. So we kindly maybe a week to respond to. A week. Okay, thanks.
All of them. Okay. As long as he's aware. Okay, Honorable Chair for Internal Security, I'm told that there are 3 of them. So with the responses in a week before all 3? The responses are for all 3 in 1 week's time. Okay, thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I've got 3 statements to respond to. Namely one by Honorable MP for Mwingi Central, who I think is in the House. Another one is by my good friend MP for Kirinyaga County, and another one for MP for Ijara. And I want to start with one by Honorable Kirinyaga County. Honorable Speaker, the Member of Parliament for Kirinyaga County, Honorable Jane Maina, had sought for a statement regarding the arrest of Alfred Ribai Choba for the defilement of a minor, Penina Wamboi in Kirinyaga West Sub-County in Kirinyaga County. And the Honorable Member sought the following: the measures that the Ministry had put in place to ensure that Ms. Penina and her sister get justice, the reason that led to the release of Mr. Alfred Choba, the accused, on a cash bail, the measures that the government has put in place to ensure the safety of school-going children in Kirinyaga and the country at large. And I state as follows. Honorable Speaker, on 20th February 2024 at around 11 a.m., Mr. Esther Wangeshi Wanjira reported at Bericho Police Station via OBIN number 17200224 that her sister Penina, aged 13 years, was missing. Both are residents of Kiburu Trading Center in Kirinyaga Sub-County, and she reported that the juvenile had left home on 16th at around 2 p.m. to undisclosed destination. She further disclosed that the juvenile was 4 months expectant. It was further alleged that the area chief, Mr. Alfred Choba Ribai, had been defiling Penina. The suspect was arrested on 22nd and escorted to Bericho Police Station. He was, however, freed on a police cash bail of 30,000 pending search and recovery of the missing juvenile and the completion of investigation. The minor later resurfaced, and upon completion of the investigation, the police case file was forwarded to the Office of ODPP, Kirinyaga County, for perusal and advice. It was recommended that Alfred be charged with the offense of defilement, contrary to Section 8.1 and as read together with Section 8.4 of the Sexual Offense Act. On 13th, Madam Speaker, the accused was arraigned before Kilgoya Chief Magistrate Law Courts and for plea taking. However, he furnished the court with a High Court petition order that temporarily halted his prosecution at the law courts, pending hearing and determination of his constitutional petition at the same court. Honorable Speaker, Alfred was also arraigned before Principal Magistrate Court at Baricho Law Court for another offense of assault. He pleaded not guilty to the charge and was released on court cash bail of 50,000, with this case set for hearing on 14 September this year. Honorable Speaker, as earlier stated, the suspect was arrested on 22nd February at around midday and escorted to Baricho Police Station. He was, however, freed on a police cash bail, as earlier stated. The release was in tandem with this constitutional right of being arraigned before court of law within 24 hours of arrest. The Constitution of Kenya, Article 49, 1H, secures the right of an arrested person that he may be released on bond or cash bail on reasonable condition pending a charge or trial unless there are compelling reason not to release. At the time of freeing the suspect, there was no evidence that indeed he defiled the minor, except for allegation leveled against him. Thus, it was much informed that he be released. Further investigation has been concluded, and the whereabouts of the complainant, that is Penina, was unknown as at then. Honorable Speaker, the National Police Service is mandated for maintenance of law and order, ensuring the safety of each and every person, including the school-going children in this regard. All cases involving children have been taken seriously, well investigated, and culprits arraigned before courts and convictions realized. In the best interest of the child principle, the service reiterates its commitment of ensuring all cases of defilement reported to the police stations are thoroughly investigated and suspect presented in court for subsequent punishment. The service has established child protection unit or officers within the police stations to encourage reporting of cases of defilement to the police and in private, dignified manner. The service has also provided anonymous reporting lines, including Vichua kwa DCI, X Twitter handle, and other toll-free phone lines like 07800 722203 to encourage reporting of sexual offenses, especially those involving children, to the police. Through community policing platforms, police continue to sensitize members of the public about measures necessary for the protection of children. Lastly, Madam Speaker, having taken plea on account of assaults, an administrative action has already been taken against the suspect, being placed on interdiction pending the conclusion of the matter. I submit, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. That's all? Okay. Next order. Are you done?
I've got two, but I thought you wanted to let the MP probably.
No, I think
later.
Yes.
So I continue with the rest?
You continue with the rest, please.
Well guided. Yeah, I'm trying to.
We also have a timeline for the budget.
We have another speaker here.
Right.
Here. This is for the member of a statement being sought by the member of Maize Central, Honorable Gideon Muyungi, on the case of the death of Benjamin Mwaniki Kadhegu. Honorable Speaker, I want to state as follows. On 9th January, at around 11 a.m., Peter Kanyite Kaliko reported at Hola Police Station that Benjamin Mwaniki Kadhegu was missing after the latter failed to pick his wife called since the day before. Subsequently, police officers from DCI, Hola Police Station, went to his house on the same day and found it locked from inside, which forced them to break it. Unfortunately, he was found lying down dead on the bed with no visible injuries. The scene was processed and sample of blood and mucus collected, and a suicide note was also recovered. The body was removed to Hola Hospital mortuary for preservation. However, on January 10th, the body was removed to Mwingi Level 4 since the Hola had got no pathologist. The postmortem was concluded and the status of death established as a result from head injury caused by a blunt object or fall and suspected lung disease due to history of smoking. On 23rd same month, Ibrahim Salat Omar, an assistant manager at the Hela petrol station where the deceased was working, provided non-handwriting of a deceased, which was compared with a suicide note. The forensic document examiner from DCI headquarters was of the opinion the handwritings were authored by the same person. Investigations are ongoing as police await report from the government chemist indicating whether or not the blood and mucus sample collected contain any poisonous substance capable of causing death, and the cybercrime analyst report on any forensic evidence that might be available on the deceased mobile phone. And 17 witnesses has been recorded statement, but no arrest has been done. Honorable Speaker, the last one, I don't know whether the member for Ijara is in the House. Honorable Speaker.
He's not in the House. So
no, he's there. He's there. I need protection, Madam Speaker. You have got a problematic assistant speaker. I don't know, he has been a co-speaker. Madam Speaker, that statement was sought by the MP for Ijara constituency, who is confirmed to be in the House, on the mysterious death and disappearance of Mr. Jabil Abdullahi Farah and Mr. Harold Ali Khalif. Honorable Speaker, Mr. Yusuf Abdi Siget reported the disappearance of Mr. Jabil Abdullahi Farah at Ngara Police Station on 14th February at around 2 p.m. He reported that Mr. Muhammad Hamid Khalif requested him to accompany him to Ngara area to purchase a motor vehicle on 14th February. Mr. Khalif was on board a motor vehicle registration KDE 617G, a Toyota Make, silver in color, while the company of Mr. Farah. They drove along Quarry Road of Ngara Equity roundabout. However, they were blocked by a Prado motor vehicle black in color, whose number plate they did not capture. Two armed men alighted from the Prado and abducted Muhammad Khalif and Jabir, while the reportee escaped. Investigation was launched immediately. However, the CCTV footage from the neighboring shop and the National Police Service Integrated Command, Control and Communication Center, that is IC3, did not capture the incident. Their mobile phones were subjected to forensic analysis, but did not yield any evidence either. On 19th, Madam Speaker, Mohammed Halif presented himself to DCI Central and stated that he was driven back to Isli on the previous night after being held in a place he does not know, and that he had left Jabir Farah with the abductors. He further stated that Jabir is a refugee from the Gahele refugee camp, and they had traveled together to Nairobi on 11th February. Honorable Speaker, the disappearance of Mr. Halif was reported at Haluga Police Station on 18th, and it was reported that on 18th at around 1 p.m., 3 armed men entered Hajid Homestead and at Halugo Village at sub-county in Garissa County and forcefully abducted him. The abductee unsuccessfully persuaded the armed men not to abduct him. They drove away in an unidentified Prado and crossed the Kenya border to Kenya-Somalia border. Honorable Speaker, after the report of the 2 missing persons were made, the police circulated signals of missing person within the Republic of Kenya, putting all the stations on lookout in case the persons, as per the circulated details, are found within their areas of jurisdiction. Investigation into the whereabouts of the missing persons are still ongoing. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Submit.
I think now you've completed all your statements, right? I'd like to welcome the following schools. I have the list. I'd like to recognize the presence of the following schools: Njenge Boys High School from Kirinyaga Central Constituency, Kirinyaga County, and also GSU Primary School, Kimbo, from Juja Constituency, Kiambu County. And I think there was supposed to be a school from Honorable Mulyungi's constituency, but I can't see it here. We'll welcome them later. Thank you. Okay, let's proceed to the next order. Honorable members will proceed to the next. You'll get an opportunity, Honorable Mulyungi. When you get an opportunity, you'll get an opportunity. Yes. Let's proceed to the next order.
Order number 8, motion. The mediated version of the Division of Revenue Bill, National Assembly Bill number 14 of 2024. Question to be put.
Honorable members, I now put the question that pursuant to the provisions of Article 113(2) of the Constitution and Standing Order 153, this House adopts the report of the Mediation Committee on the Division of Revenue Bill, National Assembly Bill number 14 of 2024, laid at the table of this House on Tuesday, 4th June 2024, and approves the mediated version of the Division of Revenue Bill, National Assembly Bill number 14 of 2024. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next order.
Order number 9, motion. Maize flour subsidy program for the financial year 2022-2023. Question to be put.
Honorable members, I now put the question that this House adopts the second report of the Departmental Committee on Agriculture and Livestock on the inquiry into the maize flour subsidy program for the financial year 2022-2023, laid on the table of this House on Tuesday, 27th February 2024. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Order number 10, motion. Consideration of the budget estimates for the financial year 2024-2025. General debate, first allotted day.
Proceed, Chairperson, to Budget and Appropriations Committee.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I wish to move that this House adopts the report of the Budget and Appropriations Committee on its consideration of the estimates for revenue and expenditure in the medium term for the financial year 2024 to 2025, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 5th June 2024, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 221
Put off the other mics. I think they went on. I think the microphones are malfunctioning today. You can move to the other. Oh, yes, you've got the mic now. What is your point of order, Honorable T.J. Kajwang? He has not even begun.
About, Madam Chair, you know, he is the finance minister. Traditionally, the finance minister should move it from the table. Can he be given a microphone so that Kenyans can see him right from the table? That is the Commonwealth experience. Yeah. When he's behind there, he looks like every of us, and we are, you know, we are small. We are very small people. He should come right here on the table and move the. Okay.
Madam Speaker, if the mic is there, I oblige to go there.
Okay. I don't think there'll be any harm in that happening. Is there a mic available? Let's confirm first if the mic is available.
So it seems the mic available is this one.
Looks like the mics are not, we've been having challenges today, so I think proceed from there. But in future, we'll take note of what you have said, Honorable Kajwang. Proceed.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I wish to move that this House adopts the report of the Budget and Appropriations Committee on its consideration of the estimates of revenue and expenditure and the medium term for the financial year 2024-2025, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 5th June 2024, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 221 of the Constitution, Section 39 of the Public Finance Management Act 2012, and Standing Order 239-1, approves the issuance of a sum of Kenya shillings 2,392,832,508,617 from the Consolidated Fund to meet the expenditure during the year ending 30th June 2025 in respect of the votes contained in the first schedule, subject to paragraph 3, that is Committee of Supply. 2, makes the policy and financial resolutions as contained in the second schedule to the order paper. And 3, orders that the Speaker do now leave the chair to facilitate the consideration of the said budget estimates with respect to each vote and program in the Committee of Supply as contemplated under Standing Order 240, that is the consideration of estimates in the Committee of Supply. Madam Speaker, I wish to just say a few things so that I bring to speed members on where we are in terms of the budget is. And Honorable Speaker, on the onset, I want to thank this House because the Budget and Appropriations Committee always benefits from the interactions with the members of this House. The budget gets richer. The budget makes more responsive to the Kenyan people when we listen to each and every member, and we always endeavor to do that as Budget and Appropriations Committee. I also wish to thank all the memberships of departmental committees, and especially led by the 20 departmental committee chairs, for being very integral in this process. And Honorable Speaker, at that point, I think I can move there to... Honorable Speaker, thank you very much, and I would request the person with the operator to add some little volume. I think that's fine. Honorable Speaker, I wish to make a few remarks in regards to this budget process, Honorable Speaker. And from the onset, I want to thank all the members of this 13th Parliament for being very integral. Every time we interact with the members of this House, we benefit greatly, Honorable Speaker, and we learn from them. On this order paper that is so huge, there are all the schedules. Most of those arrangements and rearrangements that have happened as contained in Schedule 2, majority of them have been carried by the departmental committees, Honorable Speaker, and especially through the appearances of the departmental chairs who came before the Budget and Appropriations Committee. Honorable Speaker, we are making this budget on a background. And the background that we have is the background of the year 2023, and I'll start the calendar year, Honorable Speaker. The year 2023 is the one we can measure whether the policies we make in this House, including this policy that we are making, which is the budget, Honorable Speaker, whether it is actually responding to the needs of our economy. And Honorable Speaker, in the calendar year 2023, the economy of Kenya grew by 5.6%, Honorable Speaker, a percentage which puts Kenya as around the 27th fastest growing economy in the world. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, in that length, then it shows that the policies this House has been making, insofar as the management of our economy is concerned, Honorable Speaker, those policies are working. Honorable Speaker, in the month of April, Honorable Speaker, our inflation was at 5%. In the month of May, Honorable Speaker, our inflation was at 5.1%. Honorable Speaker, our target benchmark for inflation as a country is 5%, with a band of 2.5% either way. That is plus or minus. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, in that respect, Kenya is actually at the benchmark of our own benchmark of inflation, because our inflation has been able to be contained, and especially because of the tools that we have been using in the year 2023. Honorable Speaker, our currency, when we first went through this kind of a process, and especially in supplementary one, Honorable Speaker, our currency exchanging to the greenback was exchanging at around 180 shillings to $1. Honorable Speaker, since then, our local currency has gained 15% against the US dollar, and it has gained between 17 and 18%, Honorable Speaker, comparative to our regional currencies. Honorable Speaker, our currency has also gained against the sterling pound and against the euro. And Honorable Speaker, this just goes to show that the policies that we made a year ago, Honorable Speaker, those policies are working. Honorable Speaker, in the year 2023, our financial organs and structures have been working on several parameters for us to stabilize our GDP and grow at 5.6%, for us to have an inflation that is within the benchmark as a country, for us to have a local currency that is gaining. Honorable Speaker, we have had to use both monetary and fiscal tools. And Honorable Speaker, many times we have seen our interest rates going up. Honorable Speaker, that has been deliberate by the Central Bank of Kenya, because number one, we needed to tame inflation, and the monetary tool to do that is of raising the benchmark interest rate. Honorable Speaker, the same tool has been successful in preventing capital outflows, because when you raise interest rates, Honorable Speaker, and you are at par or higher than the other global partners, then, Honorable Speaker, you prevent capital outflows, and at the same time, you attract capital inflows. And therefore, the issue about interest rates, Honorable Speaker, has been deliberate insofar as containing inflation is concerned, and as so far as making our currency stronger is concerned, Honorable Speaker. But the most tool that has been very successful, Honorable Speaker, has been the fiscal policies. And the fiscal policies that we have had to employ are policies around production. Honorable Speaker, our country perpetually spends a lot of money in importing and especially food. And in that respect, Honorable Speaker, actually, our number 2 import as a country is actually edible oils. Kenya spends over 100 to 150 billion Kenya shillings every year in importation of edible oils. But the issue is not edible oil, Honorable Speaker. The issue is on foodstuffs. Honorable Speaker, a year ago we came before this House and requested that we appropriate money that will go into fertilizer subsidy. Honorable Speaker, I want to report to this House that that fiscal policy has worked. That after we gave subsidized fertilizer, Honorable Speaker, our maize production, which is our mainstay, which is our staple food, our maize production, Honorable Speaker, has been able to move in the year 2023 from an average of 14 million bags every year to the last season, Honorable Speaker, which we had a yield of 65 million bags, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, that just shows, Honorable Speaker, that what we do here in such an afternoon could have far-reaching effects even to the plates of the Kenyan people. Honorable Speaker, when we grow food and therefore we don't import, Honorable Speaker, what we do is what is called import substitution. And import substitution is one of the issues that you can invoke when you want to improve your balance of payment. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, again, I want to commend this House for always passing very responsive laws and policies, which we can clearly now see the results, that our economy GDP is high, our inflation is contained, and our local currency is gaining ground against the international currencies and also the regional currencies, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the current budget of the year 2024-2025 is a budget of, and I want to members to get this figure correctly, because it's changing slightly from what we passed on the budget policy statement. And therefore, we have scaled down our expenditure from the 1.18 trillion Kenya shillings, Honorable Speaker, to this budget figure, which is 4 4.006 trillion Kenya shillings, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, the budget for this financial year is 4.006 trillion Kenya shillings, Honorable Speaker. That is also a climb upwards from the tabled estimates by the National Treasury, because we had to respond to other emerging issues, which I'll be enumerating in brief as I continue, Honorable Speaker. How we are expecting this money is that around 2.39 trillion Kenya shillings, roughly 2.4 trillion, is going to the expenditure of national government, which also includes the judiciary and also parliament, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, on top of that, this country will be spending over 1.233 trillion Kenya shillings in consolidated fund services, Honorable Speaker, which we call CFS. And CFS, Honorable Speaker, over 1.08 trillion Kenya shillings will be going into the payment of interest rates for our financial obligations. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, I'm talking about these things because they have a ramification of a member who would want a water project or a roads project. Getting the full picture is important so that we also consider where our country is. Just for members to buttress that point, the budget is 4.006 trillion, out of which, Honorable Speaker, the national government expenditure is 2.39, approximately 2.4 trillion Kenya shillings. Honorable Speaker, the money is going to consolidated fund services is over 1.233 trillion, and out of which over 1 trillion Kenya shillings is going into the payments of interest rates for both domestic and foreign financial obligations. The only sunshine in that, Honorable Speaker, is that over 750 billion will be going into paying domestic debt, Honorable Speaker, in terms of interest rates, and therefore this is money that could end up in the pockets of Kenyans. But the other item, Honorable Speaker, is the equitable share, which currently now starts at 400.1 billion Kenya shillings, which is also an upward trajectory, Honorable Speaker, because this House supports devolution. Honorable Speaker, there are a few areas I want to highlight. One, Honorable Speaker, is that we have been able to climb down on the deficit. The deficit for this financial year is roughly 606 billion Kenya shillings. Honorable Speaker, if you check a year ago, this House was considering a deficit of close to 800 billion. Honorable Speaker, we have been able to come down in terms of deficit from the year 2023-2024, where we now have a deficit of 5.83% deficit to GDP ratio. We now have a deficit to GDP ratio of only 3.83%, Honorable Speaker, which is commendable. It shows that we are borrowing less because we also want to emancipate ourselves as a country from over-borrowing, Honorable Speaker. I want to highlight a few things, Honorable Speaker, which are of interest to the people of Kenya. One, the education sector continues to get the lion's share of the money we appropriate, Honorable Speaker. The proposal before this House is that we are recommending approximately 700 billion Kenya shillings that will be going into the education sector in the Republic of Kenya. Honorable Speaker, there is money for basic education. There is money for higher education. There is money for practical, for TVET and TTIs, Honorable Speaker. There is money for KMTC, even if it is in the health sector, Honorable Speaker. And just to highlight some of the issues. One, Honorable Speaker, is that in the tabled estimates by the National Treasury, members raised concerns about an element of school feeding program, Honorable Speaker. The Budget and Appropriations Committee listened, and I want to report to this House that we have already provisioned 3.5 billion Kenya shillings for school feeding program, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, in Kenya, there are many children who cannot access basic education devoid of food, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, the Budget and Appropriations Committee responded to that, and we have appropriated a roughly 3.5 billion Kenya shillings into the school feeding program. Honorable Speaker, on top of the estimates that we are tabled by the National Treasury, this Budget and Appropriations Committee representing this House, we have also, in consultation with Honorable Meli, who is the Chair for Education, I can assure this House also that there is now sufficient resources to confirm the JSS interns into permanent and pensionable terms, Honorable Speaker. The JSS interns have done an incredible job for our country. They have given their labor at a very low rate, Honorable Speaker. They have helped our country for the last 2 years. It is now our time to also reciprocate by recommending that TSC confirm to permanent and pensionable terms the JSS interns. And from this floor of this House, Honorable Speaker, I want to request TSC, as we appropriate these monies, kindly do not wait up to January of 2025. Please hasten the confirmation of JSS teachers immediately that we pass this budget, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, also, there are all 46,000 interns. Our proposal as Budget and Appropriations Committee is that we take care of all the JSS interns, Honorable Speaker. Secondly, Honorable Speaker, agriculture, chaired by Honorable Mutonga, is the cornerstone of our economy. Honorable Speaker, cornerstone not just in productivity, but also in engagement. 70% of our rural population, Honorable Speaker, are engaged in agriculture. And that is why we will be requesting this House, through the proposals that we have brought forth, that we appropriate Kenya shillings, 10 billion Kenya shillings, that will go into fertilizer subsidy, Honorable Speaker, so that we continue supporting our farmers. Honorable Speaker, we are also anticipating and asking this House to also appropriate the monies to new KCC, some of which was in the supplementary that we dealt with this morning, and others in this main estimate, so that we continue also supporting our dairy farmers, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, we have also put some money for sugar reforms out of the farmers who previously supplied sugarcane to public sugar factories, Honorable Speaker, and they are still old arrears. We have also input some of the money, Honorable Speaker, so that we clear those deals. Honorable Speaker, in the coffee cherry fund, we have also put in 2 billion Kenya shillings on top of what we had appropriated in the supplementary estimates, so that we also support our coffee farmers who, Honorable Speaker, deserve much more than they are getting. Honorable Speaker, in the fertilizer subsidy, there is also a component of KTDA subsidy, so that we also support our tea farmers in regards to fertilizer. Honorable Speaker, Kenya, there are areas that are arable and they practice crop agriculture. But Honorable Speaker, Kenya also has very robust and hard-working pastoralists, Honorable Speaker. And in that regard, Honorable Speaker, when we had the long rains, some of our brothers and sisters lost their livestock. When we had famine, some lost their livestock. When we had glitches in insecurity, some also lost livestock. Honorable Speaker, to set the thread, we have put in 1 billion Kenya shillings for livestock restocking of the Kenyan pastoralists, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, there are many other areas around agriculture, but because of time, let me go to the other issue, which is health. Honorable Speaker, this House passed new laws, which is SHIF, Honorable Speaker. And in those laws, we propose to have funds inside those laws, Honorable Speaker. We have provided seed money, Honorable Speaker, for operationalization of those funds as we aim universal health coverage for all the Kenyan people. Honorable Speaker, on roads, there are many stalled projects. We have also appropriated and we have a proposal. Road sector is receiving close to 180 billion, Honorable Speaker. But out of that, over 80 billion Kenya shillings goes into maintenance. Maintenance is fuel levy. Honorable Speaker, I want to assure this House that even during the mediation, one thing that we put forward, and I want to report it is successful, the monies that has been coming to the constituency roads committees through KERA will continue to be channeled through constituency roads committee, Honorable Speaker, under the patronage of the members of parliament in our respective constituencies. And Honorable Speaker, on the same, we have what we call development partners funded, which is around 70 billion, which is around 60 billion, Honorable Speaker, or thereabout. But in a nutshell, the global figure, Honorable Speaker, yes, we have climbed down in terms of roads, in terms of the budget, but the budget that is there, we are channeling into, first of all, completing the stalled and ongoing roads projects, Honorable Speaker, so that we are prudent enough. The utility of a project is derived when the project is complete. When the project is not complete, there is no value for money. There is no utility derived by the Kenyan people. And that is the wisdom of first completing the ongoing projects before we start off new ones, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, our judiciary, in terms of access to justice, we have added more money to our judiciary. For the first time, the judiciary, which is oversighted, Honorable Speaker, by JLAC, led by Honorable Murugana, will be getting 24.6 billion Kenya shillings, Honorable Speaker, which is a step forward. Because we want to support all the arms of government, because that is how a modern state is shaped. Honorable Speaker, for the first time again, this budget is breaking many records. Those who are here in the morning, we debated the issue of the division of revenue. And I see here, Honorable Speaker, looking at the faces, we also have prospective governors. To make their work easier, even those who are already serving, Honorable Speaker, and to guarantee efficient access of the services offered by the county governments. Honorable Speaker, we have upped the equitable share from the previous 385 billion Kenya shillings to the current under consideration of 400 billion.1, Honorable Speaker. That means better services in our county governments, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, equalization fund, we are also appropriating around over 10 billion Kenya shillings, that money that will go into making Kenya grow together. All parts of the country matter. It is important for this House to support all of us so that we enjoy the cake that we are baking as a country. Honorable Speaker, I want to talk slowly here because NGCDF, the previous amount on NGCDF was 53 billion Kenya shillings. Honorable Speaker, the proposal before this House, there is now a proposal for NGCDF of Kenya shillings, 62.9 billion Kenya shillings. If you do the math on average, constituencies might get, based on the current formula, maybe between 175 to an upward of maybe 250 million Kenya shillings. Honorable Speaker, GAF, our women leaders are doing an incredible job, Honorable Speaker. And I want to commend the President because the chairperson, Honorable Jane Kagiri, has been fighting for the rights Honorable Speaker, one thing that I have to admit, this House has got very intelligent women leaders who are shaping the discourse in this House. And they are doing the same even in our constituencies and in our counties. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, on top of what was already there at the GAF, there is a proposal to add an extra 500 million Kenya shillings to GAF, Honorable Speaker. That money was not there. This is fresh money, and therefore it is an addition. Honorable Speaker, electricity connection is not just a social investment in Kenya. It is also an issue about our environment, industrialization, and economic growth. And I want to report to this House, as I said during the budget policy statement, on top of the budget that is given to the energy sector, there is an extra, and I want to commend the Energy Committee, led by Honorable Kawaya, for doing a very thorough job on that, Honorable Speaker. We are proposing an additional 14.5 billion Kenya shillings, which will be shared equally among the 290 constituencies. And every constituency will be getting Kenya shillings 50 million for connectivity of electricity in our constituencies and villages, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, what we have done, constituencies like Nairobi, where there is higher connectivity, there is also a challenge of lighting. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, in the narrative of that vote, we have been very categorical that it is electrification and other interventions which could also include street lighting, Honorable Speaker. So that if a constituency has a higher connectivity, Honorable Speaker, their challenge of lighting will be sorted by the 50 million per every constituency. Honorable Speaker, this House, Parliament, many times we confuse Parliament to mean MPs. Many times we confuse that the only people who are here in Parliament are the elected representatives. But Honorable Speaker, even the presentation I'm doing today has been concerted effort from the clerk of the National Assembly, Bwana Joroge, down to the Parliamentary Budget Office, led by Dr. Maside, and other incredible people, Honorable Speaker, who are our staff, like Dr. Abel, there is Madam Julie, there is Bwana Dan Kachumbo, and all the others. I've mentioned those to represent other people who work in Parliament, who are not necessarily elected, but they serve the people of Kenya. Honorable Speaker, this House also has our members of Parliament. We have our constituency offices, Honorable Speaker, where the people who work under us to offer efficient service to the people of Kenya are domiciled. Honorable Speaker, let us be fair to these people, and we have been so in our budget, that the staff of Parliament, staff meaning from sergeants all the way to the clerk, they have not had any increment of salary since 2016, Honorable Speaker. The constituency offices, Honorable Speaker, people who work for the Kenyan people, when you are feeding bursaries, they are the people who do it, Honorable Speaker. They have not had an increment of salary just like any other civil servant. We are proposing resources for an additional, Honorable Speaker, of 10% of all the staff, Honorable Speaker, both the permanent in the National Assembly and those in our constituencies, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, this is a budget where the Kenyan people are winning. It is a budget where our economy is winning immensely. It is a budget that is also responding to social investments like education, like healthcare, and all the others. And the aim of this budget, Honorable Speaker, is not just to bake the cake, Honorable Speaker. It is also about how the cake goes to the people of Kenya, Honorable Speaker. Those who take part and those who don't. And that is why even in terms of welfare economics, Honorable Speaker, we have incorporated it. Transfer of monies to the 70 years plus 70-year-old and above, Honorable Speaker, is there, including those who got registered recently, Honorable Speaker. And the proposal of this House is that the 70-year and above, who are our parents, they should not continue to receive this money through the bank accounts. They should be sent on M-Pesa and all the other platforms so that they access this money at our villages, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to thank everyone here. To thank the Budget and Appropriations Committee, of course, with our Vice Chair, Madam Mary Emase, and all the memberships. To thank the departmental chairs again, the members of this House, all of them, including the leaders, Honorable Kimani Shongwa, Honorable Opio Wadai, representing both sides of the House, because this has been a very collaborative process. And Honorable Speaker, this budget, because we have gone through it, will make our economy better. Honorable Speaker, with those many remarks, because we work together with the departmental committees, I want to request one of the chairs of the departmental committees, Honorable John Mutonga Kanyuithia, to second this motion.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to second the adoption of the Budget and Appropriation Committee report on the budget highlights for the year 2024-2025. Honorable Speaker, we have realized that the budget has been increasing over time. And this increase is caused by the increase in the population. It is also caused by the increase in the demands for money. It is also caused by the increase in demand for development. And that increase is commensurate with the levels of development we are in, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I would like to thank the Budget and Appropriation Committee for working overtime to make sure that they deliver this product in time and in the quality that the Chair has very eloquently put. Honorable Speaker, we are here today to pass or discuss this budget and adopt it. Adoption of this budget, Honorable Speaker, is progression towards completion of the budgeting cycle. Our recess in the last month of May has been very usefully utilized in the preparation of the budget from the individual committee level to the budget and appropriation, and the proposals that have just been read to you of 4.006 trillion budget have been constituted with very careful consideration of every sector in terms of their demands and in terms of what they need to do over the next 1 year. Honorable Speaker, I just want to pick a few highlights as I second. One, the midwifing of this particular budget has been a process that has costed people time. It is a process that has led to a lot of consultation. The ministries, the departments and agencies have presented their issues. They have been in constant communication with the sectors, and they have also therefore been able to articulate exactly what they need in terms of their budget. And I am sure there hasn't been a major variation or deviation between the budget policy statement that was brought to this House early in the year and the actual budgetary estimates that have been presented this afternoon. Honorable Speaker, the budget has been made to finally respond to the needs of Kenya as an economy, to finally respond to the needs of the people of this country, to finally respond to the development needs of the people of Kenya, and to finally respond to cutting down on imports, especially in the agricultural sector where the Chair has eloquently put that, Honorable Speaker, we are moving towards import substitution. The idea of making sure that we have our own food is one way of curbing importation. On the other hand, Honorable Speaker, the substitution, especially of the edible oils, I'm aware that the ministry or the agricultural sector is in the process of ensuring that we can produce edible oils as a country and stop spending well over 150 billion every year to support importation of edible oils. Honorable Speaker, the notable macroeconomic parameters that the Chair has presented in this House, including and not limited to the strengthening of the shilling, the lowered inflation rate, the student growth rate, and also the fiscal consolidation that has led to major reduction by 2% of the fiscal, of the deficit, is a clear direction, a clear indication that this country is moving in the right direction and the economy is growing. Honorable Speaker, the Kenya Kwanza government, which has sat down and made very clear proposals, policy proposals, has clearly come up with the proposals that are leading us in the right direction. The budget that we have basically had this afternoon touches on different sectors. Honorable Speaker, education is key to this country. Uneducated people or ignorant people cannot lead, cannot grow a nation. Kenya as a country is known to have the best educated people in Africa. And this budget reflects to that spirit. Honorable Speaker, the allocation of over 700 billion shillings to the Kenyan education system attests to the fact that we want our children educated and we want to continue reducing the cost on education so that most of the Kenyans can access education. Honourable Speaker, we have also seen budgetary allocations to other sectors. And I do not need to highlight every sector, Honourable Speaker. What I want to conclude by saying is that this budget has been very finely balanced. And Honourable Speaker, notably, this is one of the processes that is not heavily contested between the majority and the minority. Is one of the processes where the spirit of this House is felt and the spirit of this House as a parliament is exhibited. Honourable Speaker, we would like to see more of this, more of agreement, more of concession in lawmaking so that we may be able to move forward and do better a job as our people and as leaders of this country as we have done in the budget process. Honourable Speaker, we are looking forward to have the appropriation bill and also there will be the finance bill. I would look forward to the same spirit that we have today. People who are happy to do the proposals on the budget, also to look at possibilities of raising money to be able to finance that particular budget, and that we do not have glaring disagreements between ourselves and our friends on the other side. Honourable Speaker, many sectors have been looked into and many sectors have been supported. To the extent possible, we are looking forward to a year that is going to be activity-filled, a year that is going to cause more reduction in terms of borrowing, a year that is going to cause to lead to more support to development. Honourable Speaker, with those very few remarks, I wish to second the adoption of the report by the Chair of the Budget and Appropriation Committee. I thank you.
Honourable members, I now put the question, I now propose the question that this House adopts the report of the Budget and Appropriations Committee on the consideration of the estimates of revenue and expenditure and the median term for the financial year 2024-2025 laid on the table of this House on Wednesday, 5th June 2024, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 2021 of the Constitution, Section 39 of the Public Finance Management Act of 2012 and Standing Order number 239. 1. Approves the issuance of the sum of 2,332,832,508,617 shillings for the Consolidated Fund to meet the expenditure during the year ending 30th June 2025. In respect of the votes contained in the first schedule, subject to the paragraph 3, that's the Committee of Supply. 2, makes the policy and financial resolutions as contained in the second schedule to the order paper. And 3, orders that the Speaker do leave the chair to facilitate the consideration of the said budget estimates with respect to each vote and program in the Committee of Supply as contemplated under Standing Order 240, consideration of the estimates in the Committee of Supply. Before I entertain your point of order, I would like to recognize the following schools. Kabare Girls High School from Gishugu constituency, Kirinyaga County. I also wish to recognize, seated in the public gallery, Musuvo Mixed Secondary School from Maize Central constituency, Kitui County. And on that, I will allow Honorable Mulyungi, member for Maize Central, to welcome them on behalf of the National Assembly.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I welcome all the students and schools who are here today visiting us to Parliament. Madam Speaker, I encourage all the students who are here to work very hard to succeed in their education and their careers and aspire one day to be members of Parliament and the senior public servants. Travel back home safely and pass our regards to your parents. Karibuni sana and God bless you. Asante.
I'll let you have your point of order, but I hope it's relevant, because if it's not, I'll have you sit down. Yes, okay. What's your point of order?
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the Chair of Budget. The document.
What's the point of order?
Yes, the document we have reflects 306 billion, but not 2.3 trillion. So we want to know, where is that document? The one which was printed is 3.6 billion.
Sorry? Repeat
the document which we have is 306 billion, but not 2.3 trillion. So we need to contribute to a document which reflects the figures that have been mentioned by the Chair of Budgets.
Which document are you referring to?
It is on the report on the consideration of the estimates of revenue and expenditure for financial year 2024-2025 at the medium term. And if you look at the total, it's 306 billion. Which page? The last page. But not the 2.3 trillion as mentioned by the Chair.
Honorable Chairperson, since I do not have that particular document, maybe you can respond, because I do not have that one.
Honorable Speaker, this document is containing many figures. I'll sit down with my brother so that we go through it. The data is correct, the information is correct. However, it needs to be read alongside all the others. But I'll guide him, Honorable Speaker.
Okay, let's proceed. Yes, Honorable Wamushomba, what's your point of information?
Madam Speaker, I rise on a point of information, which I may need some clarification from the Chair of Budget's Appropriation Committee, and I refer to the Constitution of Kenya, Article 221.
So who do you wish to inform, the Budget Chair?
I want to inform the Chair so that he can respond probably to the House.
Let's hear first.
Article 221 of the Kenyan Constitution says at least 2 months before the end of each financial year, the Cabinet Secretary responsible for finance shall submit to the National Assembly estimate of the revenue and expenditure of the national government for the next financial year to be tabled in the National Assembly. According to what I understand this, Madam Speaker, a budget caters for both revenue estimates and expenditure estimates. Looking at what the chair of this committee has been exposing to the House, it is expenditure. So I want a clarification whether the revenue estimates have been tabled and whether that revenue estimate that was tabled includes the many loans that the government of Kenya is struggling to pay. Thank you.
Honorable Wamushomba, if you recall, I think it was the 30th of April, yes, that the minister submitted the revenue. So you're 2 months behind. Yes, all those steps have actually been ticked off. So if you are following the calendar year, because when we came in February, we immediately dealt with the budget policy statement. Yes, the revenue was submitted on the 30th of April. Yes. And in fact, what I'll do while you just go to table office, you'll be able to find it. That is done 2 months before. Yes, let's proceed. We won't waste any time on that because, yes, who do I give an opportunity here? Yes, I know. Let me just check who's here. Okay, and I was just checking the chairpersons who are ready. Yeah. You know, that's why some members nowadays boast that they don't come to Parliament. Yes, because if someone comes to Parliament, you'll be able to know that. So, Honorable Pukose, member for Endebess.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Just to inform members that the chairpersons would, in this type of debate, would have priority, but I'll just give maybe 4 chairs, then other members, and so on and so forth, so that everybody gets an opportunity. But I'm also persuading the chairpersons that even though you have 15 minutes, just in consideration of your other colleagues, if you could make it brief, so that many more people can have an opportunity, because this is one of the most important tasks that Parliament undertakes. And it's actually a mission-critical process so that we can allow more members to participate. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I stand to support the consideration of the budget estimates for the financial year 2024-2025. Honorable Speaker, first I want to thank my committee for having spent time with the Ministry of Health, both the State Department for Medical Services and the State Department for Public Health and Professional Standards and its sagas. And I also want to thank the Chair of the Budget Committee together with the Committee of Budget for giving us an opportunity where we are able to sit and present the various committee budget, and more specifically for me presenting the budget for the Ministry of Health, that is budget line 1082 and 1083. Madam Speaker, when you look at the budget for health, we've done we did some laws in this year. Among them is the Digital Health Law, the Social Health Insurance Law, the Primary Health Care Law, and the Facility Improvement Law. Madam Speaker, under the Social Health Insurance Law, in this budget, we've provided 1.5 billion for emergency, chronic, and critical illnesses. We've also provided 4 billion for primary health care fund, meaning that our universal health care is now ready for rolling down, because the other contribution for the Social Health Insurance Authority will be contribution from members and also contribution from the public. And therefore, I want to reassure the Kenyans that this bill, this budget has taken care of making sure that we are able to operationalize both the emergency, chronic, and critical illnesses with 1.5 billion and the primary health care with 4 billion. Also in this budget, we've provided money, 2 billion for the Linda Mama program. That is to make sure that our women, when they go and deliver, they are able to be taken care of as we transition to a more comprehensive universal health care. Honorable Speaker, under this law, under this budget, we've also been able to make sure that the National Cancer Institute is able to be operationalized, because one of the biggest challenges in this country has been the issue about addressing the issues of cancer. And therefore, we provided 100 million to operationalize the National Cancer Institute. We've also provided 80 million to the National Cancer Institute to make sure that the established regional cancer institute centers are able to be functional. We have regional cancer center in Mombasa, we have one in Garissa, we have in Nakuru, we also have in Kisii, which is in the process of being built and it will soon be operationalized. And this will address matters about cancer within our country, in addition to the established Kenyatta National Hospital, Moi Teaching and Referral Hospital, and the Kenyatta University Teaching and Referral Hospital. In this budget, Honorable Speaker, we've also provided Kenyatta National Hospital with 450 million to be able to buy another cancer machine, the LINAC machine for radiotherapy, because when you visit Kenyatta National Hospital with one machine which is functioning, we have many patients who are waiting. That machine is working without stopping, and the patients are being put on radiotherapy day and night, 24 hours. And that makes sure that we have many patients who are on the waiting list. And this makes it very pathetic, very discouraging for many patients who depend on government facilities for treatment. And therefore, by Parliament providing 450 million to Kenyatta National Hospital to buy another LINAC machine for this financial year, then we hope that Kenyatta National Hospital will now reduce the waiting time for patients who are waiting for radiotherapy within Kenyatta National Hospital. Honorable Speaker, in this budget, we've also made sure that we're going to make sure that the 23 KMTCs, which have been set up by the honorable members, will be able to make them operational through employment of more staff, through equipping of those KMTCs, and also through making sure that there is completion of construction. Madam Speaker, this budget, as much as it is had challenges, because initially the budget ceilings that were put, we had to reduce it by close to 30% for all the ministries. And that, I want to say that the ministry should not worry, because if the government is able to meet its target in terms of revenue collection, then what it means is that when we will have another supplementary one to address the various caps and challenges that we'll be able to face in the course of the financial year. With those few remarks, Honorable Speaker, I want to support. Thank you.
The Honorable Member Honorable David Kangogo, Member for Marakwet East. Honorable Kangogo. Okay, he's busy. He's not ready. Honorable Tangoya? No, your time passed. Proceed, Honorable Tangoya.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity also to add my support to the Budget and Appropriation Committee for a well-done job. So I want really to thank the Chair and the committee for putting a lot of time to really come up with a very moderate budget. Honorable Speaker, listening to the Chair budget, it is so encouraging to realize that the budget as read has continued to really live to the promise that the Kenya government, Kenya Kwanza government promised to Kenyans. More importantly, Madam Speaker, to appreciate is that the budget has continued to really put more emphasis on the matters and sectors that are so crucial and important to the Kenyan people. To mention like agriculture, that a lot of emphasis and enhancement has been given to the sector of agriculture to ensure that the Kenyan people continue to be hunger-free. And it's something notable, Madam Speaker, that should be appreciated. It's also good, Madam Speaker, to note that the budget looked into the consideration of the pastoralist community, especially talking into the issue of restocking. It is the first time that we are actually seeing a very good positive direction in looking into the real issues that affect the Kenyan pastoralist. Madam Speaker, there is also in the sector of security, there is an enhancement into the area of security, which is so crucial to the entire sector of this country, especially when we are handling and tackling the issue of insecurity and cattle rustling in the North Rift, and actually the issue of bandits in northeastern part of this country. The budget has really taken into consideration, and we want to assure Kenyans that with enhanced budget and provision of the tools of service to our National Police Service and our security organs, Kenya is continued to be secure. There is a huge budget that has gone into the modernization program and even enhanced in the issue of operations. Madam Speaker, more importantly, there is a sector of government printer. That is a very crucial institution that does a lot of crucial documents to this country, to mention even the bills we use in this house, the logbooks, the title deeds, and the institution has continued to be in depleted state. My committee had also considered, and also the Committee of Budget had also considered to enhance the budget, which will go a long way to ensure that this important institution get back to its feet. Madam Speaker, in the budget, again within the ministry, there is Mbagathi National Police Hospital that has been ready and equipped for the last 3 or 4 years, but has never been able to be used by our security and police officers. And in the budget, there is a substantial amount allocated to it, and it is going to help a big deal to let our police officers get the much needed health services. Madam Speaker, on the issue of electricity, it is very encouraging to note the much consideration that the budget has been given, and I'm sure Kenyans are going to go back to enjoy the connectivity which was halted for some time now. Lastly, Madam Speaker, I want also personally to really appreciate that the budget really mirrors the promise made by the leadership of Kenya Kwanza, especially when we are talking about the tight state we are as a country, the austerity measures, especially in reducing the bare minimum, reducing the issue of rain trips, so that the money gets to where it's so important to the Kenyan people. So I want to really join the rest of us to really appreciate and commend a well-done job, and I'm sure Kenyans are going to enjoy the fruit. I submit, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Member for Housing, the Honorable Johanna Ngeno, Chairperson for Housing and Public Works.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for also allowing me this opportunity to also make my contribution towards this motion. Madam Speaker, I wish to state clearly that I support the motion, and I know very well, Madam Speaker, that these are annual estimates for the financial year 24-25, which is geared towards stimulating the economy of this country and also implementing the projects which the Kenya Kwanza government had proposed to the people of this nation. Madam Speaker, I want to thank the Chair for this great presentation, and of course for the great balance and the serious balance he made in the distribution of funds towards several ministries, or the various ministries concerned, and the various departments which of course are going to make use of these funds. Madam Speaker, I must also congratulate him for looking at the serious areas where many issues have been arising, especially on the areas concerning roads. Madam Speaker, I wish to congratulate the Chair and the committee for putting much considerations on the issues to do with the roads. Madam Speaker, remember this year rains have ravaged the country, Madam Speaker, so that even the roads which were had been done properly, Madam Speaker, currently most of the roads in the country are impassable. So that we literally have to redo the roads like they have never existed before. But Madam Speaker, I would have wished our chairman, given the limited resources, I would have wished if the resources were enough. Madam Speaker, I would have wished to see the extension of what we used to call low-volume roads, which were initiated in the previous regime, being continued at this current situation, so that those low-volume roads, Madam Speaker, made very serious impact on the societies that we come from, and most of them have also been almost destroyed by the water. I mean, by the rains. And would have been prudent, Madam Speaker, if those roads were repaired, and of course, extension of those, it was around 10 kilometers per constituency, would have been also prudent if they were extended to 20 kilometers so that we could, but of course, we understand the constraints of the budget. Madam Speaker, there is also the question of electricity, which I want to thank the committee for putting much considerations. I would have also wished they also allocated more funds, and this is also a request that we are asking them, that in future, let us also ensure that the last mile connectivity, which had been initiated in the previous regime, is also continued so that people can access electricity, because you know, electricity has also become one of the basic needs of our people, because most of the things we do nowadays, Madam Speaker, you cannot do them without electricity. So if you were to have electricity connections in every village, every household, then of course we will be able to access many developmental activities that we have. Madam Speaker, on the sector of education, Madam Speaker, and this was another area where we also had a discussion, I want to thank the committee and the chairman for their consideration of that sector. In this situation, Madam Speaker, and I think we will also be requesting or asking the committee and the chairman to please consider in the future, that as much as we have allocated money for capitation in both primary and secondary education, we must also consider one day, we allocate money to cater for the school feeding programs, not only on primary, but on day secondary education. Madam Speaker, remember, the introduction of free day secondary education was a great relief to most of the parents. And it had gone a long way in ensuring that many students who would have missed education because of the cost of education on secondary boarding schools, etc. Madam Speaker, when free day secondary education was introduced in this country, most of the children from the poor backgrounds have accessed education as we speak today, Madam Speaker. We have sent so many students to universities, we have sent so many students to colleges, and we have even sent so many students abroad who are the products of these day secondary schools. Would have wished as an extension, Madam Speaker, on the issue of day, because currently most of the students are sent home from day schools, and yet those day schools are free, you don't pay fees, but the major problem affecting those particular students is feeding programs. They are being sent home to bring fees to pay for food. Madam Speaker, it would have been prudent also if the committee and the chair was to consider adding 3,000 or even 5,000 on top of capitation, so that we can take that one towards feeding the day secondary school students. In that connection, Madam Speaker, we will not be having these day students coming home, but I will be taking lunch in the school, because we would have allocated some money to these particular programs. Madam Speaker, on the issue of security, I've seen a very good allocation towards security, and we are hoping that the concerned departments and the concerned ministry will ensure that we have proper security in this country. On my area, Madam Speaker, which is the housing, and you will protect me from some serious consultation, loud consultation, Madam Speaker, around me, I would wish to thank the committee because they considered the proposals which were made towards this process, and especially from my committee. And the allocation which was put here is a allocation which we actually requested. And Madam Speaker, I want to thank the committee, and especially the money allocated to the housing, which is around 87 billion. Madam Speaker, remember the projects which the President, His Excellency the President, initiated in this country, especially the affordable housing, which is catering for Article 43 of the Constitution, where the government is obliged to ensure that Kenyan citizens access affordable housing, housing that has all the facilities that are concerned, from electricity, water, and lighting. I mean, electricity, water, and also proper sanitation. Madam Speaker, the programs which were initiated by the President are very good, and we have, as a committee, also have gone around the country and ensured that the programs which have been started are ongoing, and some of them had stopped, Madam Speaker, because the law was not in place. And the committee, I want to thank my committee, which is the the Housing Committee, which did proper public participation. And in that public participation, Madam Speaker, we brought the law here, and this House passed the law, and the President assented to it, and which unlocked the access to these particular funds, which was the housing levy, Madam Speaker. In the current allocation, Madam Speaker, I want to tell this House and the nation that the levy which was collected can now be accessed by the State Department to build houses. And Madam Speaker, the 87 billion which has been allocated in this budget proposal, Madam Speaker, budget estimates, will mostly, around 90%, will go towards building affordable housing. And Madam Speaker, I want to say that among us the affordable projects, affordable housing projects we are, or the State Department are undertaking in this country, we as a committee also, we allowed them to access the billions of money which has been collected as a levy towards, apart from building affordable housing in towns, especially in major towns. They also do affordable housing in cities and in small towns in the constituencies. But the most important part of these projects, Madam Speaker, is the hostels. Because when we went around also the country, Madam Speaker, we realized that most of the parents who are sending students either to universities in Mombasa, in Kisumu, in Nairobi, the hostels in those universities, Madam Speaker, are few as compared to the number of students which are accommodated in those schools. And most of those students have to go and get houses outside the universities. And there are two factors in getting houses out or accommodation out of the university, Madam Speaker. One, insecurity. Two, the cost of those houses. So the building of hostels in our universities and colleges, Madam Speaker, will bring down the prices of accommodation to our students, so that parents, when they are sending their students either to the far areas, they will not be paying a lot of money towards accommodation. Madam Speaker, I want to say this budget estimates will help in helping, in making a reality the proposals or the promises which were made to the people of this country, and we are hoping that it is going to be implemented properly. And of course, Madam Speaker, the last part, which I think is towards also water, and water is one of the most fundamental factor in our lives, Madam Speaker, and most of us, the water the rain which actually ravaged the country, Madam Speaker, if you were to ask anybody in this house, Madam Speaker, no water was saved. The water, the rainwater that happened in this country, Madam Speaker, because there were no dams, there were no proper storages. So even the water, the rain which ravaged this country went to waste. Madam Speaker, I hope this budget and the implementers of the budget will ensure that in future we create situations where if there was going to be high rains like we experienced in the last months, Madam Speaker, that water will not go to waste.
but it will also be stored for future uses. Madam Speaker, I wish to end there by saying I support this particular proposal for estimates. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Malava, Honourable Moses Ijendi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I also rise to thank the Chair of the Budget and Appropriations Committee, together with the members of the committee, for a job well done. Madam Speaker, I really appreciate this committee because as Vice Chair to Education Committee, I take note that all the proposals we were having as a committee to the Budget Committee, all of them were incorporated to the advantage of the education sector. Madam Speaker, I also want to appreciate the fact that the government is taking seriously the education sector for what it is to this country. Because when you look at the budget, the education sector has taken the most huge part of it, which is accounting for 24% of the total budget. Madam Speaker, we have, as Education Committee, we have key areas which we have prioritized in terms of budgeting, and these are the following, which have been taken care of properly by the Budget Committee. This is provision of resources to support the free primary and secondary education, as well as junior secondary school education, schools infrastructure improvement to support CBC, funding to various universities, resources to help to support students in both universities and TVET institutions, and expansion of the basic TVET and universities infrastructure, and recruitment of teachers and TVET instructors. Madam Speaker, when we look at the education sector budget, it is also well aligned to the bottom-up economic transformation agenda of the government, and this actually accounts for 35.5 billion. And the priorities in this particular area, Madam Speaker, are the following: construction of 52 TTIs, construction of integrated resource centers, and construction of junior second school classrooms, and junior second school learners capitation, Madam Speaker, which was an issue in the previous financial year. So, Madam Speaker, the Education Committee noted some key areas that require concrete policy direction for future funding and a proper and seamless flow of activities in the education sector. Madam Speaker, when it comes to the Teacher Service Commission, as reported, there was a hue and cry about the junior second school interns. We are reporting here that we had actually a proposal to the Budget Committee that all the interns who are numbering to 46,000, all of them must be converted into permanent and pensionable employment. Madam Speaker, this has been factored in, taken care of. We have, however, allocated another 20. We proposed also for an allocation of 4.7 billion to continue with the interns in the country, so as to bridge the gap that's there in terms of teaching of junior second schools. And the coming financial year will recruit about 20,000, which was our proposal. This will be in line with actually bridging the gap that's there in teaching. Madam Speaker, I would report that it was very interesting that there was demonstrations, and as even these demonstrations were going on because of incitement left and right, the Education Committee had already taken care of this fact, and maybe it's just to assure all those who will be taken on internship not to make any noise, not to go on streets, because this is now provided for that when you are intern, after a particular period of time, you'll be converted into permanent pensionable. The only thing that we are requesting the TSC to do is to ensure that there's a legal framework on the program of internship in our schools, whether it's to take 1 year or to take 2 years before absorption. Madam Speaker, I also thank the committee for giving into our requests for 1 billion for promotion of teachers. You recall this ending financial year, there was promotion of teachers, but majority of the teachers who were to be promoted were not promoted because of the constraint of funding. So this year there's 1 billion that will take care of those teachers who are not promoted. Madam Speaker, what we have to note is that most of the teachers stagnate in one job group for a very long time, over 15 years. Maybe we will need a policy on this when it comes to promotion so that this is not actually held back because of funding as it's happening currently. Madam Speaker, in the area of TVET, you are aware, we are aware as members that each and every constituent must have a TVET. We have also, the budget committee, through our proposal, some good money was allocated to ensure that all constituencies now have TVETs. However, we want to note as a committee that there are some delays in implementation of these projects. For example, in this financial year, we have about 14 TTIs that have not been implemented simply because of delays in tendering processes in our government systems. So this maybe will require the attention of the government, the ministry, to fast track this particular process. Madam Speaker, there also has been an allocation of some good money, 2.7 billion, for infrastructure in our junior secondary schools. This money, members have to note, it will be coming through CDF, our constituent offices. The only thing that maybe has to be worked on is to ensure that there is proper collaboration between the Ministry of Planning, the Department of Planning and Basic Education, and of course the CDF boards, to ensure that there is a seamless implementation of this project in our schools, because as much as we began this particular process, we have not received, for example, money. For the last financial year, money has not yet hit the accounts of CDF offices to commence this particular process of construction of infrastructure in our schools. Madam Speaker, we also note here that we were also so surprised on Education Committee during the estimates that came from Treasury, which actually had struck off a feeding program in our schools. We pushed through this, and I want to thank the Budget Committee for actually taking into this and restoring this as per our proposal. So, Madam Speaker, we as Education Committee want to assure Kenyans and the general population and these members that we are really keen on what's happening in the country in terms of, in view of our education in our country, education standards in our country, and considering that most persons now have taken their children to school, we want to assure the country that we will continue fighting and ensuring that all is well in our education sector, in spite of a few hitches here and there, as we move on with the new funding model, even at the universities. Otherwise, Madam Speaker, I support.
East.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to support the budget estimate 2024-2025. Madam Speaker, I don't want to say a lot because many of my colleagues, including the chair of Budget and Appropriation Committee, and when he was moving, Madam Speaker, he spoke a lot cutting across the sectors and the importance of this budget, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I just want to say some few things. Number one, Madam Speaker, I'm happy that there is some little increment, especially in capitation through the Ministry of Education. And Madam Speaker, even as we support the allocation to the Ministry of Education, I think there is need for government, Madam Speaker, to look into the formula of capitation. Because, Madam Speaker, we have seen that the current formula is not favoring many students. And many of the students, Madam Speaker, they have dropped. Number two, Madam Speaker, the allocation they have given to water, especially on mitigation of flood control, is very important. Madam Speaker, for the last few months, we've seen many floods across the country. Many people lost their lives. Our roads were destroyed. Many water infrastructure, almost 70% of our water infrastructure across the country were destroyed, Madam Speaker. And the allocation given, Madam Speaker, is going to help in terms of mitigating the effects of that flood, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, second issue, if you see the allocation given to, especially this issue of flood control, it's very little, Madam Speaker, very small. And we are talking of the same problems, floods killing people in Budalangi, in areas of Nyanza, in northern Kenya, in Coast Province. Mr. Speaker, the allocation given of less than $1 billion is very small. We will continue, losing our people and also losing infrastructure if we don't allocate enough resources, Madam Speaker. But again, given that that is what we have as a country and our revenue, Madam Speaker, cannot sustain, so we will go as what it is now, Madam Speaker. The second issue, Madam Speaker, I'm happy that through the Ministry of Education, the Teacher Service Commission, they have allocated money for the JSS teachers to be employed permanently. And also for our doctors, Madam Speaker, who they have been demonstrating on the streets for quite a number of months. I'm happy now that the government has been very sensitive to make sure that the interns are now going to be absorbed permanently, and also the JSS teachers. Another issue, Madam Speaker, I think there is need, Madam Speaker, going forward, to increase the allocation for digitization in this country. Madam Speaker, we need to invest in technology. If we have to move as a country, now many countries, they are now in AI technology. The AI technology, Madam Speaker, some of us, we are talking about e-learning, and if you go to many of the rural schools, there are no computers, there is no power, there is no internet. So how are those students in the rural areas are going to benefit with the e-learning if the infrastructure is not there? So, Madam Speaker, I'm happy that through the Ministry of Energy, they have been able to allocate now every constituency 50 million for rural electrification. And that one is going to help our schools, the local hospitals, Madam Speaker, and also our people in the villages to get to benefit with that light. So, Madam Speaker, I want to say I support the committee report, and as a House, Madam Speaker, we need also, especially many of us who are departmental chairs, and also the oversight committees in this House, Madam Speaker, especially the Public Accounts Committee. The Public Accounts Committee, Madam Speaker, together with the Auditor General reports, they must be taken seriously in this House, so that we make sure that the small resources we have as a country, the small we have allocated, they are utilized properly. And Madam Speaker, like what I heard the Honorable Mbadi say this morning about the Article 223, it's so general that as a House, I think we need to look at Article 223 so that it is not abused. That every other time, the government just withdraws money, gets money under Article 223 without approval of Parliament. So with those many remarks, Madam Speaker, I support.
Honorable Member for Gatanga, I see that you have an amendment motion. I think I can allow you to prosecute it now. And I think the amendment has already been circulated. You may proceed, Honorable Murray. I hope it won't take too long.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity. I wish, or I beg to move a motion for the consideration of the budget estimate for the financial year 2024-25 to be amended by inserting the following words immediately after the words second schedule to the order paper appearing on paragraph 2. Subject to the insertion of the following policy solutions, we request for introduction of the education sector. That beginning the financial year 2024-25, the school feeding program currently being undertaken by the national government covers all learners in all public basic education sector. Madam Speaker, the amendment is not only constitutional but moral. Let me first and foremost, Madam Speaker, I thank the committee, the Finance Committee, the Budget Committee, for making a very, very elaborate budget proposal, very elaborate public participation, whereby we have come up with a budget estimate of 2.9 trillion. I also wish, Madam Speaker, to thank the NACONEC, the institution which has been managing the school feeding program in Asal. They have been doing an exemplary job. Madam Speaker, two wrongs cannot make one right. Madam Speaker, on the 11th October 2023, this Parliament passed a resolution that school feeding program need to be implemented in all our primary and junior secondary schools to ensure that there is quality. That is already in the record of this Parliament, and Madam Speaker, we are saying it's a high time we implement that resolution. Madam Speaker, under Article 53 of the Constitution, it provides that every child is entitled to free and compulsory education. That is an Article 53(1)(b). Article 53(1)(c) provides that every child in this country is entitled to basic nutrition, shelter, and health. Second, Madam Speaker, Article 27, subsection 4, provides that there shall never be any discrimination to anybody, a citizen of this republic, by the virtue of their race, their religion, their age, or the region where they come from. Madam Speaker, the point here is very simple. The NACONEC has been focusing more on the nomadic areas, which is very good. However, the Constitution provides that all children in the Republic of Kenya, they are equal before God and before the Constitution. And secondly, Madam Speaker, if we are able to provide school feeding program in all our schools, we shall start getting value, the return on investment, which currently the budget provides for 700 billion. But by the virtue of the fact that there is no school feeding program, that's why you find there's a lot of dropout and poor performance. Gatanga constituency, the conversion rate is below 12%. Madam Speaker, the intervention of food is key, in particular for the young learners. The children in Kasipur Kabondo, if they can be able to have a meal during lunch, their performance, the efficiency, the retention, they'll perform better. The children in the other constituency, same, if they're able to get a meal every day, in fact, that is what takes them to school. The children in Mwingi West, Mwingi North, they go to school because if they are provided for a meal, they'll be able to go to school. And therefore, we are saying, Madam Speaker, we want the school feeding program to cover the entire country, not one section. Because if it moves in the way it is right now, there's no policy. There's no policy statement in the budget statement on this issue. But if it continues being only on the Asar region, eventually what will happen is that one will go to court and declare the whole article, the whole provision, the whole budget, especially on the school feeding program, unconstitutional, because it has failed to deliver on Article 53, and it has also failed Article 27 of the Constitution. Madam Speaker, are you back in history? The late President Moi provided for milk, not only in the Rift Valley, not only in Northeastern, not only in Turkana, but provided school milk for all the children of this country. The reason why he did that is because he knew very well that it's only at the age of about 14 that the children require a lot of food, so at least they can be able to grow their minds and be able to learn properly. And therefore, in the same analogy, let's learn from the history that all children in this country are equal under the law, under the constitution, and therefore the good work has been being carried out by NACONEC be propagated and be pushed to other parts of the country, whereby all our children can start having a meal in the primary school, so at least we can be able to ensure that the retention, there is efficiency, there is good performance, and there is enrollment also in our high school, in our schools can be able to increase. And my proposal, Madam Speaker, is that money, we need NACONEC to continue managing it. We don't want that money to be put in that bottomless pit in the Ministry of Health. We want NACONEC to continue doing that work. Spread the spirit of goodness. Spread the spirit of giving our children food, not only in the eastern side, but also in all parts of the country. I know, Madam Speaker, there's a challenge of a budget, but I appeal to the members of parliament that everything starts with a framework. We want to create a framework whereby it's not only the Asao region, which is children who are getting what calls school feeding program. It's all the children of the Republic of Kenya, because that's what the Constitution says. And therefore, Madam Speaker, I propose that at the beginning of that, on the budget 2024, we come up with we bring an amendment in the education center that the school feeding program be currently undertaken by the national government, covers all learners in public basic education. That is the ECD, the primary, and what you call the junior secondary school. I move the motion and I request the member of parliament for Kajiado North, Honorable Gogoyo, to second the motion. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to second the motion by the member for Gatanga, the Honorable Murray. Madam Speaker, it has come to our attention, Madam Speaker, the height of unfairness in the distribution of the money set aside for school feeding program. Madam Speaker, I come from Kajiado County, an Asal County. The whole of my constituency and other constituencies do not receive money for the school feeding program. During the last drought that Kajiado faced, Madam Speaker, we had the worst dropout of school-going children. Madam Speaker, when we are doing capitation, we do capitation per child in a school. Madam Speaker, we are of the opinion that we should endeavor to keep the child in school to continue going to school. Madam Speaker, even in Nairobi County, Taita Taveta County, Madam Speaker, there are counties that were affected greatly by the last drought, specifically Taita Taveta. In Nairobi County, Madam Speaker, you have what we call urban poverty, children who do not get a meal and they are supposed to go to school. Madam Speaker, we must, setting aside resources are set aside so that they meet specific needs for people. If we want to keep a child in school, Madam Speaker, let us keep children who deserve to be in school. And I single out Narok, Kajiado. Madam Speaker, this does not happen in the school feeding program. Madam Speaker, going by what we have, Madam Speaker, we will not have achieved the intention of keeping children in school. I therefore second the motion, Madam Speaker, and urge this Honorable House, let us be fair to all children who are going to school. Let us keep them in school, Madam Speaker, by providing them with a meal. Madam Speaker, I have 3 institutions, one called Life International, that tries to feed children in schools. For instance, about 4 schools have been picked up. Madam Speaker, the turnout of children, keeping them in school has become excellent, almost to a tune of 98% in an urban center, Madam Speaker. I therefore propose the amendment. As I second the amendment, Madam Speaker, I say this is the only way to achieve fairness in the school feeding program. With those very many remarks, Madam Speaker, I second the motion.
Can you allow me first to propose the question first, okay? Honorable members, I now propose the question that the motion for the consideration of the budget estimates for the financial year 2024-2025. Oh, sorry, let me start again. Honorable members, let me start again. Honorable members, I now propose the question that the motion for the consideration of the budget estimates for the financial year 2024-2025 be amended by inserting the following words immediately after the words second schedule to the order paper, appearing in paragraph 2. Subject to the insertion of the following policy resolution: education, that beginning financial year 2024-2025, the school feeding program currently being undertaken by the national government covers learners in all basic education institutions. Okay. Yes, what's your point of order, Honorable? Yes, let me allow, you also have a point of order. I'll allow Honorable Naisula.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise on a point of order under Standing Order 114 and also Article 114 of the Constitution. And I must say on the onset that the vision that my friend Honorable Moreu has is excellent. That all our school-going children are fed in school, Madam Speaker, because the same challenges that a child in Samburu faces is the same where children in Gatanga face, Madam Speaker. But it is important that I bring to your attention that listening to his motion, Madam Speaker, it touches on money matters that has come to this House. Because Article 114 says, in the opinion of the Speaker of the National Assembly, a motion makes provision for a matter listed in the definition of a money bill. The Assembly may proceed only in accordance with the recommendations of the relevant committee, which in this case is the Budget and Appropriations Committee of the Assembly, after taking into account the views of the Cabinet Secretary responsible for finance, Madam Speaker. And so it would need concurrence with Treasury, Madam Speaker. And so the spirit of the amendment is in perfect, I support it, but I believe it has come a bit too late. He should have brought it when we were doing the Budget and Appropriations Committee, looking at all the recommendations of the committees, and also during the budget policy statement. That is when it should have come, because then we would have appropriated the funds. Even this 3 billion that we have been fighting for ASAL areas was not there. We've had to fight for it. Now, if we say that 3 billion we divide into small pieces now to get to our children, it is not possible. And so I believe in the next cycle, BPS, he can bring it, and I can assure you, Honorable Moreu, I will support it. But I believe it has come in a bit too late. And so, Madam Speaker, I do hope that you find this to be a money amendment and decline to propose the question of the amendment of my very good friend, Honorable Moreu.
Farah Malim was going first.
Madam Speaker, I also join my sister from Samburu. And I want to say from the outset, I have nothing against all Kenyan children being accorded a certain portion or meal for them to be able. I do know that there are pockets of poverty all over the country. But Madam Speaker, these things have got to be done at the right time. Mr. Muriu, Makiri Muriu, who is my colleague in the JLAC, should have thought about this way earlier and brought up that kind of a move or motion to the attention of the Budget Committee. And here it says, and I go back again, if in the opinion, that's the Constitution, this is the Constitution 2010, If, in the opinion of the Speaker of the National Assembly, a motion makes provision for matters listed in the definition of a money bill, anything that has a cost, the Assembly may only proceed in accordance with the recommendations of the relevant committee of the Assembly after taking into account the views of the Cabinet Secretary responsible for finance. So this thing was dead ab initio, and I think it's dead and it cannot proceed. And also the same provision is there in the standing orders, the same number, standing order number 114. Mr. Muriu, good idea. Work on it next year, and we'll see how we can work on it, because then there's going to be sufficient provision in terms of sufficient funds for all the children of Kenya. In any case, it's unconstitutional for us now to begin considering this in the budget. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
May I have the mic? I think I'll give an opportunity. I can see your card there, the Vice Chairperson of the Budget and Appropriations Committee. I know you're standing in for the Chairperson. It's good to hear from that committee.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The amendment by my friend Honorable Muriu is a good one. All of us here have constituencies, we have schools. I think it will be in the interest of every member that we have school feeding programs in all schools. However, the budget making process starts much early. We are at the tail end of the budget making process. That is why we have the budget policy statements that lays the direction and the foundation upon which the figures are now set. So, to respond to my friend Honorable Muriu, under Article 114 of the Constitution, and also Standing Order number 114, it requires that a motion of this nature must be presented first to the Budget and Appropriations Committee to undertake three things. One, for the Budget and Appropriations Committee to conduct public participation, consult the public on the matter. Two, to consult National Treasury for their views and advice, because they need to advise on availability of resources. The National Treasury has to advise on sustainability of the project. And then thereafter, the Budget Committee is expected to table a report or to present recommendations to the floor of this House. Madam Speaker, I want to report that that has not happened. The member did not submit his request to the Budget and Appropriations Committee. In view of the foregoing, therefore, Honorable Speaker, I want to request that you decline the amendment. Use your discretion to decline this amendment because it has come a bit too late. But I would want to advise the member to pick up the matter with the chairman of the Education Committee so that the discussion can begin between the committee and the Minister of Education, so that this program to expand the school feeding to accommodate the whole country can be captured in the Ministry of Education planning, so that now from there it can appear in the next budget policy statement, upon which now we as the Budget and Appropriations Committee can put the figures so that we can accommodate the entire country. But as it stands now, I think it has come a bit too late. However, it's a very good idea. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, let's not flog a dead horse. Yes? It's a dead horse, let's not flog it. So I will proceed this way, that this is the ruling. Pursuant to the provisions of Article 114, which have been alluded to by all the speakers of the Constitution and Standing Order, 114 of 3, I will decline to put the question because the matter is out of time. Honorable Muriu is a lawyer, so he knows when your time barred. There is the statute of limitation applies here. Thank you, Honorable Muriu. Yeah, he's a very clever lawyer. He was my classmate. Just to say 1 minute, yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just to thank you for the opportunity. And he's disturbing me, Madam Speaker. Please protect me. Madam Speaker, I just want to thank you for the opportunity. Because, as I said earlier, two wrongs do not make one right. And secondly, there is a constitutional and a moral requirement to make sure that every child in this country is well fed, because that's what Article 53 of the Constitution provides. And second, Madam Speaker, Article 27 again says no one should be discriminated. And therefore, when I hear my honorable members making that assertion, I'm happy that everybody is well bound. And finally, Madam Speaker, okay. And I think it is important.
I don't want you to re-prosecute the
yes,
case.
I'm not prosecuting. I just want to thank you.
Just oblige that you accept the ruling.
It's a matter of emotion, Madam Speaker. And finally, I think the House needs to appreciate that it is only the children who have left their mother's breast up to the age of about 12, 13 who are not given food. Children in secondary schools, in universities are provided food by the government. And therefore, it's a moral issue for us to ask ourselves, are we going to continue feeding adults, or we want to continue feeding, because the children be fed? But I stand guided, Madam Speaker, and thank you for the opportunity. Thank you.
Yes, I know that some members, when they saw the amendment circulating, they asked me, why did you approve it? It's clearly, contrary to the Constitution and the standing orders. I said, I do not have the power to decline to rule against the amendment from my desk. It has to make it to the House, then you prosecute it, then we hear responses, then make a ruling from the House. So the Speaker has no power to make rulings from the Speaker's desk in the office upstairs. It can only be done from this chair. So that's the reason. Thank you. Let's proceed. I think I'll give an opportunity. What is your point of order? But we have already debated. This matter is closed. Are you raising this issue? Yes, that's what I'm saying. I hope you are not prosecuting the same matter. No, but are you discussing the matter at all? Okay, be seated. Let's move to the next person to debate. No, we are just going back to the debate. We are resuming debate, and I'm giving the chairpersons an opportunity. Which chairpersons are here? This is not the first time you have been a nuisance in the House. You know that. You always demand that you must speak. Like I've told you, we've finished the issue of the amendment. We are now going back to the debate. We are, yes. No, I'm not letting him have an audience because he knows we are resuming the debate. Honorable member, I'm giving you the first warning, honorable member. You cannot continue to speak when I have asked you to sit down. I am resuming debate, and if you want to contribute to the budget debate, please press the card, or you stand up on a point of order and quote the standing order on which you're raising your point of order. It's as simple as that. So what is your point of order? Standing order? Number?
Madam Speaker, I beg you to exercise fairness to me.
It is not fair. I'm not being unfair. I'm just asking you to be procedural.
I'm a representative of Nyando constituency, and I have to really point out their interest in this House. That is why they got me here.
Upon which you are
Madam Speaker, I needed your direction.
What's your point of order?
I needed your direction.
What's your point of order?
Yeah, that's what I'm coming to. I needed your direction on a matter. Whereas the flooding situation is over, the devastating effects are still with our people on the ground. Some people are still holding evacuation
honorable
camps.
member, you know that if you want to raise that, you can raise it as a statement, and you have an opportunity tomorrow morning during our sitting.
I needed your direction.
On the order paper. Please let us proceed, honorable member. And if he continues to speak, I take away his mic, and you can you're free to leave the
Madam,
place.
you're harassing me.
I'm not harassing you. You are, in fact, being extremely disrespectful. I won't engage with you. Any members of chairpersons of various committee? Vice Chair Labour, are you here? Vice Chair Labour? Honorable Kawanjiku, I know you're in the Budget Committee. Any other Vice Chairperson? Okay, Honorable Makali, you can contribute.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, before I even contribute, I wanted to ask for your intervention on a matter. I'm the Vice Chair Public Debt and Privatization Committee, and as a committee, we also did a report on the CFS expenditure, which is part of the budget.
Yes.
I don't know at what point, because we even tabled a report. I don't know at what point will that report be debated, because it is part of what we are discussing. But having said that,
I can allow you, since we are giving chairpersons opportunity. I know
yes.
You're not a chairperson of a departmental committee, but
Yes.
I'll give you an opportunity. So you can proceed and
so maybe
make your contribution.
Yeah, I can make my contribution, and since that report, I know what it was in the report. Maybe let me start with that point, Honourable Chair, as part of my contribution to the budget estimates. Honourable members, if you look at the estimates, the budgeted amount for consolidated fund expenditures is 1.88 trillion. That's the money we are supposed to spend to take care of expenditures relating to consolidated fund services. Out of that money, the country will be spending about 1.08 trillion to pay interest rates. And it will be spending an additional about 700 billion, to pay for debts which we've already taken. That's the repayment of debts.
Yes, just one moment, Honorable Makali. Yes. I just wanted to remind members, because I think many members don't seem to know this, we have a sitting tomorrow morning at 9:30, a special sitting for those who are not here in the morning. It's mission critical, because we have to complete the budget process tomorrow. So kindly, and we'll be sitting until 9 p.m. tonight.
So what I'm saying, Honorable Chair, is that this information is very important in relation to what we are discussing. Why am I saying it is important? If you look at the projected revenue collection, which is about 2.9 trillion, and you look at the money going to be used for consolidated fund services expenditure, 1.88 trillion, it's more than about 70% of the money we are going to collect will go to payment of debts. If you look at the interest rate being paid, which is 1.08 trillion, it is about 34% of the revenue going to be collected. So that the money we are going to collect, for every about 100 shillings we collect, 34 will be payment of interest. And I remember, Madam Speaker, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Speaker, sir, when the Chair Budget Committee was making his presentation, he did indicate that part of that money will be paid to Kenyans. Out of 1 trillion, about 700 billion will be paid to Kenyans. Even though it's a good item, Honorable Speaker, in terms of Kenyans getting that money, but if you look at the totality of the budget, what we are saying is, with this kind of payments out of our projected revenue collection, we have very little room, what we call the fiscal space, to do other things like development and meet our recurrent expenditure. So, honorable members, even as we discuss this budget, it is important we realize that we have the elephant in the room is actually matters public debt. Because out of the total CFS expenditures, over 90% will go to payment of public debt. So it means if we manage issues of public debt properly, then we could be able to save resources for other activities. And in the morning I did mention that if you look at the budget, the supplementary budget, we have reduced a lot of the money in the development fund, which means our development budget is being reduced year in, year out. And if you cannot develop, if you cannot implement development projects, then automatically you'll have challenges growing the economy. That's one point. The other thing I want to comment on, Honorable Speaker, sir, is the issue of the JSS intern teachers. I want to say, honorable members, it is good that we have allocated resources so that all the 46,000 Indian teachers are employed permanently and pensionable. This is important because, as you are all aware, our JSS is facing serious challenges in terms of teachers, in terms of infrastructure. So when we allocate money to employ teachers on permanent and pensionable basis, we are actually assisting the country because the teachers now will be able to settle and start teaching without any problem. The other matter which is important, Honorable Speaker, is the matter of the resources allocated for floods, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, in this budget, the Chair did mention that we have made provision to take care of floods. This country has suffered serious consequences as a result of floods. The roads are, the infrastructure generally, roads, school classrooms, and all different kinds of infrastructure has been destroyed, Honorable Speaker. And it is important that now we have resources to repair some of this infrastructure. Otherwise, the country will not be able to move because, for example, when roads are not properly done, then you cannot move products to the market. And these are important economic activities. The other matter, Honorable Speaker, which is important in the budget, is the issue of the political parties fund, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, if you look at the report, it indicates that this year, the coming year, 24-25, political parties will be getting a total of 1.5 billion in terms of allocation to that fund. But, Honorable Speaker, it's also worth noting that this year, we had allocated 1.47 billion for that fund, which was reduced in supplementary one to about 600, reduction of over 800 million. So my plea would be that the money we have allocated for political parties, the coming financial year, Honorable Speaker, will not now be reduced during the supplementary estimates, so that at the end of the day, we are able to fund these political parties as required in the Constitution, because this is the only way we can grow our democracy, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the other matter which I want to raise is the issue of, we have been budgeting as a House every year, but the issue is, how are we performing matters budget implementation, Honorable Speaker? Because, Honorable Speaker, it is not enough just to have the budget in our books. It is sufficient to have the budget implemented, so that once you have it in the books, we implement it, and as a result of that, then Kenyans can benefit out of the services and goods which will come as a result of implementing the budget. There we are having a serious challenge, Honorable Speaker, when it comes to budget implementation. And the main cause to that, Honorable Speaker, is the issue of the exchequer releases. You find that the money is in the books, but we are not able to provide exchequer releases to the MDAs. And on the basis of that, then, we have challenges implementing. And that's why you find that towards the end of the year, just as we did this morning, we are able to reduce the figures downwards to be accommodated within the budget, because we have not managed to raise enough revenue to fund the budget. And this is what I want to say. I want to agree with those who are saying, Honorable Speaker, that as Treasury is doing revenue projections, they need to be as realistic as possible. And I think what they need to do is, Honorable Speaker, to look critically at the assumptions they are making. Because when I look at it, I think that the assumptions being made when we are making our budgets are not being looked at critically, so that we don't live, because it looks like we are just making assumptions for the sake of it, knowing very well, Honorable Speaker, we may not be able to achieve that. And if we don't achieve it, then we don't achieve the ambitious revenue projections. And that's why I'm also supporting the idea of adding resources to KRA, so that KRA is facilitated to collect all the taxes which are already approved by this House. And in that case, then we'll be able to fund our budget, Honorable Speaker. The other matter which is critical as we move to the future, Honorable Speaker, is issues of equity in the budget making. That, Honorable Speaker, I remember in the morning, there was an issue of the roads, where the majority leader was complaining that the MP for Yatta had actually raised a matter which was not true. And I think the issue is, Honorable Speaker, is how equitable is this budget in terms of where we are funding projects. I think we need to ensure as a House, we need to ensure that we are able to share this budget equitably, and all regions of the country are well represented, Honorable Speaker. On that basis, Honorable Speaker, then we'll be able to be helping this country matters budget. Otherwise, Honorable Speaker, if it's a matter of just passing budget for the sake of passing it, without looking at issues of equity, then I can tell you for sure, some parts of this country will remain marginalized for the rest of till Jesus comes back to this world. Honorable Speaker. So it is important, members, we look at equity issues. The other thing we need to look at, as I conclude, Honorable Speaker, is the issue of gender sensitivity to budget making, so that we don't make a budget which is not neutral to issues of gender. We need to make sure that as we make a budget, we also mainstream issues of gender, so that the budget we make takes care of both sexes. In that case, we don't have one of the sides of the...
Honorable members, I think we shall be able to accommodate as many members as possible. If, although you are entitled to 10 minutes, you take as little as 5 or 3 minutes. I'm not telling you have the option to do that and take all the 10 minutes, but I think you will accommodate. We shall be in a position to accommodate many members of parliament on this very important debate on the budget. The Honorable Rasso Dido. Let's give him the mic.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, on the onset, I stand to support this budget, and I want to congratulate the formidable chair of the Budget and Appropriation Committee and the committee members. Honorable Speaker, this is the largest committee members in one committee. And for that reason, I think their purview of what they do or what is there in the budget in terms of equity, in terms of the spread of the budget, in terms of budget coverage, must be the best, and they must be on the spot in what they are doing. Honorable Speaker, I want to first start with the issue of security. Security is the anchor around which a government or a state exists. It is that instrument that allows the development within a country, because in the absence of security, then a lot of these good things we talk about will not be there. In this, I'm talking about the National Police Service, the Kenya Defense Forces, the Correctional Service, and the national government administrative officers in the field. These people perform the best for us. For this House to be able to sit today in the afternoon to discuss the budget is because this country is secure. For us to be on the roads, in the schools, in many places doing development or chores in our homes is because there is security. For that reason, we must continuously improve in their working environment, in their welfare and motivation to do the best in wherever they are working. Through modernization, that they must have the best equipment to be able to carry out their duties. In this, I'm talking about mobility, that there must be enough vehicles, enough protective vehicles, such as the APCs, and also firepower and force protection, that the individual that we send out in the field, that policeman who is chasing robbers down the alley, must be protected enough for him or her to feel secure. Honorable Speaker, in this, it is paramount that we must continuously build the human capacity of all these institutions so that the best are out there to serve this country when we are doing other things. Honorable Speaker, we must also invest in technology so that Kenya and Kenyans see that we are moving beyond the 21st century, because the world is about technology. It is through technology that we use what you call economy of effort, that we are using a few policemen when we can use hundreds, a few boots on the ground in KDF when we have 1 or 2 aircraft, or sophisticated equipment that reduces the dependence on manpower. Honorable Speaker, education is the single most equalizer. Honorable Mreu raised a very pertinent issue of feeding in the schools. I think in ASAL, those of us from the ASAL, if there's no feeding program, then majority of our learners will not be able to attend the school. And if we are going to say, let us spread that across the country, it is a welcome thing. But for us to say, let us share what is there, it simply means you are going to disadvantage those who are already so much disadvantaged that this is the basic thing that they get to be able to go to school. And as members from the ASAL or the pastoralist, we are not going to say that the children in Muranga or Gatanga, for that matter, are not qualified to be entitled to this. But we are saying, let it come at the right time. Because the issue of NACONEC, many members before us really fought to have NACONEC in place. And as we sit here today, NACONEC is still not at the right place we want, because it is not well funded, it is not well focused, and there are too many interests that are still pulling NACONEC down. Because we have said NACONEC must have a council that is able to focus its activities. Honorable Speaker, in this budget, I see the issue of continuity, the issue of collaboration, and the issue of saving. For the first time, our budget has come down from 3 trillion or 4 trillion to just 2.3 trillion. This is indicative that let us cut our cloth according to our size, because we cannot spend money that we do not have. If you are going to raise the budget ceiling to 3 trillion or 4 trillion, it means we are going to tax Kenyans to the bone. Already Kenyans are talking about taxation. But for this particular instance, I want to thank the government, the president for that matter, for making sure that we don't spend or we look for money that we do not have. On the same, what is indicative of this is that we are going to spend our money. We are not going to borrow for the budget. The problem today is this country is heavily burdened. Most of our money goes to paying debts. How long are we going to pay debts? And yet we are growing our budget when the economy does not have that capacity to achieve that. Honorable Speaker, the idea of grassroots development, bottom-up economic development, when you are going to put more money in CDF, when you are going to put more money in electricity, in rural infrastructure, in Kera, it means that we are looking at those areas, those enclaves that are normally disadvantaged or nobody is looking at them. So for that reason, I think as members of this House, particularly as members of single constituency, I think the onus is on us for prudent use of those resources at the grassroots. Honorable Speaker, in youth affairs and creative economy, I think this is the elephant in the room. A country that has 60% of its population, or going to 70%, that they are youth. Then we must look at it in an economic sense. What do we do with youth? What amount of resources should we put in that energy? Yes, most of the youth are in education, but there's majority that is not in education. Those that are out there who are hustling. During this budget, we are looking at youth empowerment services, youth development services. In context, looking at what resources has been put there, I think we must scratch our heads to say that, can we put more in youth so that they are able to be productive? Because 60% of our population is really not a joke. Honorable Speaker, finally, I want to talk about the livestock economy. Livestock contributes 8% to the GDP. And until this government, not much has been talked about livestock. And yet, 2/3 or 3/4 of this country is livestock producing area. So with those remarks, I beg to support.
The Honorable Catherine Omanyo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am indeed immensely impressed with the budget because it has cut across every sector that is touching all Kenyans' lives. Looking into various departments, I have seen like devolved function, the county level. If all that has been channeled there will actually work, every county will have or must have a running industry or factory. If we have that, the jobless youths that are 60% of this nation will be doing something for their livelihood, and that will improve the standards of living of this nation. Looking at the health, agriculture, I'm saying markets, roads, electricity, education. For example, if the markets will start being put in places where there is no electricity, then it should go like a complementary. When the markets are being installed or constructed, then electricity must be installed in the same area, running water at the same time, and toilets, because most markets in the rural areas, they suffer lacking these basic needs. Like after 6, everybody has to go, or they use lamps or candles to continue selling their products. On the agriculture side, I think this time they have thought well. I'm hoping that we'll have even extension officers at the grassroots, so that we don't have a problem like what we have witnessed this year, which has never happened since independence, of these issues of fake fertilizer and other miscalculated moves. I have also looked into the roads. The budget is good, but I hope that some MPs will not be living for the estimate of others when it comes to sharing. Let us not hear that other MPs were allocated more roads than others. I hope equality and equity will be in play, and Kenya will continue growing together, because if we only have cities or towns that attract and not the rural areas, then it means that we will have other areas congested, and yet we should be thinking of decongesting the cities or towns. So I just wanted to congratulate the budget committee and every other person who participated, including the wananchi themselves, because public participation was done. And my prayer is every dime, every shilling that will be given, may it do what it's supposed to do. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Khair Harun.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to submit some of my comments towards the ongoing debate on the floor, which is budget estimates of this financial year. And I've been keen to see some areas that have been prioritized, which I highly support. But I would like to also submit a few comments so that maybe we can also guide the budgets better before we pass this to be effective. The first issue of concern to me is immunization, which has a budget cut from 9.4 billion to 7.4. And this is a crucial matter to every Kenyan in this country, because as a young mother, I took my child for vaccinations just last week. And Mr. Speaker, I had to visit 3 hospitals, private clinics, before I could get vaccinations for my child, who's just 3 months. And I could imagine what other mothers in rural areas and some remote areas are facing, because every government facility must provide free vaccinations for every mother. This is a maternal care issue. But if such a crucial department is considered to have a budget cut, then we are going against the fundamental issues of being humane, and we are not really considering the people that we represent. So that is of concern to me. Number 2 is the Linda Mama program, which has also been supporting mothers across the country, which is also facing a budget cut. The critical issues that we cannot touch on, anything to do with health, our children, the future of our children, vaccinations. We are going back 10 years, 20 years as a country if we are not giving vaccinations to children, because polio has been a big campaign. Ever since I was born, I've been hearing kick polio out of Kenya. But if children are not getting polio vaccines, because I couldn't get rotavirus vaccine for my child, and I am privileged enough to access private health care, but these are mothers who cannot get this. So for me, this is not an issue that I can sit and watch. I have to address this, and I would definitely count on the support of every member, because this is a matter that touches on all of us. As a youth representative of this House as well, the youth fund has also been removed. We are telling young Kenyans to come and get employment, Finya computer programs, but we are not allocating funds for them to get support. So I understand this is something that we have to address. The youth fund must be supported so that young Kenyans can get more jobs and can continue supporting the gig and the creative economy. Another issue is also the internet taxes that we've seen, because every Kenyan is able to buy data from wherever they are. We have the Jitume program, which is something that even our committee, the ICT committee that I sit, is campaigning big on. And this is a presidential agenda that we want to support. But if internet faces more taxation, Kenyans will not be able to even buy the data or afford this data so that they're able to get online employment or the digital programs, the gig economy, and all these things that we keep talking about. We have to put money where our mouth is. And finally, there is an 85 billion reduction that we've been hearing, but where is this money being reduced from? It's being reduced from health, education, agriculture, critical issues that that are the backbone of our country. So if money has to be reduced, let it come from elsewhere. Let us save from elsewhere. But money is on education, money is on health, money is on environment. Should not be touched on, because we even need to put more money there, not remove it. So these are my general comments. Of course, we will be able to support it with amendments, but those are the pointers that I would have wanted to raise. And thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity.
The Honorable Kawanjuku.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I take this opportunity also to support the Budget and Appropriation Committee for doing a good job, and more so to the Chair Budget, Honorable Dendi Nyoro. I'm also a member of the Budget Committee, and I know how tiresome it was to make sure that we have arranged things as per the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, this budget has been a good budget because we look at a number of issues that probably affect the common mwananchi, the people from different parts of our country. We tried as much as we can to balance and make sure that there is equity in terms of distribution of the national resources, of what we have as a country and what we have as a government. Mr. Speaker, we understand that, there were rumors that, we had removed money from the food feeding program for our primary and day school students. And Mr. Speaker, we want to confirm to this House that we return that money that is supposed to support our children, our public primary schools, especially from the areas that are affected by drought. And we are able to retain that money. And we are also pleading with this committee and with this House that we need to keep enhancing the budget of food feeding program. I have tried it in my constituency using a different model, and it is really working. We are able to retain many students, many children in school, especially on our public primary school. And we understand the poverty index in these areas, and therefore it was prudent for us to make sure that we enhance that budget, probably to a tune of about 5 billion shillings, as Mheshimiwa Murray was suggesting, that even not only to cover on areas of ASAL, but also to cover on even other areas that probably will go to all across the country, on all schools across our country, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, in the next budget, I'm going to be very keen to support and enhance that budget so that we make sure, and we separate from the ministry and to the department that is supposed to be doing that, and make sure that we finance them, make sure that we appropriate money to the NACONEC and give them an enough budget to enhance and make sure that they distribute this feeding program to all our day schools, because it will help us to retain a number of our schools, of our students in schools, Mr. Speaker. Also, on the issue of pending bills, Mr. Speaker, the issue of pending bills have become, such a huge elephant in this country, Mr. Speaker. These are Kenyans affected by their own governments. They supply the government, they supply the county government, and at the end of the day, they are not paid the money that they are supposed to be paid by this institution, Mr. Speaker. The issue of a pending bill came out clearly that we must do something as a house, we must do something as a government, we must do something as a country, because a number of people who are being auctioned day and night because of pending bills, there are so many, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, we are able to plan and to appropriate to a tune of about 20 billion shillings, whereby we're going to start paying off the pending bill, Mr. Speaker. And we are supporting a law, whether we're going to bring it to the floor of the House, and make sure that the first charge of every ministry should go to the pending bill, Mr. Speaker. These are Kenyans who have invested their money with government. Some have borrowed from the banking institutions. Some have borrowed even to Shylocks because they have gotten an opportunity to do business with government. They have known they're going to supply this kind of a material, and then after a day or two, after a month or so, I'm going to be paying my money, and I go and pay the Shylocks, Mr. Speaker, and make maybe a 50 shillings or 20 shillings and provide food to their family. But what happens is that they are not able to pay these loans. And what happens, whatever collateral that they put, they are taken away by the banks, they are taken away by the Shylocks, the crooks, Mr. Speaker, and Kenyans are suffering because of the pending bill. And we really want to even urge our governors, because it is a tradition now. Any incoming governor, he does not pay the previous governor's bills, Mr. Speaker. We must come up with a law to ensure and even to force all the county government that they should start paying their pending bills. And if they're not going to be paying, Mr. Speaker, we can even task or pass a law in this House, Mr. Speaker, and ask the Treasury to be paying these people their money, those who have a pending bill over more than 2 or 3 years, Mr. Speaker, because these are Kenyans, Mr. Speaker. They pay taxes, Mr. Speaker, and it is quite unfortunate that they are not able even to sustain their family. They are not even able to rescue their families, Mr. Speaker, and their properties, because the counties have refused to pay them, the government has refused to pay them, and therefore we saw it fit, Mr. Speaker, to appropriate to a tune of about 20 billion shillings that will be able to start paying the pending bills of all Kenyans who are owned by the government, Mr. Speaker. We were also able to make sure that we have set aside money for employment of the JSS teachers, Mr. Speaker. From where we stand, these teachers have done an amazing work by trying to support our CBC program in our public day schools, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, there was no budget allocation. And we support the minister, we support the government, we support the president, because he made say that we must employ the 46,000 JSS teachers this financial year. And one of the money that we appropriated is to make sure that all the JSS teachers have been absorbed this before the January of 2025. They have been absorbed by Teacher Service Commission and the Ministry of Education so that they can continue to offer services to our children and make sure that those children are well taken care of, Mr. Speaker, because those children are leaders of tomorrow in our republic, Mr. Speaker. Apart from that, we have seen quite a number of work that has been done by the National Government Constituency Development Fund. Majority of the work in our day schools, majority of the work in our public schools, majority of the works in our security sector have been undertaken, and in terms of infrastructure, have been undertaken by NGCDF. And I want to inform the House, Mr. Speaker, that this financial year, the NGCDF is going to get an increment, even to attune to the minimum of about maybe 200 million shillings per constituency, which is going to go a long way in making sure that we offer bursaries to our students and make sure we increase the amount of money that our students are able to get. Those who are going for boarding schools, those who are going for day schools, those who are going for tertiary and even university will be able to appropriate, because our bursary kitty will be increased, Mr. Speaker. We have been also pushing the NGCDF committee to make sure it is practical and possible for us to start feeding program in our schools, in our constituency, and this money can be able to cater for that. The increment of this money will go a long way, Mr. Speaker, to make sure we have ICT hubs that we are starting in every constituency and every ward, so that we can employ many young people within the republic who are not having any wage, any salaries, any job, Mr. Speaker, and we start, even robbing whatever the president has been saying and looking for jobs outside the country. Those ICT hubs will come a long way. We have appropriated money, and this NGCDF will help us to cater for infrastructures in our public schools, because you realize, especially in our areas where I come from, in Kiambaa constituency, in Kiambu County, we have many students in one classroom. So you realize, Mr. Speaker, one classroom is taking a population of about 100 students, Mr. Speaker. So this money will go a long way by making sure we are able to expand our infrastructure, and now by the employment of the JSS, we will be able also to support them in terms of infrastructure, in terms of the school feeding program, in terms of making sure they have the bursary and retaining quite a number of our students in public schools, Mr. Speaker. We congratulate the Committee on Budget and Appropriation Committee, because even in areas to do with electricity, we were able to appropriate, to plan for, Mr. Speaker, almost to a tune of about 14 billion shillings that is going to LELEC. And this money will go to each and every constituency to a tune of about 50 million shillings, Mr. Speaker. Areas that are affected by last mile, that they want to connect more homes to electricity, now they have an opportunity to plan and budget. Areas that need street lights, like my area, we are able, because our population, and we have so many people who work within Nairobi, Mr. Speaker, we are able to appropriate and make sure we have street lights, so that people who are doing business even late, we can be able to approach and attract a 24-hour economy, Mr. Speaker. So this money will go a long way in terms of making sure that that is done, and every constituency will be able to get to a tune of about 50 million shillings, Mr. Speaker. Money on coffee We were able to appropriate some money on coffee reforms that affect our people, especially on issues to do with coffee. We have appropriated money to bring about the reforms to facilitate those people who will be doing the coffee reforms, Mr. Speaker. The issues to do with the capitation and increasing the money in terms of health, in terms of education, we have appropriated money, and we want to plead with the Ministry of Education that they make sure the amount are planned and appropriated for each and every student. They get to our public day schools and public primary schools on time, so that the teachers and the principals and the headmasters can be able to plan for our students without any hiccup, without waiting for money to come later and realizing that the money has been cut. So we are asking the ministry.
The Honorable MP for Kwanza, followed by the MP for Jorok.
At least, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. And on very onset, I want to thank the committee for having come up with this well-balanced. I must say it's well-balanced because there are few things that have been highlighted in this budget. And I believe, Mr. Speaker, that this again is what we have been doing. As an oversight parliament, first and foremost, it was actually good news that actually this country, compared to other countries with 37th fastest growing economy in the world, I can't believe it, but it's done through the research, and I can tell you that that is very good. Secondly, and of course very important, that you can see from the exchange rate, Mr. Speaker, at one time, the exchange rate to a dollar, shilling to a dollar, was almost 180 shillings per dollar. Today, and I just checked this morning, it's now 132, meaning that actually we are doing very well in terms of the economy. I think it's growing. Let's face the fact as it is. It is growing, and I think it's we have now got to be very careful on what we do so that we don't go back to where we were. I want to, first and foremost, thank the committee, because one, as they are very concerned on the agriculture, which is actually a cornerstone of the economy in this country. And so, first and foremost, they have put some money in agriculture, and I think one is a fertilizer subsidy. Of course, we have had issues with that. That's again is something that I know. We went around, I'm in the Committee of Agriculture, we went around and we found a few places with fake fertilizer. But again, the other areas, and for me, for example, Trans Nzoia, we didn't have any problem. So subsidized fertilizer, I think it was okay. Secondly, KCC, which again, it has been boosted so that it can be able to produce enough milk and export the milk, particularly the powdered milk, which is true. About 3 months ago, I was in the Middle East, and I was shocked that before that, when I was working, before I became a member of Parliament, Mr. Speaker, I was in the Middle East, and you go for breakfast, and the waiter comes ask you whether you want milk, which is water, or powdered milk. At that time, you'll find KCC was in the Middle East. Recently, you would go there, you find this milk from Uganda. So I think this boost on dairy, at least in KCC, to be able to make our farmers produce more milk for making powdered milk for export, I think again it's going to add some foreign exchange earners for our country. Of course, we know that sugarcane again, they have cleared the dates of some of the dates that actually were holding, and I think we also should be able to have at least our factories producing enough sugarcane for our production, for our consumption, and even maybe send to those areas that actually do not have that kind of facility. One very important thing is the restocking of the livestock. That actually in areas in the northeastern province of this country, we had a very dry spell there, and farmers lost almost all their stocks. Today, again, we have these heavy rains. Again, all over the country, we lost quite a number of stocks, again, livestock. And so the government has put some money there to be able to compensate farmers. And I think that's one thing that, again, to be able to help the farmers who depended on livestock to improve their well-being. Mr. Speaker, I also want to thank the committee for having come up with this, because it was a well-balanced approach. And I remember meeting them myself in the Committee of Agriculture. And one very important thing that has come up, the members, maybe those who didn't get it right, is the fact that we are going to have about 150 million shillings from the current one to be able to do quite a number of things using CDF money in our constituencies. That, again, is a plus. And I think that if it's implemented to the letter, I think we'll be able to improve the economy of our country and be able to complete some of the projects that we had started. And I guess that is, again, something that we'll see. Of course, electricity, the last mile connectivity, again, giving 50 million shillings per constituency is something that I'm really been waiting for, because we have had a lot of problems, particularly in my area. I don't know about other members of parliament areas, but connectivity of the electricity in various areas has been an issue. And of course, given now that they're giving us almost 50 million shillings per constituency, Mr. Speaker, I think this will be able to sort out some of the problems we've had, and particularly connecting steamer. And I think some of us, you are told, hey man, you have electricity in your home and the neighbor doesn't have that. But that last mile connectivity, I think, will be able to help, so that the tension that was there between members of parliament and those who are in the authority and wananchi will be able to, again, be silenced. I think that is important. Of course, more important, of course, is the fact that this committee has told us, and quite agree, that are going to put 10%, 10 million, is it 10% increment to our staff. Yeah, we know as a member of parliament, most of you subsidize these people working for you, and at times, when a speaker, you find you live and your workers say he has no money, what have you have to pull money from the pocket. But this 10% increment, I think, is going to at least improve the welfare of our workers who have been working for us, the drivers, of course, the bodyguards, what have you. I think this is a very good gesture, and I think I want to thank the committee for having come up with that idea, and I think it's going to help our people very well. So I think the fact that the economy is growing is a good news, and let's be serious. And of course, money given to the county again, I think it's almost 400 billion shillings to the county. I think let the governors work with the elected leaders. There are some who are very selfish, Mr. Speaker. I don't know about it, but some people are very selfish, the governors. We are given the money, and you go and check the development programs in some of these counties, there is none. For example, we had a problem of water. In most constituencies, and I've talked to my colleagues here, and governors did nothing. And, and yet, of course, it's a devolved function. Should have been able to clear some of these issues. But I think giving 400 billion shillings to the county is a very good gesture. And I hope and pray that for the welfare of our people, let the governors work with us and be able to actually correct some of the mistakes for the prosperity of our own people that actually voted for us. I don't want to take so much of the time, but I think most of the things have been discussed and highlighted. I just want to say, Mr. Speaker, that let's work, and I think this committee has done a very good thing. And these people have been out there calling, say you supported the budget bill last financial year, and well, let's work together. Where we find there's a mistake, we'll correct. Where you find that the committee has come up with an issue that is not important, we can correct and be able to move forward so that we don't have these oppositions and, shouting at each other. This has already been done. I do believe that this time around, let's work as a team to be able to implement whatever we're doing. I want to thank you for the opportunity. I support.
Chira.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I rise to support the budget estimates for the financial year 24-25 as laid by the chairman. Mr. Speaker, as the chairman said, this process was very consultative, and the departmental committees were able to meet the various state departments and engage with them. The budget committee then met with the chairs of departmental committees, and we were also able to engage with them. Apart from that, Mr. Speaker, 20 counties were chosen randomly and spread across the regions, where we were able to do public participation. And we, as members of the budget committee, visited all the 20 counties, and we were able to listen to the public, and their views were incorporated in this report that has been tabled. And hence, it has been a very consultative process. And Mr. Speaker, I want to just contribute in a few areas that we've made proposals as the budget committee to the House. And Mr. Speaker, it's important to know that in the estimates that were tabled by the Treasury, most of the sagas were allocated almost zero budget, not even money to pay salaries. And probably the Treasury did that in line with the proposed restructuring and privatization of the some of the parastatals and sagas. But through consultation with the chairman of the departmental committees and the Treasury, we were able to reallocate some money to those sagas, because the argument was, even if we are restructuring, we are not likely to do it the following month. It will take time. And therefore, we needed to allocate money, at least for the payment of PEs, as we are doing the restructuring. Mr. Speaker, it's important to note that there is, like the chairman said, an allocation of money towards electrification, where every county will be given some amount equally. And the reason behind this, Mr. Chairman, and actually we have a proposal that this is the route. Managed constituencies should be the reference point as we are allocating resources, because this will reduce the inequality in terms of allocation of resources, because inequality, Mr. Speaker, it could be intra and inter-county. You realize that there are some, even within counties, there are some constituencies that sometimes get more resources compared to others. And therefore, we are recommending, even in other sectors like water, we allocate money per constituency. Then the constituency would be able to decide if it is borehole, if it is water pans, where that money goes. And this will be able to reduce the inequality in terms of allocation of resources. Mr. Speaker, in terms of electrification, members may recall that in the supplementary budget, there was an allocation of some money to REREC in the supplementary that is ongoing, that will go to help capacity enhancement for REREC in preparation to absorption of the amount of money that is allocated in the main budget. And the capacity enhancement, members know that before you connect an area to the grid, the area needs to be surveyed. So we need surveyors, more surveyors in REREC. We need more designers in REREC. And the money that was allocated to in supplementary was in preparation for the connection of the absorption of the 50 million per constituency. Mr. Speaker, it's also important to know that there is an allocation of 2.7 billion towards school infrastructure. Again, this will go through CDF because we don't want members to be queuing in the PS's office following money for infrastructure. Let this money be allocated through CDF because for sure every constituency needs school infrastructure. And once this money is allocated through CDF, members through public participation will be able to identify areas that need school infrastructure. There's an allocation of some 20 billion towards payment of pending bill, and this is awaiting the recommendation of the pending bills verification committee that is doing the verification of pending bills, so that once the verification is done, our contractors and entrepreneurs who have given services to the government will be able to be paid the money that is owed to them. Mr. Speaker, most members have talked about the confirmation of interns, and this is a matter that we really engaged with the Education Committee. The initial recommendation was confirmation of the 26,000 interns. But, Mr. Speaker, there are more than 26,000 interns that were engaged with the TSC. The total interns who are currently engaged by TSC are 46,000, and therefore we were inquiring which process will TSC use to choose the 26,000 and not 20,000. And therefore we came to a conclusion that all the 46,000 interns should be confirmed. And we unanimously agreed that the interns should not be subjected to any further interview because they were already interviewed when they were being engaged as interns. And we have a proposal that the interns, the TSC, should not wait until January, as they have been saying, because these interns have already been interviewed. It's a matter of just confirming them. So the TSC should be able to confirm them as early as 1st of July in permanent and pensionable terms. Mr. Speaker, these are, as the chairman indicated, the increment of NCDF kit. Again, it will go towards implementation. We know, of course, we have the CBC, which is where we don't have infrastructure like school laboratories, more classrooms, and this will also go ahead in terms of improving infrastructure in the towards various schools. Mr. Speaker, as I conclude, there is also a 6 billion allocation towards public universities where the students were not, towards the new funding model of the university students. Mr. Speaker, we've seen reports that most students are preferring colleges to universities because of the bills. Once they are called to the university, the fee structure that they are served with is too big that they are discouraged and they end up choosing colleges instead. As I conclude, Mr. Speaker, budgeting, appropriating money is one thing, but exchequer release is another one. Mr. Speaker, we've faced a situation where you budget for a project or for an activity, but you end up not getting exchequer release. And this is a challenge that I want to put to the House leadership, such that once we budget for something, it is upon the House leadership to follow up with Treasury to ensure that there is exchequer release and that that project that we've budgeted for is implemented. I support, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The Honorable Fatuma Jeho, and then followed by the Honorable MP for Yatta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to take this opportunity to make my remarks on the supplementary estimate 2. I would like to take this opportunity to thank the committee, the chairman of the budget committee, and the team that had taken their time to burn the midnight oil. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, in any budget, there are always the gainers and the losers. Today, I am happy that education and indeed security have gotten some increase in the budget. And I want to take this opportunity to talk to the TSC, to perhaps take this opportunity to end the issues of unemployed teachers from the northeastern part of this country. There are so many teachers who are not employed, and we have been on their corridors to look to source for employment. Hopefully, they'll take this opportunity so that they can employ more teachers. On the same breath, Mr. Speaker, in every event we go to, we hear a lot of complaints about the JSS teachers that are on contract for 1 year, and the contract has come to an end. I will also want to urge the Commission to at least take their time so that they can employ in permanent and pensionable terms. I will also want to talk to the Ministry of Education to improve on the infrastructure of our schools. When we go to them, Mr. Speaker, we are told a lot about the CDF and how the CDF money is going to our counties. And yes, we get CDF, but it's not enough to improve on the infrastructure of our classes. Just a few months ago, we have had a very heavy rains from the region. And to date, the classes have demolished, and so many schools cannot be accessed because of the heavy rains we have had. Mr. Speaker, there is also increase on the security, and hopefully they will enhance security on our borders. But one thing that really makes me happy today is the police. I will take this opportunity to talk to the police, the IG and the PS and the CS in charge of police, to at least, with immediate effect, to give the police officers insurance covers. Mr. Speaker, our police officers for the past 1 year have not had insurance cover. And we have been getting a lot of calls and text messages and communication. When they go to hospitals, they cannot access any access from the facilities. I will also want them to be given allowance. There are police officers that work very far-flanked areas from where they live. So hopefully we will see some improvement on their salary and allowance, Mr. Speaker. Since we came to this August House on the 13th Parliament, we have not had any recruitment of police officers. I feel it's an opportunity for the police to be recruited on this budget, Mr. Speaker. If I may go to the decrease, Mr. Speaker, we are told there is 75 billion on the roads and on the roads from the development budget. Mr. Speaker, as you know, this country, we are not all the same. There are urban countries and there are rural countries. I want to first state that I support on the decrease of the 75 billion, but I hope it's not going to affect the counties that are in the remote areas and the counties that are not developed. If I may take an example, Mr. Speaker, the heavy rains we have just had completely shut down the connection between the northeastern and the other side of the country. So today, if you are told this budget will affect the road network of northeastern, trust me, if we get another heavy rainfall, will not be able to access our counties. So I ask the chair and the committee that yes, there are some counties that are very developed, they don't need roads, but there are some counties that really need road networks to be opened up. Mr. Speaker, I want to ask our leaders to be a bit, there are some leaders who are a bit insensitive, and we need to be honest to each other, Mr. Speaker. I was actually here from morning so that I can be given a chance to say something. And you know, when a leader stands and says, oh, there are some communities who are just 11,000, 2,000, and they're given more budget than the rest, what does that give you as a leader, Mr. Speaker? It's not honest, that it's not right for a leader to speak on the minorities to be marginalized so that they are not given enough budget to come up to the terms of the rest. Mr. Speaker, some of these counties are marginalized because of historical marginalization. It's not something we wanted. What if today, Mr. Speaker, what if today Wajir was the capital city of Kenya and was more developed than Nairobi or Kiambu, where our brother comes from, Ichungwa? We will be more than happy to welcome them in Wajir, and we'll give them where to sleep and give them big plots and give them maybe perhaps more other things, Mr. Speaker. So it's very insensitive for some leaders to say some regions are taking more than they deserve. Mr. Speaker, as you know, equalization fund was once we got this constitution, we were given equalization fund. And up to date, we have not used because of these other side shows that have come, and we have been unable to access. I had someone saying today that some people in Isli sell cheap phones because they evade tax. Mr. Speaker, I want to take this opportunity to tell the country that the people in Isli are very proud people who thrive on business, people from the day they were born who have seen their parents and their grandparents doing business, and they pay tax like any other person in this country. And it's good that, Mr. Speaker, they say what is good for the goose is good for the ganders. So, Mr. Speaker, the more our brothers and sisters want here is the same thing we want. We want our regions to be developed. We want our regions to get schools, national schools. Imagine, Mr. Speaker, it's after devolution that we have been told we have a national school. It's after devolution that we have gotten a referral hospital. Sometimes our brothers should just think and see how we have been marginalized as Kenyans, as people from northeastern and people from northern. And I can tell you, when things get bad, we will tell them to divide this country and let us see who will get the land and who will get the people. On that remarks, Mr. Speaker, I support and I thank God for giving.
The MP for Yatta, followed by the MP for Lafe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the floor. We have indeed waited for some time, but we really wanted to contribute. From onset, allow me to thank the Chair for Budget and Appropriation Committee for a very informative budget. If you look at education sector, Mr. Speaker, education is an equalizer. If it wasn't for education, Mr. Speaker, even you not be such where you are. Myself, I would not have been where I am, and I would not have served the countries I've served under United Nations. If you look at the budget allocated under education sector, 700 billion is a very reasonable amount of money because it's going to accommodate all the JSS interns and also support the school feeding programs where we have allocated 3.5 billion Kenya shillings. Mr. Speaker, school feeding program is very essential because it's the only way kids or learners from very poor families can actually be retained in school. And the performance does improve as learners receive quality food in schools. Mr. Speaker, on the same note, of course, I know now we are only feeding ASAL regions. We would actually recommend, through the motion that was moved this afternoon, that at least all learners in school in Kenya should be considered for school feeding program. This is an amendment which I think should come timely to support school feeding programs. Mr. Speaker, the increment toward education sector by about 80 billion, making it 700 billion this financial year, the coming financial year, 2024-2025, is important because it also supports TVET, which you know through skills you improve or increase employability level for our youth, who now most of them are languishing under drugs and other social vices, which we have all been talking about. Mr. Speaker, and I look at money allocated for agriculture, 10 billion. I want to say that money is very little because the money, most of it goes to subsidized fertilizer. Mr. Speaker, if you look at subsidized fertilizer, there are some areas which do not require subsidized fertilizers. I'll give an example. If you look at my constituency, Yatta, what we require is irrigated agriculture, water to support irrigated agriculture. And I've been pushing over the time to have construction of dams, proper dams, like Yatta Dam, to support irrigated agriculture. So we need to consider revising upward the money allocated for agriculture. Remember, this country is importing a lot of food. And if we want to have a healthy balance of trend, we need to focus on food production. Because through food production being boosted, it will also going to support manufacturing as a sector and actually open more opportunities for young people to be employed under agriculture as well as other sectors that will be supported by agriculture as a sector. So, Mr. Speaker, 10 billion allocated for agriculture, I find it to be very little, and we need to look into that and revise the money upward. Mr. Speaker, I want to applaud the team that is the Budget and Appropriation Committee under the leadership of Honorable Ndindi Nyoro for increasing or considering increment to the NGCDF. Remember, most of what we can see under support of education sector is through CDF. And when we have increment on CDF, at least there will be equality on education infrastructure across the country. Today we are talking of education as an equalizer in many fronts. And if we don't support improving education or education infrastructure, then we compromise the quality of education that our learners are getting. So having an increment to NGCDF, I fully support that. Mr. Speaker, on matters to do with electricity, allow me to applaud the team again, because there have been a huge disparity on the connectivity of electricity across all constituencies. By now having 50 million allocated to each constituency to support electricity is actually something that we should be proud of and something that we all support. Because when we connect all areas with electricity, we'll be able to support even e-learning, which will require electricity as an ingredient, at the same time be able to support other functions or other support within our areas in matters to do with electricity connectivity. So having that amount of money is important. Another essential element was on ICT. 150 million allocated to ICT was actually very crucial, Mr. Speaker, because we're in a digital world. Technology is very critical. We have to make sure our country moves with the world on matters with the technology, and that amount of money allocated across, that is to support ICT hubs across all constituencies, is so important, and I fully support that. Mr. Speaker, before I close my submission, I want to put emphasis on issues to do with equity and Article 10 of the Constitution. I know Majority Leader is here today, and actually he did attack me in the morning where he said that I meant unsubstantiated allegations concerning more money allocated to Kikuyu constituency, where we saw under Kura, and I have evidence, where under Kura, Kenya Urban Rural Roads, Kenya Urban Roads Authority, they had actually gazetted advertisement on 8th May 2024, And
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise on standing order 87 on statements of fact. Because the member for Yatta, who was not here in the morning, says that I attacked him, and I am not in the business of attacking any member of Parliament, Honorable Speaker. Therefore, that language, first of all, he should learn that there is no such language as attacking a fellow honorable member, like the honorable member for Yatta. But more importantly, Honorable Speaker, he purports to be tabling a document that he is holding, which is not a document that he has tabled for the clerk's table for you, Honorable Speaker, to be able to verify whether it is a document that is admissible to the House. And you see, you can't just come with documents. The other day, Honorable Speaker, during the impeachment motion, I was talking about newspaper cuttings. I could hold these order papers here, Honorable Speaker, and purport to be carrying documents from Kura, from Kenha, or from Kera. And I think, Honorable Speaker, you should direct the member for Yatta, if he has any document that he is referring to, it must first be tabled for your Honorable Speaker to verification, to verify whether it is authentic, because I can also just wave documents here and say this is a Holy Bible according to myself, but it could just be pieces of order paper, Honorable Speaker. Therefore, I want to urge that you do direct the member for Yatta to tread carefully from where he is going, because what I said in the morning was a statement of fact. It is something he was saying on TV, which is he cannot substantiate. If he wants to substantiate, or if he wants to discuss my conduct here, then he has the liberty to bring a substantive motion, and I will be there to defend myself, Honorable Speaker. But what I did indicate, since he was not there, and maybe I could tell him, is that he appeared on a TV interview purporting to quote documents that were being circulated on social media. Documents that included even roads in Kabete, in Limuru. And I can educate him on the boundaries, because I am certain he has never been beyond the Yatta and Thika, Hapotu, Honorable Speaker. Therefore, please guide him.
I was continuing. Allow me, Mr. Speaker, to inform that the Honorable Member for Kikuyu maybe is not aware. I'm not zeroed to Yatta only. I have actually global experience, which I think maybe he doesn't have. So what I want you to say is that the document I have came from the portal of Kenya Urban Roads Authority. And this document I can table with our clerks. Yes, I will. So what I meant in the
What does
TV,
the document say?
it shows out of all the allocated Kura roads for Kiambu County, about 63% went to Kikuyu constituency. And out of the total roads that were gazetted for Kera roads under Kiambu County, 94.4% went to Kikuyu constituency. And I was actually making reference to this on matters of equity and Article 10 of the Constitution. So when Honorable Ichungwa, who is our majority, when he alludes that unsubstantiated information, I have facts, and I'm only trying to say that as patriots, let's not be selfish. We all represent people, and all constituencies in Kenya deserve to get equal services. So when I got this, because I got from the portal, and it's even signed. It's even signed. So I have evidence, it's signed.
Yeah, but order, honorable members, order. Can you allow the Speaker or the Chair to address the House? Now, what exactly are you trying to tell the House in terms of what goes where? The government, through its own expenditure, has a right to take development to wherever it wants. So when you say that a certain portion, that percent, are you citing a provision of the Constitution that has been contravened, or a standing order? What exactly are you trying to say? No. First of all, order. Could you first of all lay that document on the order? Can you lay that document on the table? Proceed. Come and lay it on the table. Order, Honorable. Okay, Honorable Kimani Chungwa, you will have all the time to raise your point of order. Can you allow the chair to run this place? If you sit back and just listen, you will even be better empowered yourself to interrogate the honorable member that you interrogate. So relax. So exactly what is that you want to tell the House or the chair in this matter?
Give me the mic. What I was trying to say, under Article 10 of the Constitution, we talk of equity in governance and service delivery. So it's important as a nation, we all distribute resources equitably because all Kenyans pay taxes.
What does equity mean?
Equity means fairness.
And
I can make a reference.
How is fairness?
Allow me, Mr. Speaker.
Can I tell you? Order. You know, there is a serious misunderstanding of the workings of government and statecraft. If you're going to say that a government project, there's an airport that has been constructed in Nairobi that's worth 300 billion. Would it be fair to say that we must have a similar one in Wajir, a similar one in Makueni, a similar one in Isiolo? What exactly do you understand equity to mean? For your information, I don't want to engage in a long debate on a matter. Order, Honorable Chunga. Can I just inform you? Every government comes up with its own plans, development plans. And the development plans that it comes up with is basically the mandate that was given to it by what do you call the people of that time, or the masses. What you need to do is that you want to say that such and such place, as part of your representation, Yatta needs this, and I don't have it. You see what I mean? Garissa needs order. The Honorable CNN. I remember you had a dream sometimes back. Oh, is it Honorable, my old good friend, the Professor? Order. If you want to bring a matter to be discussed, similar to what you're trying to say, including the conduct of any individual, bring a substantive motion to that effect. It says here, Article 91, I think, it says there, a member shall be responsible for the accuracy of any facts which the member alleges to be true and may be required to substantiate. And then the other one, it says, order. You cannot impute improper motives on any other member without a substantive motion on that. You can't discuss the conduct of a member in his individual capacity. You can discuss the conduct of the chair of a certain body and say that the chair has erred in this and this and this. But if you're going to say that Ichungwa, because he's a member of parliament for, is it Kikuyu? For Kikuyu, and being the majority leader in here, by the way, who has a very little role in the production of a budget under the current constitution, has used his powers to take 90% or 70%, then you bring in a substantive motion. And the veracity, I'm trying to make sure that this House leaves to order when the chair is addressing the House. Order. I left this House when there was a serious order. I have come back when some of you want to turn this into something other than an August House. When the chair is addressing, you don't talk, you sit still. Under the circumstances, I don't see how this debate goes into the individual character or conduct of any member. If you want to do that, bring a substantive motion. I am sure I would gladly, if I were the Speaker, approve that and it will come up for debate. This is a House of Representation. Order. I'll give you an opportunity to say what you have to say, but can I have the document? Order. The honorable member for Empakasi, you shall remain out of this House for the remainder of the day. You do not. The basic rule you learn in this House, in any August House, is that you do not question the authority of the Speaker. Order. Honorable, the MP for me, the Honorable CNN. Order. I will throw, if it's going to take me throwing everybody out, I will throw out. The Honorable Member for Mpakasi, you shall remain out of the House for the remainder of the day. Order. You cannot have a point of order while the chair has given a direction and a ruling. The ruling has order. The Honorable Member for Mpakasi, are you willing to leave the House? Order. You leave the House. Order. Sergeant at Arms, do your job. Order. You shall remain out of the House for the remainder of the day. You shall remain out of the House for the remainder of the day. You cannot turn this into a fish market. Order. My position is, let me tell you one thing. I have been in this house before any of you. And I know how this house should be run. And if it's going to take me throwing everybody out, I will not hesitate to do that. So, I want to see the next person who is going to go out of order, and you'll see what will happen. Now, under the circumstances, you have tabled this document. Have you finished your submission? Okay, proceed.
Yeah, thank you. So, in line with the current budget, I've already put emphasis that it's important we observe equity and Article 10 of the Constitution. Another very important cross-cutting issue is gender mainstreaming. Our budget needs to be gender responsive so that it takes interest and the priorities of women and men of this country. Another key issue, Mr. Speaker, that I wanted to put across in regard to our current budget is that we need to commit to implement the budget, because all the time we read very appetizing or enticing budget, but when it comes to implementation, there's always been delays to do with exchequer, where money has been delayed and the project implementation has delayed. So it's important that promptly the exchequer releases money for projects to be implemented within the shortest time possible. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I submit and I support the budget as tabled by Honorable Dendi Nyoro. Thank you.
For the MP for Lafe, followed by the Majority Leader. That one is done. The chair had the Honorable MP for Lafe proceed. What's important? Are you on a point on a matter that has already been determined? What is it?
Honorable Speaker, I'll beg your indulgence because, as you clearly stated, every member has a responsibility of statement of fact in line with our standing orders. And everything that we say in this House goes on record. It may be misconstrued by somebody watching from outside this House that the member for Yata has tabled a document that has been admitted into the House.
This document has not been admitted. It has been tabled. There's a difference between the tabling of a document and the admission
Honorable Speaker,
of a document.
if you could indulge me for a minute.
Honorable Majority Leader, Honorable Majority Leader, could you please take your seat? Could you please take your seat? Please, could you take your seat out? Order. If you want to revisit this matter, the honorable member has given his statement and he has tabled a document. The document is going to be perused by the chair. After it has been perused, and then the Hansard will be produced to see whether there was impeding of improper motives, which have already declared him out of order. Order. You want to invite me to send you out. You think it's going to be an honor for you to go out. I'm not going to give you that glory today. The MP for Lafe, proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I support the report on consideration of the estimate of revenue and expenditure for financial year 2024-2025 and the medium term. Mr. Speaker, I want to join my colleagues in supporting this report, and I want to take this opportunity to thank the Committee of Budget and Appropriation, of which I am a member, for the good work. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, I want to take this opportunity to thank the Education Committee for reinstating the 2 billion for the school feeding program. And also, the Committee of Budget and Appropriation have increased that amount from 2 billion to 3 billion. Mr. Speaker, you know and I know this program has great impact and encouraged high enrollment in ASAL areas. So I want to thank the members for supporting this, because we all know that the children who are benefiting these school feeding programs are really in need of this program. And I want also to state that in this budget, we have allocated 1 billion to State Department of Livestock for restocking, animal restocking program. This will also help, this will also support the pastoralists who have lost their livestock during the drought and flood season. Mr. Speaker, we have also, as a committee, allocated 10 billion to KRA for reinforcement. We all know that whenever we pass the budget, there is always a shortfall. So that at least to avoid that, we have empowered KRA to at least do reinforcement in revenue collection. Mr. Speaker, as members have already said, in this report for fairness and equity, we have allocated more than 14 billion to RERAC, that at least the 290 consensus will share equally, of which every consensus will get 50 million for electricity. Mr. Speaker, we have also allocated 20 billion for bending bills. We know there is a committee of bending bills, and we know there is amount of bending bills more than 20 billion. This 20 billion will cater for, as the committee, we know that the committee is the committee of bending bill is receiving the report from departmental, as they clear at least to cater for the first report that they will submit.
Where is the MP for Yatta? He has gone. I have gone through this document, and I'm going to give basically the admissibility of this document. You will continue. Just give me a moment. This is a tender document. And I don't know whether it was cancelled or not, and I'm going through it here. And literally, see Kikuyu in only 1 or 2 places. Or 40 million shillings and 60 million shillings. And now for for members of parliament, or rather the public who are looking at what is going on in the House, a presumption is built that essentially imputes improper motive on a member. I mean, I could go through this list one by one. It says Nakuru Town, North Rift, Kapsawar, North Rift. Shifika Hotel. I don't know where Shifika Hotel is. I hope that is that in, no, it's somewhere in Captain something. And progressively, I only see one place where it's written Kikuyu Town. I see Muranga, I see Embu, I see Kakamega, I see Vihiga, I see Kikuyu Bus Stop, which is 35 million. Rift Valley, Muranga, Nandi. The only place I don't see is Northeastern Province. Maybe I should be the one complaining. Order. The chair is on his feet. As I see North Rift, I see progressively you continue up to the end. Muranga, hardly seen any Kikuyu anyway. Kisumu, Kihancha, Kinangop, Nyamache, Nakuru, Nyamira, Muranga again, Kisumu, Nanyuki, Kisumu, Kikuyu Town again, 60 million shillings. Now, no, twice I've seen. Kitui, where you come from? What is this? Sagana, I see Sagana. I see Kasarani. I see again another Kikuyu, 20 million shillings. Order. I see Maua, 20 million. Order, honorable members. I see Muranga. I've seen more Muranga than actually Kikuyu. Order. When the chair is talking, you don't engage in a conversation. I had given a direction that I'm not going to give you the pleasure of looking to the people of, is it Wingi North or Wingi West? That you've been fighting very hard for them, and that's why the chair sent you out. No, I'll give you an opportunity to talk so that you can say something on this house on the budget. But basically what I'm saying is that, honorable members, let us desist from making inflammatory, very sensational kind of statements on the floor of the House when Kenyans are looking at us. It's a bit sad. It's taking this House to a very lowly state. This is an institution that is going to, it predated us and is going to post-date us. We will all be gone when there will be parliament here. And you want to be a parliament, proud of a parliament that you built its dignity along the way. Not in one in which you are dragging its dignity along the floor. And for me, the one thing I have given my own undertaking to God is for as long as I'm on this chair, I will not look at any partisan thing. I'm going to look at the country as a bigger picture, and I'm going to uphold the rules of engagement of this House. To the letter. Proceed, Lafe MP. You will have more time now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I was in my last point of the bending bill. We have allocated 20 billion to bending bills. I want to urge the executive at least to prioritize the deserving Kenyans. We all know there are Kenyans outside there whose property have been auctioned. So I want to urge the executive to at least prioritize the deserving Kenyans. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support.
The Honorable Ngusia and Elachi. Oh, yes. Unfortunately, you will just have to wait. You're used to being the first because you're the
Majority leader can actually wait. He has spoken so much in this House, Mr. Speaker. Let me take this opportunity to thank you first, and secondly, thank the committee for the wonderful job they have done. I recall when my colleagues were actually doing this budget, they burnt midnight oil, and they used to attend meetings throughout the week and even the month, Mr. Speaker. From the onset, I want to support because I have seen it is just a balanced one, fairly good in all the departments, Mr. Speaker, starting with education. Mr. Speaker, we introduced a new curriculum system in this country, and one of the key issues I've actually noted is the JSS. We recruited so many interns, and the justice the TSC can really do Don't look for new recruitment of interns without first employing this and confirming them permanent and pensionable, Mr. Speaker. That is a very good thing in this budget, Mr. Speaker. The other issue is agriculture. We have to reclaim back the pride we used to have, saying Kenya is leading in terms of production of tea, production of coffee, and I'm happy we have allocated money for these two crops, Mr. Speaker, tea and coffee, for that matter, Mr. Speaker. The other issue, I was lucky to visit the sugar belt companies, Zoea, Muyuani, Chamilili, and it's good we have allocated money to save this sector, to reclaim back the sugar production issues and to waive the arrears we have been experiencing, Mr. Speaker. And the KTDA, of course, livestock, 1 billion. It's a good move, and I know you are very happy, Mr. Speaker, because you come from those areas which have been raising up livestock, rearing livestock, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on the issue of roads, 759 billion, the last time I recall, was confirmed by the CS roads. These projects have been stalled. They have been stalling, and one of the key roads actually traverses across my constituency, Kibwezi, Kitui, Migwani Bodoni Road, which is connecting actually your road to Garissa. Mr. Speaker, if we can prioritize these stalled projects, we'll be doing very good for the country and for the infrastructure and for the actually trade and travel to continue, Mr. Speaker, and league in other counties, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on the issue of judiciary, yeah, it's a big win, but I note with concern some of these independent commissions, when they were presenting the budget, there were serious cuts, especially the high power, which is really good in management of the police, the way they are supposed to run, Mr. Speaker. Their budget was severely cut. We need to consider some of these independent commissions, like even the Auditor General Office, which is key in giving information to this Parliament, Mr. Speaker, for the scrutiny of how the funds are going to be utilized, Mr. Speaker. Devolution has won big here, 400 billion, we have broken the barrier. And it is high time for governors to start showing us this devolved fund is better and can perform better than the NGCDF, which has been outshining devolution money, Mr. Speaker. The issue of CDF, Mr. Speaker, majority of our schools, of course, we have gone through a lot of hard time, and NCDF is never enough in our country. But still, I lament and I commend the committee for the work they have done to ensure each constituency get the share they deserve, so that we can build our classes and also enhance even the JSS and the new curricular activities is undertaken, Mr. Speaker, in our schools. And the issue of electricity, it's a big win. But, Mr. Speaker, if you recall, some of these constituencies have got almost 99 or 100% fully electrified. We need, even if we are getting this equitable share of 50 million, REREC need to reorganize and also reallocate some of these funds to other constituencies, especially from the constituencies which have been 100% or 95 or more percentage connected, Mr. Speaker. And it will be good for the achievement of equitable development in our country, Mr. Speaker. The cash transfer program, I think it's a good idea, and we need a system to come up with a system whereby we don't have to wait communication from the ministry to start inviting members who have actually hit the age of 70 to come for registration, Mr. Speaker. We can do this automatically through a certain software or maybe application or any other method that can target our elderly people, Mr. Speaker. Again, before I finish, Mr. Speaker, we have to prioritize the issues of sealing revenue loopholes to make Kenya less reliable on external debts and also to stabilize the economy, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, having talked all of this, this is a very fair budget. This is a very well presented budget, but still we need to challenge the exchequer to be releasing funds in time. Do not wait until the last minute, like the way today we were doing supplementary budget, so that we can release the rest of the amount. We need actually to be implementing almost 90% of the budget on before the March or the last quarter of the financial year, Mr. Speaker. With those few remarks, because my colleagues want to speak, I support and I submit. Thank you.
Majority Leader, followed by Madam Lesuda and Madam Elachi Beatrice.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and allow me, Honorable Speaker, to take this opportunity first to thank as I said in the morning during the supplementary budget, to thank members of the Budget and Appropriations Committee and all our departmental committee members and their chairs for the hard work that they put in again during the recess. And as I mentioned in the morning, to be able to consider both the supplementary estimates and the annual estimates, not to mention that some of them were also part and parcel of the mediation team that was considering the amendments to the Division of Revenue Bill and the other issues that they had, Honorable Speaker. And I take this opportunity to thank them. Honorable Speaker, these budgets that we are considering for the financial year 24-25 comes at a very critical moment for us in this country. In the backdrop, Honorable Speaker, of very dilapidating floods that have occasioned the almost 8.9 billion shillings that we were discussing this morning that is going towards emergency measures to address the challenge of floods. But also, Honorable Speaker, at a time that those who are forecasting the weather are telling us that for the next 7 years we may have unusual rainfall in the country. And members in the country bears witness that across the entire country, floods have in a big way affected our agricultural production this year. And it is likely, Honorable Speaker, that in the coming year we may have challenges where a lot of farmland has been washed away by floods, a lot of food that had been planted has also gone to waste courtesy of the floods, Honorable Speaker, and therefore need to devote more resources, as we are seeing in the Ministry of Agriculture, Honorable Speaker, to ensure that, one, we are able to mitigate the losses that may be occasioned by the flooding, Honorable Speaker. Two, Honorable Speaker, is an issue that we have always spoken about of, Honorable Speaker, the issue of our fiscal deficit vis-a-vis the need to borrow. And you see, Honorable Speaker, in the next financial year, from estimated revenues of almost 3.2305 billion or 3.2 trillion, which is about 17.9% of our GDP, and this revenue is, Honorable Speaker, almost 2.7 trillion, close to 2.8 trillion, which is 15.5% of our GDP in the financial 24-25, is projected to come from our ordinary revenues, Honorable Speaker. And ordinary revenues, Honorable Speaker, is what we normally raise from our taxes. And I know, Honorable Speaker, as we consider this budget or these appropriations, the appropriation of our expenditure estimates, Honorable Speaker, we must bear in mind that this budget must be financed. And the financing of this budget is what we will do with the finance bill, which again is before the finance committee, undergoing public participation and stakeholder engagement. And therefore, even as we support all the expenditures, Honorable Speaker, including those that are going to CDF, including those that are going to ensure that we hire on permanent and pensionable terms our JSS teachers, Honorable Speaker, expenditure that will ensure that our neighborhoods are secure, even on issues touching on the completion of roads that had stalled. We must always bear in mind that all these things call for resources, and those resources will be raised through the revenue-raising measures that the CS will be speaking to next week on Thursday. But more importantly, what we shall pass in this House when the finance bill comes, Honorable Speaker. Because, Honorable Speaker, often we are very happy to pass our budget estimates as they are. But a week later, we forget that we are the ones who passed the budget estimates and the appropriated resources. And those resources that we appropriated must be raised from somewhere, Honorable Speaker. Therefore, I'm just saying that so that to prepare ourselves, that next week or the week after, as we consider, or rather the week after, I presume, Honorable Speaker, since I don't want to anticipate debates, as we consider the finance bill, we must bear in mind that that finance bill is coming to finance the expenditures that we are speaking to here, Honorable Speaker. Two, Honorable Speaker, is the issue of our fiscal deficit that I spoke to. And I am glad, Honorable Speaker, that the National Treasury, for the first time, they are keeping their word. They did indicate to us when we started the bottom-up economic transformation agenda 2 years ago that every financial year they will seek to bring down our fiscal deficit to ensure that we do not continue putting our country or our good motherland into unnecessary debt. Honorable Speaker, you will see that the fiscal deficit projected in the coming year of 24-25 is projected a figure of 638.4 billion, which is 3.5% of our GDP, compared to the projected fiscal deficit of 886 billion, or 5.5% of our GDP in this current financial year of 23-24. Honorable Speaker, that is close to 250 billion shillings being cut out of our fiscal deficit, Honorable Speaker, or rather money, 250 billion shillings that may have been borrowed this year that shall not be borrowed next year. That, Honorable Speaker, is not by accident. It is out of a deliberate plan, deliberate by government as promised by President William Ruto, that we shall be deliberate not to overborrow. We shall also be deliberate and sensitive to Kenyans as taxpayers as we seek to raise revenue from them as taxpayers through the finance bill. And I want to assure Kenyans, because I have seen a lot of misreporting, Honorable Speaker. I did see last night our chair of finance, a very diligent and responsible leader, the Honorable Member for Molo, Honorable Kuria Kimani, articulate the issue of how keenly the Finance Committee is considering all the proposals that are coming to the Finance Committee. And he mentioned that part of the stakeholders that have appeared before the committee are manufacturers who have raised issues with the certainty with which our tax policies are and how we must be careful not to load taxes in our manufacturing sector that may end up driving away manufacturers from our country to go and produce in Uganda or Tanzania. And with the East African community customs, Honorable Speaker, then whatever is produced in Uganda or Tanzania can find its way into our economy. But what that would mean, Honorable Speaker, is that Kenyans who are employed in the manufacturing sector will lose their jobs. And I have seen, Honorable Speaker, because people are keen on driving a negative narrative, they are now cutting part of that clip of what the member for Molo said and now pushing it on social media to say that the member of Molo, who is our chair of the Finance Committee, has said that there is no problem for manufacturers to move away to Uganda. And I must say, shame on all those who seek to send negative narratives, either on social media or on mainstream media, Honorable Speaker, and more so taking away what is said in good faith. Because the member for Molo and our chair of the Finance Committee was saying what he was saying in good faith, as the chair of the Finance Committee, assuring the Kenyan people that they are responsible leaders, responsible enough to be responsive to the issues that are being brought to them, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, maybe just to digress a bit, that is why I was taking offense with what the member for Yatta was saying, and thank you, Honorable Speaker, for having ruled that that tender document he wanted to table was not a document worth the paper it's typed on. And just to confirm that that tender document, Honorable Speaker, is indeed true, that tender was even cancelled. And also to educate the member for Yatta that Kiambu County, the largest beneficiary of Kura funds, is actually Thika Town constituency that has over $1 billion shillings because of the expansive nature of that constituency and being a town constituency. Kikuyu constituency has a very minute, although, Honorable Speaker, it doesn't sound very bad to the people of Kikuyu when they are saying that they are benefiting more. And I thought maybe the member for Yatta should be coming to me and asking me, how is it that I can get more resources going to the people of Yatta? But it's also important, Honorable Speaker, because you can see the numbers that we are in the House this evening and this afternoon, Honorable Speaker, for all of us as members of Parliament to take more seriously the budget-making process. It is not true that even the chairman of the Budget and Appropriations Committee can appropriate resources to his constituency, or indeed the Honorable Esuda, who has sat in the Budget Committee, can be able to appropriate resources to her constituency at the expense of Yatta constituency, Honorable Speaker. It is not true, because it is this House, as a House, that considers the documents of budget estimates that we table here at the end of April. Every member of Parliament, whether you represent the people of Yatta or the people of Kikuyu or the people of Samburu East, every member has access to these documents. It is your responsibility as a member of Parliament to go through these documents with a tooth comb and to check whether the people you represent are represented in those documents. When you fail to do your work as a member of Parliament, then you start pointing fingers at other people, Honorable Speaker. Then you only have yourself to blame. Honorable Speaker, let me say in conclusion that what we did promise, Honorable Speaker, that we will continuously reduce our fiscal deficit is indeed being reflected in these estimates. But for that to be actualized, Honorable Speaker, I will repeat what I said this morning during the debate on the supplementary budget. That will only happen and can only happen if and only if we achieve the revenue targets that we have set in these documents, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, if the Kenya Revenue Authority has agreed with the National Treasury that our ordinary revenue will rise to close to 2.8 trillion, whatever measures the KRA will institute to make sure that we collect as many taxes as we are able to collect, or rather as much revenue as we are able to collect, Honorable Speaker, not as many taxes, because the multiplicity of taxes doesn't necessarily reflect better revenues, Honorable Speaker, but they must leverage on technology. The ETIN system, Honorable Speaker, being rolled out is something that KRA must go out to educate Kenyans on the need for automation and the need to move to a digital economy, Honorable Speaker. Countries and economies much smaller than ours, like Rwanda, are already on these workable systems, and they are leveraging on technology to be able to collect more revenues, Honorable Speaker. And we have seen it through the centralization of our A through the e-citizen platform, Honorable Speaker. I was saying this morning that we saw instances where an MDA that was reporting a mere 9 million shillings in A in a year is now collecting close to 40 million shillings in a month. That tells you the power of technology and leveraging on technology to ensure that there is accountability and transparency in the collection of all the revenues that are bound to be collected by government for provision of services, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to trust that we shall be able to achieve these targets in our revenue estimates so that our budget deficit remains where it is. So that as the President committed, and I listened to him keenly on Madaraka Day, that it is his prayer and his wish that in a short 3 to 5 years, can't remember whether it was 3 or 5 years, Honorable Speaker, that within his term as President, we shall see a balanced budget. This reduction in our fiscal deficit is a road towards that balanced budget. And I want to encourage the National Treasury to work hard and support the President and our Budget and Appropriations Committee and this House as we budget to ensure that we have a balanced budget within another 3 to 5 years, Honorable Speaker, so that we do not continue overburdening the Kenyan taxpayer with resources that we are raising from them and utilizing those resources to pay debt, but utilizing the resources that we collect from our revenues and from taxes to offer services to the people of Kenya. Honorable Speaker, finally, let me speak to our JSS teachers. I know these JSS teachers have really harassed members of parliament. And I know they formed a WhatsApp group where they all agreed to harass members of parliament to appropriate resources. And we told some of them, be patient. Now that resources are being appropriated in the next financial year, Honorable Speaker, to hire them, we want to plead with them. The teaching profession is a high calling. So high a calling that it is you who are training our future, that future that we have vested in our children. Please, I know we all need resources for our own personal development, but I want to plead with them. As you serve as an intern, give it your very best. Give it your best in service so that even as TSC reviews those that they will put on permanent and pensionable terms, they put those who have passion for the job, those who have offered themselves to the high calling of the teaching profession. Because, Honorable Speaker, I have also seen a few of them who have no calling and have put resources ahead of that greater calling of nurturing young ones, Honorable Speaker. And I really want to plead with them that now that resources are being appropriated, please rise up to the higher calling of nurturing, educating our young ones, and securing the future of our great republic through better leaders, probably even much better than us, and better professionals, better than us, Honorable Speaker, because that is what we pray for, that is what we desire for our young ones and the children of Kenya.
Honorable Lesuda, Elachi, and the Honorable Kaluma.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to make my submissions on the consideration of the budget estimates for the financial year 2024-2025. Mr. Speaker, from the onset, I would like to thank Honorable Chair Ndindi Nyoro for his excellent leadership during the entire process where we were looking at the supplementary 2, we were even looking at the division of revenue allocation and also the main estimates, Mr. Speaker, and he offered excellent leadership. Mr. Speaker, I also want to thank the chairs of the departmental committees who put in a lot of time as the departmental committees to comb through what was brought before them by the Treasury and making their final submissions, Mr. Speaker. I sit in the Budget and Appropriations Committee, Mr. Speaker, and one of the rules, the thumb of the rule that we have been applying is that we do not change so much or we do not interfere with what the departmental committees bring before the Budget and Appropriations Committee because they're the ones who have interacted with the departments of various ministries. They're the ones who know why a certain area needs more allocation than another one. And so for us, it was just to look at the basic questions of equity areas and also asking a few questions, but majorly adopting what the departmental committees also brought before us so that we can move together as a house and consider what they have brought before us. Mr. Speaker, it is important to look at some of the things that have been funded in 2024-2025, and one of them is that security docket is one that has received more funds, Mr. Speaker, and I just want to say that it is important for us to, as a country, to ensure that our people are safe and secure so that they can live their normal lives and continue with their day-to-day activities, Mr. Speaker. It is important to note and to bring to the attention of this House that we might be noticing that the North Rift is actually, and Mr. Speaker, kindly, consultations can be in lower tones around me so that I can continue with my contribution.
The Honorable Kaluma, do I get the feeling that you are harassing the MP for Samburu?
They are consulting in high tones, Mr. Speaker. And naturally, he has a loud voice. All right. So, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wanted to bring to the attention of this House that generally the areas of North Rift, apart from Baringo, have experienced some form of calm. But I want to bring to the attention of this House and the country that even though we are not receiving attacks, Mr. Speaker, we have so many people who are displaced from their homes, and therefore we cannot say that we have peace in those areas until people go back to their homes. They can farm. It's actually raining right now. People can actually go back to their normal lives. That is when we can actually say we have peace in the North Rift. And so the funds that have been allocated and increased to the security docket, I hope it will ensure that people are relocated back to their homes and we can actually experience peace in that area. The money for restocking, the 1 billion that has been allocated to the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock, Mr. Speaker, I do hope that even as we consider people who have been affected by the drought, the people who have been affected by insecurity, Mr. Speaker, should also be considered and be given a priority when the restocking process happens. I do, because I know very many families who lost all their livestock, who actually are living beyond poverty, who have children in school, who cannot pay their school fees, Mr. Speaker. And so I do hope that this 1 billion, and we'll be following up with the Ministry of Livestock to ensure that those who have been affected by security issues will be given a priority when the restocking process will be ongoing. Mr. Speaker, one of the things I have said severally is that Kenyans do not mind to pay taxes, and they are actually paying their taxes, Mr. Speaker. But one thing that Kenyans have been looking at is where their money also goes to. Mr. Speaker, they are looking at which areas are we funding. Are we funding areas that actually rejuvenate our economy, areas that cushion them, especially issues to do with social areas, Mr. Speaker, issues to do with health, that in a country like Kenya, where we are celebrating over 60 years of independence, Mr. Speaker, we should never have issues to do with vaccines, Mr. Speaker. We should not have a mother having a problem to go and deliver in our hospitals, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on issues to do with education, we should have free universal education in our country. And one of the things that came to our attention, Mr. Speaker, is that most Kenyans are not aware of the new model of funding our university education. And what we even saw in the public domain is that we have so many children who qualify to go to the university who have not applied to join the public universities, Mr. Speaker. We need to interrogate and ask ourselves, what is the issue? Is it that our children and the parents are not aware of the new funding model? Is it that it is more expensive? We need to get those answers as a House, Mr. Speaker. So issues to do with health, issues to do with education, issues to do with money for the elderly, it has been increased. We do hope that the money can be released early so that the vulnerable children also in our communities can receive this money on time. Mr. Speaker, when we were interrogating and in our interaction with Treasury, one of the issues that kept coming up is the issue of exchequer, Mr. Speaker. Yes, we might fund all these issues, Mr. Speaker, and sometimes it's not a matter of saying there is no money. It is just where are our priorities. When money is collected as a country, who do we fund first? We don't have to wait until we see people on the streets demonstrating because their money has not been paid. We don't have to see demonstrations in this House, Mr. Speaker, that NGCDF has been delayed. Up to now, we're going to the end of the financial year, Mr. Speaker, and we have not received all the funds of the financial year ending 2023, 2024, Mr. Speaker. And so it is important that even as revenue is collected, then the exchequer should also be released on time, Mr. Speaker. issue to do with the equalization fund, it has been factored in this budget. In the last budget, we saw, and even arrears, 10 billion was released, Mr. Speaker. One of the two issues that I want to raise with the equalization fund, Mr. Speaker, we know the critical role that it plays in our areas, which for a very long time have been left behind in terms of development. And this money is now implemented by our governors, Mr. Speaker. What I would like to say is that there should be prudent use of these funds by the county governments, ensuring that the projects that are actually funded, the projects that are proposed are life-changing projects, Mr. Speaker. It is not fair to put a road of 5 million, a road of 3 million, or even 8 million through equalization fund, Mr. Speaker. It is important for us to look at cross-cutting issues like big dams, water, big roads, Mr. Speaker, which will actually change the lives of our areas, of the marginalized areas, so that this equalization fund can actually have significant impact in our areas. Mr. Speaker, as I conclude, I have talked severally on the issue of school feeding. It should not be fathomed again as a country that a budget can come with a zero or a negative on issues to do with school feeding, especially for the ASAL areas. We know that there are some children who actually go to school to just eat, and then thereafter, then they actually are educated. And education is an equalizer and is the one that actually will bring these areas to the same level with other parts of the country, Mr. Speaker. And I also want to encourage and to implore to those who are actually thinking of ever moving that money back to the ministry from NACONEC, which is the implementing agency, Mr. Speaker, not to think about it, because NACONEC has been ensuring we get money, we get food in our schools and on time, Mr. Speaker. And so if something is working, then let us make sure that we do not reinvent the wheel. The 2.3 million children who actually benefit from the school feeding program, let NACONEC, let it be their business every morning, every evening, to ensure that the food can get to our schools. Let the Ministry of Education deal with other issues, curricula, capitation, and very many other things, university, and very many other issues that they can deal with, Mr. Speaker. And with those very many remarks, I do support.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, allow me also to appreciate the chairperson of the Budget and Appropriations Committee and the committee itself for a job, I would say, that has come, and it is now our duty as members to just look at what the chair presented. And Mr. Speaker, first to applaud that indeed we are still handling devolution, and I'm happy Lesuda and team went for mediation and they were able to give counties 400 billion. Mr. Speaker, as everyone has said, as we talk about our deficit, which is very critical, because I know Kenyans are watching. Kenyans would wish to see us say what we say and actionize what we are saying. And I think that's what the committee has done for us. And I'm hoping even going forward, by the time we come to the next financial year, God willing, we shall be now talking of 400 billion cuts. But for now, the 200 billion is critical. When we look at the education department, Mr. Speaker, the education sector goes with a whopping 700 billion. What we need to ask ourselves is, if we are funding education the way we are funding, then the ministry should come out and now stop this thing of delaying with every capitation from our basic schools, JSS, secondary schools, and university. Because that is how all the schools, Mr. Speaker, have found themselves into pending bills. And so there's something between appropriating the budget, there's something we should start looking at our ethics and governance. How do we ensure then, in terms of the exchequer, removing the money, we are able to ensure we don't get into pending bills and delayments, especially for schools, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we are happy the feeding program is back for the schools. We were very worried. But now let me go to the votes, Mr. Speaker, and I want to look at the vote for health. Mr. Speaker, you remember here, there's a time we really pleaded with the committee, and we said, let us see if we can retain Linda Mama. But now we've been told it will go into shift. Ours is to ensure, how shall we ensure women are able now to get shift so that they go back into the program that we had for Linda Mama. Mr. Speaker, as we speak, we are losing so many women now again on maternal health, that you are giving birth. We lost a girl, she went through surgery, 3 days later, the girl is gone. She's left the baby and all that. I think we have to look at this vote and ask ourselves and be very clear that the universal health we are talking about is a universal health that will take care of reproductive, maternal, newborn children, infants, and even the adolescents as we speak, Mr. Speaker. And so it is something that we should not ignore and just leave it as it is. Mr. Speaker, when you look at the vote 1092, it's on the transport rail. I can see after we went through the floods, and we should agree, we've retrogressed because of the floods. We shall have to spend a lot. And on the rail transport, there's a lot to be done. And therefore, I agree for them to receive the resources, but I will also want to plead with Kenya Railways. Mr. Speaker, I realize when we were given the standard gauge railway and the locomotives, today when you enter, I believe our Kenyans now traveling through that, those locomotives are now gone. And I know they are making profits. Those who are running the business must start refurnishing and ensuring we have new locomotives coming in to carry our people properly, so that we also feel proud of what we are doing and what we are saying. Mr. Speaker, when I look at the water resources, the vote 1109, as Nairobi, I think the issue of sewer needs to be now sorted. I realized when we had floods, everything got mixed up. Today, I doubt whether our waters are as clean as we are thinking. And so we have to look at the sewer line and ensure that indeed we now rectify the issue of the sewer within Nairobi. Mr. Speaker, when we talk of the JSS interns, and I want to thank the Majority Leader what he has said. Indeed, when you are a teacher, I will tell you, yesterday I went to a school. I felt very sad. I met the teachers in the staff room. They were having their break. Everything was on the table. They have peeled everything, just thrown on the table. So I asked them, this is your staff room. You're supposed to be a role model for this child who is going to build her life, her foundations through you to become a Kenyan who is responsible. How can you leave your staff room to be such dirty like this? And those are some of the things we are saying, Mr. Speaker. And I want to tell TSC, yes, we have the interns. But also they were on probation. They have to know that, Mr. Speaker. You know, in public service, Mr. Speaker, we say when you're on probation, we look at your attitude, we look at your temperaments. That is why you're put on probation. And so if some of them will be left, they should know it is based on the attitudes they had brought in, on what the behaviors they were doing. Because definitely you will want to see our children learn in an environment. And this is a new model of CBC where we are saying we are trying to bring in a new model that will help our children, Mr. Speaker. And therefore it has to have also a relevance of appreciating that you are the role model. You are the one who takes care of this child and to mold this child to be a better Kenya for tomorrow, to be a better person who will come to give services to the people at the time. And so, Mr. Speaker, that one, we have to be very firm and the people have to respect that. Mr. Speaker, on the issue of agriculture, I know we talked about new KCC, and we want to see the dairy farmers also benefiting. On the issue of sugarcane, I think it is important also for us to tell ourselves that indeed Sugarcane farmers have suffered for a while. It is important for us now to start looking at all the agricultural sector. And I want to thank the President for bringing in the agro-entrepreneurs that they were launched. And I'm hoping they were launched to come, and now I've seen we've given the crop mitigation votes quite some good money. And I'm hoping we are going to help our farmers down there to see benefit of why they should do farming. And if we are saying agriculture is our pillar, let us stand firm, all of us, and even look at where there is land, Mr. Speaker. For example, where people are not using their land, the military can also come and lease, but do farming and bring back that food, and people will still buy, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on the road sector, and this is something KRA must look at. You see, Kenyans are very smart, and they will not allow themselves to be drained the way we want to drain also. And so you realize we lost money in the fuel levy, Mr. Speaker. We were unable to collect enough what was needed. Why? Because we pulled in and we pushed Kenyans to the wall, and they decided, why not? Let me just leave my car, let me think of how to survive. And so while we are doing this, let us try to embrace a culture that will give a conducive environment for Kenyans to appreciate that I will want to do this to also pay this tax so that it can help my country. Mr. Speaker, as we look at audit, in all this, even in our own audits of NCGDF, we are going to find a problem, Mr. Speaker, with the auditor because of this late exchequer thing. And you'll always have your books being queried because of late of exchequer. And so we want the exchequer to help us so that we come out of this. With those remarks, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you and to thank the House and to thank the committee. Thank you.
The Honorable Kaluma, followed by the Honorable Kihungi and the Honorable Eve Obara, and then Honorable Oundo.
Yeah, I thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, let me start by congratulating the Budget and Appropriations Committee for the good work they have been doing in this term of Parliament and which they continue to do. And in thanking them, Honorable Speaker, let me also thank the various departmental committees who also contribute in a fundamental way to the budgeting process. And my hope is that all their views were taken into account by the Budget and Appropriations Committee in finally, bringing the budget documentation before the House. Honorable Speaker, our problem is not budget. Our problem as a country is about budget implementation, which has failed consistently, Honorable Speaker, to adhere to the national values and principles of governance prescribed under Article 10 of the Constitution. Honorable Speaker, we pass budget. And let me start by saying there is a good reason as to why the budgeting authority was moved from the Treasury, from the Executive, to this House. This is the National Assembly. It is the assembly of the nation through their representatives. The thinking is that when we are budgeting and sharing out the national cake, I would be asking, what about Homa Bay? Honorable Nyikalu would be asking, what about Seme? My brother Honorable Roko would be asking, what about the constituency of the people I represent? And we do that during budget. But the problem, Honorable Speaker, is that we send monies to the ministries, to the government departments and the sectors within them, bulk without itemization. Honorable Speaker, that is something we need to work on if we want to achieve the real reason as to why the budgeting authority was moved to this House. Honorable Speaker, I'm very happy that the Budget and Appropriations Committee, on behalf of this Parliament, has proposed that we are putting apart money to employ all JESS teachers. And let me disagree with the speakers who have just spoken that we should again be cherry-picking who among these JESS interns should be employed and who should not be. The fact of the matter, Honorable Speaker, is that what happened with the employment of the last 56,000 teachers in serious democracies would have occasioned this House to proceed and move all those commissioners out of office. They should have been removed. And this is what we are talking about. You employ 30 people. These JSS interns are waiting to be employed. But people other than JSS, not JSS, Teacher Service Commission, are distributing employment forms outside there. And you see it in people including CSS. You see it in people including politicians. How do you ensure equity in that arrangement? Where some people are waiting for interviews by the Teacher Service Commission, which ideally is an independent commission, yet individuals who have no mandate around recruitment of teachers are walking around with employment letters. No wonder, Honorable Speaker, when you go to areas like ours, teachers are retiring without ever being employed. Teachers are retiring. I have over 200 teachers have written to TSC, I've even written to the President. I have over 200 teachers who graduated in 2000, 2001, 2004. They cannot get a chance to teach and to serve the nation in the classrooms, bringing our children out. And yet in some areas, Honorable Speaker, up to teachers who graduated in 2022 are already recruited. What do you want JSS interns to do when they sit waiting to be employed? They are told there is no opportunity, and outside there, Honorable Speaker, people are being employed in FINROLs. What do you want them to do? We must develop a deliberate policy, Honorable Speaker, on employment of teachers, which says teachers will be employed on a first to graduate, first to be recruited basis, wherever they come from. In any event, they have been all trained, they have gone through practicals. What is this other interview you are doing again? Honorable Speaker, look at the area of energy. We sat assisting you, Honorable Speaker, the other time on Committee of Supplies. We are reading everything. After that, my entire constituency, including schools which were established before I was born, cannot be electrified. Not a single electricity project in this ending financial year. Yet we passed a budget for how much? All street lighting programs stalled in Omabay. And then when you come back, Honorable Speaker, you find all this money has been diverted to some single constituency. What are we talking about? We are developing an inequitable nation against the national values and principles of governance. How can it be, Honorable Speaker, that have been in this parliament passing budgets and duly authorized by the people under the Constitution to deal with budget? This, Honorable Speaker, is my 12th year of budgeting. No single tarmac road in Omabay Town constituency. And by the way, people looking at us are clapping as we are sending, did you say $500 billion money for roads, which they don't see? Year come, year go. The fact of the matter is that we have to go back to where President Kibaki left this country. President Kibaki would not implement a project, Honorable Speaker, and you are with him, without the people at the planning ministry looking at which project are we going for? How is it viable? Which one do we do next? So that we can, make them, economically more viable for the entire nation. And so under President Kibaki, they would come and say, we are moving a road from Lamu through to Isiolo, through to Ethiopia. Not just to open that area, not as a favor, but to harness the national potential in that area. Under President Kibaki, he would come here, Honorable Speaker, and say, we need such and such roads in Kisumu because it is a city. Look at what is happening currently. We're just doing things haphazardly. You remember President Kibaki would be approached by a politician in a rally, the way our presidents move around now, and then you tell them, your president, we want this and this project, and he tells you, but you're the ones passing budget. Did you see it in the budget? It is not properly planned. It cannot be implemented. We have gotten into a situation where, again, the leadership of the nation has been left the entire budget by Parliament. A leader visits Omabay, we dance dodo to them, and you're told a road will be cutting from here to here. You go to a county and you say, we'll be giving you 500 kilometers of roads. Have you thought through to consider what those 500 kilometers would be doing to contribute to the national economics beyond these areas? I therefore want to say, Honorable Speaker, that going to the future, as Parliament, we will be required to at least come with a baseline in terms of minimums which can go to areas. I mean, how does it please you when you say you are at 100% electrification, when other areas are totally dark. And yet we want to develop the entire country. And that is why we bring debates like 1 man, 1 vote, 1 shilling, 1 kilometer. Do people engaging in this debate, Honorable Speaker, have they visited northern Kenya? Let me tell you, the day you visit northern side of the country, you will thank those Kenyans who are keeping our territories there to remain ours. There are places, Honorable Speaker, even used bottle of water you are requested to drop. And by the way, it is very useful. But those people need to be there so that the territory of Kenya, as defined in the Constitution, remains intact. How much is it to move a road, a tarmac road, from one corner of Northor to the other corner, one constituency alone? How do you compare it to moving a road from one corner, for instance, of former Baytown constituency, to the next? I just need 7 kilometers and I've crossed. And so we must have a balance which ensures equity. Honorable Speaker, as we budget going to the future, let us remember that devolution is placed among the national values and principles of governance for a reason. There are places who only began seeing this thing called national resources through decentralized funds like CDF, now under devolution. Honorable Speaker, we still take too much money, which are meant for devolved functions, to the national government. And so when you see the corruption under the health ministry, you see the corruption under the water ministry, you see the corruption under agriculture ministry, it's because these functions are devolved, but money is left here idling and therefore available to be stolen. Honorable Speaker, my last concern is in relation to the institutions we established to underpin good governance. Consistently, year after year, money is going to independent offices and constitutional commissions has been reducing. And we need to begin thinking, why was Article 249 of the Constitution placed there if we can be reducing that money? Because that provision says you shall adequately fund.
Mr. Speaker, I start to support the budget and also commend the committee, its chair, and all other members of the committee for the good work they have done. Mr. Speaker, I want to just touch on the issue to do with roads, whereby we have a lot of pending ongoing projects which were left, like Mau Mau. And Mr. Speaker, like now I cannot get home. Because of the works that were left undone, it has, due to heavy rains, there were landslides. I cannot access my home right now. But Mr. Speaker, I guess, and I wish to pray that they allocated 178 billion, much of the works will go to the pending works. But Mr. Speaker, as we recommend the committee for budget, we have a committee that is working very hard, but is going through a lot of hardships, a lot of attacks, and this is the committee that will fund this budget, the Finance Committee. Mr. Speaker, this budget of 3.9 trillion, 1.2 trillion is going to pay debts, that is consolidated funds, is going to pay the debts. 1.5 is going for recurrent, and around 700 is going for development. Then the equitable share of around 391. Mr. Speaker, as we look at the budget and the correction of revenue for last financial year, 2023-2024, we realized that we had targeted to correct around 2.7 billion, but we didn't manage to reach 2.7 billion. I think we are estimating to get around 2.4 billion. The funding of this budget, we are expecting to correct 2.9 billion, and yet we have not achieved the 2023-2024 target. Mr. Speaker, I think we must now come up as a parliament, as we recommend the revenue correction, and as we await the implementation of this budget. This budget will not actualize its implementation if we don't manage to correct revenue. And the issue of correction of revenue is tied with the finance bill. Mr. Speaker, we need to have a healthy debate as members of parliament. As we recommend and say how good the budget committee has done on allocation of this fat, we must also agree and sit as Parliament together and agree on how we raise these fats. I pity the chair for finance. That guy is going through a lot. But this is a guy who is working day and night to see how we can be able to achieve this. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I wish to say the issue of not managing to actualize the budgets that we have already passed, or maybe we are about to pass, or the allocations that have been done, is mostly based because of the revenue correction and the targets that maybe we have put. Mr. Speaker, I want to say, today I listened to the former Prime Minister who is targeting the position of AU, whereby, Mr. Speaker, we are looking forward for him to get that position. I had a time because I was busy, but I passed by and I got his, in his stay when he was addressing the nation. He talked about making sure that this country manages to exploit its cash crop or exports to African countries. And he touched something that he talked about, having road networks that can be able to assist a tea farmer to be able to take his tea to Central Africa. Changing the route for ships, whereby because the ship mostly move from Mombasa, going to Middle East, then goes back. The route maybe the route mostly doesn't go through South Africa, and our markets for tea are in West Africa and mostly are in North Africa. But for us to make our tea to get to West Africa or our tea to get to North Africa, we have to use a ship which has to go through Middle East. It takes 3 months. But if we can have road networks, as he was putting it, we have a road network from through Mombasa, cutting across to Lagos. Like the issue we are talking about may be the issue of Lapset, whereby Ethiopia can be able to use our Lamu port. We have to look in a broader way on how we can be able to make this country make foreign income through its exports. Because our farmers, like tea farmers, most of them are losing hope. But this because the market that we are depending is the colonial market that is controlled by West, and we cannot be able to trade with our people because you cannot transport tea by freight. Like the other day, there was a round between Kenya and Lagos, but only a few maybe bags of tea that were taken by freight. But to be able to access that market, we need to have a road network. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, as Parliament, we must come up with the strategies on how this country will be able to achieve the targets of the revenues that we proclaim that we raise. If we can't, let's go by the facts. Because the 2.9 trillion that we are targeting, Mr. Speaker, chances we will not be able to raise. By not raising 2.9, most of these projects that we are looking forward maybe to achieve, we will not be able to achieve. The other thing, Mr. Speaker, KRA is still domiciled or using the colonial or the old way of collecting revenue. Mr. Speaker, the other day we developed the expressway. Expressway is very expensive driving in expressway, but because of ease of paying, you don't care how much you are paying. But KRA, if you import a container, you take 3 days to be cleared. But if they ease the way of paying revenue, most people will be willing to pay. Therefore, I think we must also call upon KRA. They must make the issue of paying taxes very comfortable and very easy. But now, the way they are military, somehow everybody fears KRA. You don't want to be seen by KRA. That thing makes people to move maybe or the country to lose a lot on issues to do with the revenue correction. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, we support the budget and we support the allocation, but we must go ahead, Mr. Speaker, to be part and party on the revenue correction that is through the finance bill that's coming next week. Let's not run away from it, because if we run away from the finance bill, Mr. Speaker, we will not be able to achieve all these things that are in this proposal. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to also add my voice to this debate. And at onset, I want to support the report. Mr. Speaker, I also want to appreciate the committee and with the leadership of the chair. And I want to say that I like his humility and the manner in which he handled the committees and individual members as they approached him on issues. Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, on matters that affect education, the committee where I sit, knowing full well that education is the greatest equalizer, Mr. Speaker, I want to appreciate the fact that 80 billion has been added to the budget of the education docket, bringing it to 700 billion. Mr. Speaker, we've looked at and already covered as free day secondary school, the JSS, the school infrastructure, university and TVET, and we are also aware that the school feeding program has been reinstated. Mr. Speaker, as much as this school feeding program only caters for the ASAL area, I would wish and my desire going forward is that this matter be brought forward again so that the entire, as was proposed by a member, that all school-going children be given free food or free lunch. Mr. Speaker, for those of us who come from rural constituency, you may not know, but half of those children, more than half, actually go hungry without lunch. Whether they go back home, there is nothing to eat, and you can see them that these children did not have anything to eat. The budget committee, I can see the vice chair is here. This is a matter that should be taken up as a matter of urgency. The late President Moi was able to give free milk to all the schools. We, as Kenyans, must and should be able to appropriate funds for our children in school. Mr. Speaker, I also want to appreciate the fact that we have allocated money, 4.6 billion, for the recruitment of our interns. And I am happy that the 2 cohorts are going to be considered and not just the one that was initially proposed. So that now we will have 46,000 interns being recruited from the 1st of July to the permanent and pensionable terms. And I'm happy too that all of them will be recruited, and there is not going to be, and I underline not going to be a second interview, that they will be recruited because they had already been interviewed. Mr. Speaker, the issue of Jomo Kenyatta Foundation, previously a publishing institution, state corporation publishing institution, is going to be a one-stop shop for the management and administration of bursaries is a very good idea. We have so many bursaries within the Ministry of Education, different sections with all manner of bursaries. And if all this is consolidated under the Jomo Kenyatta Foundation, I believe that the whole process will be better managed. And I thank them for coming up. Ministry of Education, yes, we also supported this proposal, and it's now been budgeted for 100 million additional. Mr. Speaker, despite all this happening, I have seen that each constituency has been given 50 million for electricity. I had an opportunity of visiting the Ministry of Energy, and I was shocked, Mr. Speaker, to see that one constituency was allocated 400 million. 400 million. And this is what we are talking about on matters of equity, Mr. Speaker. Let us not be selfish. Even if the members of the committee or leaders are given certain allocation, let it not be over the board, as what we have seen in some cases. Let it not be over the board. 400 million for one is too much. And yet, I heard you speak that even schools, all schools, do not even have electricity. But, Mr. Speaker, it's not only on energy. If I remember clearly, when the Minister for Transport, I think it was the Minister for Transport, he was here. We can check the Hansard. When he said, when people were complaining about allocation of roads to certain individuals, what did he say? It is beyond him, because it happens after what we have done. So the issue, my colleagues, is how can we rein in this selfishness amongst us? It will start with us. If we want to stop it, we must stop it here. That yes, you can be given favors as committees, but not to the extent of, you know, what I can call criminal. What I can call, I didn't say they are criminals, I said I can call criminal. Mr. Speaker, finally, I am happy with the idea that constituencies are now being considered as the reference point for the allocation of resources. And this should have happened like yesterday. The 290 of us who sit here, the 290 we represent constituencies, and we know each and every corner that even as money is being allocated, we can tell you whether it was used or not used properly. So thank you very much, committee, for coming with us this great idea to reduce inequality. Finally, implementation of budget. Mr. Speaker, this is key. We cannot be budgeting here year in, year out. And we are hearing of suppliers not being paid, budgets not being honored. Where did the money go? Why do we have pending bills of billions of shillings and yet we have given out money? What is happening? What is happening? Why should our suppliers suffer out there not being paid? And we are sitting here talking of 2 trillion plus budget. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I would propose that in line with Article 221 of the Constitution of Kenya, estimates and revenues and expenditure, I propose should be looked at the same time. So that as we look at the expenditure, how much money we are going to spend, we should be looking at these two together. Making decisions would be so much easier. And by the way, this is good practice across the world. It is not going to happen in Kenya here only. It's going to across the world. We should be looking at both at the same time. An issue was raised here on why that did not happen. The response was that it was done 2 months before today. But why was it done 2 months? Why was it being done 2 months before? Why can't we look at it now? As I look at this budget, I will be also to look at where this money is going and how it is being spent. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, for giving Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity, and I once again support. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I was starting to get worried. Probably today was a day for affirmative action, where they gave priority to the so-called marginalized, for whatever reason, whatever that amounts to. Honorable Speaker, as required under the Constitution and common practice, a budget estimates must be presented to the National Assembly for deliberation and approval, or so passing, before they are implemented. It has been an annual ritual, Honorable Speaker, but as I've always commented, and I keep on commenting, it would seem that even though the Constitution bestowed the powers to make the budget on National Assembly, but there are too many extraneous and other forces outside there that eventually shape the outcome of the budget. Honorable Speaker, I stand here looking at the budget as the estimates have been presented, budget estimates, and you would obviously, the first glaring observation that we need to make is that there has been an increase over the limits set under budget policy statement and the limits presented by the National Treasury to this House that has gone through various processing to get where we are. A quick review, Honorable Speaker, indicates that this Honorable House or the committee is proposing an increase close to 60 billion or 600 billion, actually 600 billion beyond the figures that had been presented by National Treasury. Honorable Speaker, I keenly listened to the Chair, Budget and Appropriation Committee, and I truly sympathize with him. Sympathize with him that probably the data has been presented paints a very rose picture, while the reality is the complete opposite, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, it's estimated that the economy grew, actually the economy grew by 5% in 2023. There has been optimistic projection that will grow by 6.5, some 5.5, but the reality, and looking at the dispatch from the World Bank released today in a meeting in China, has downgraded the growth, GDP growth of this economy to remain at the same level of 5%. So essentially, Honorable Speaker, we are stagnating, we are not moving. And the argument is so simple, Honorable Speaker. The growth rate of 5% last year was fueled with increased production in the agricultural sector. We have already reached the highest level of production we can reach. The rains, whatever much it rains, will still produce the same. So the agricultural sector is likely to record no meaningful change. So therefore, the rate of economic growth will remain the same. The status quo will remain the same. So to project a budget that is optimistic or based on projected increase in GDP growth rate is a fallacy and is off the mark, Honorable Speaker. That's why I say I sympathize with him. The data he was being given, well, obviously, anybody can cook data, anybody can play around with the statistics to fool any particular case. Honorable Speaker, we projecting to collect 2.94 trillion this the coming financial year. We projected almost the same amount, and we did not hit anywhere close to that figure. So this bullish view that our deficit will only be about 630-something billion, this particular financial year we are going into, again is based on the wrong assumption. We will again have another supplementary budget. And Speaker, I want you to go on record. Remind me this day, the number of supplementary budgets are going to be brought here to rationalize the budget, because the assumptions under which this budget is being made are wrong assumptions and will not really work at all. And that's why it's always important, Honorable Speaker, that we better be realistic. We get it wrong at the point of budgeting. And why do we get it wrong at the point of budgeting? Because the government, so to speak, the executive, so to speak, has not been in a position to clearly have a better look. What do we need to do? What do we need to do to get the proper figures to move forward? Honorable Speaker, you cannot grow an economy without production. You cannot grow the economy without manufacturing. You cannot grow the economy without moving goods and services in the economy. Honorable Speaker, if you look at the budget estimates, the productive sector, the blue economy, industry, which comes under manufacturing, small enterprise businesses, investment, Honorable Speaker, has been only allocated a paltry 35 billion. Yet, you want industry, manufacturing, and the related sector to contribute 15 to 18 or 20% of the GDP. I mean, it does not just make economic sense. It doesn't. You must put your money where you can generate higher returns, where the rate of return, where the marginal utility is beyond one. Honorable Speaker, I do not see how we are even going to generate the so-called 2.9 trillion from which sector. We have increased taxes in the last financial year. We have not been able to hit even the target. Yet we continue building on the wrong fallacy. Secondly, Honorable Speaker, in the wisdom of the framers of the Constitution, devolved some certain functions to the counties. Functions, funds, budget must follow functions. Honorable Speaker, how do we explain the Ministry of Health has got a whooping allocation of 131 billion, which is close to 5.5% of the national government budget? What's the rationale? Yet health is a devolved function, yet when you go to most hospitals in the rural Kenya, there are no drugs, there are no provisions, there are no gloves, there is literally nothing. Are we undermining devolution? Are we undermining devolution? Even the small amount the Council of Governors were complaining about, this 131 billion would have actually plugged the gap, would not have even gone to mediation. Honorable Speaker, it is time we must rationalize our budget. Secondly, Honorable Speaker, why 4.8 billion Office of the Deputy President? What for? You mean there's too much mandazis, that there are too many visitors, there are too many saved people, there are too many intercessors, there are too many prayer functions that has to consume a whooping 4.8 billion. Yet it's part of the presidency, and if you add the 9-point-something billion under the presidency, we are close to about 16 billion on one office alone. Office that does not produce any goods and services, office that does the rate of employment is very minimal. Are we really serious without a budget making? Honorable Speaker, in the same office of the President, there's 400 million put there for coffee reforms, tea reforms, and drugs, fighting drugs. Yet, there's a Ministry of Agriculture. There is a Ministry of Trade and Industry that is dealing with the coffee reforms. The Ministry of Agriculture dealing with tea reforms. Ministry of Interior dealing with drug menace. Is it not duplication, a waste of resources? What kind of a government are we trying to prop up in this event? Yet, when it comes where it matters most, we have very many issues. Honorable Speaker, also looking at the various issues here, and I want to echo the comments that have been raised by our colleague, Dr. Ivo Bara. Honorable Speaker, it's so embarrassing for a member of parliament to keep on hovering from one office to another. From one office of PS, you are to chief financial officer, whatever it is. Here there are colleagues here. And if you look at this order paper, Honorable Speaker, it's littered with the cases where there's been an increase or reduction in respect of certain projects where members have got interest. What about those who do not sit in those committees? Do they have a chance to get electricity in their areas? And that's why I concur with the policy statement made by the committee that the national government needs, like the Cabinet Secretary for National Treasury, ensure the integrated financial management information system is re-engineered to include constituent I finish. Honorable Speaker, I want the committee of Budget Appropriation Committee and the Committee of Implementation to ensure this policy statement, policy resolution, is implemented without delay. That the Cabinet Secretary for National Treasury ensure the integrated financial management information system is re-engineered to include constituency-based geographical location of development projects before submission of the financial year 2025-2026 budget policy statement. And I can see the Vice Chair is here, my neighbor in the great county of Busia. Will go tell the people of Busia that she sits in the committee that refused to implement a policy statement passed by the Parliament of Kenya. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me start by congratulating the Budget Committee, because I understand I've been in that committee before, the work that they have to do at this time. And as we appreciate the Budget Committee, Mr. Speaker, I want to say that we'll go through, make the budget, sometimes there will be exchequer releases and so on. But what is important is how are these monies used? How are the funds used? I think that is extremely important. And to that extent, Mr. Speaker, I want to look at certain areas which, in my mind, we have a major crisis in this country, but which we don't seem to realize, or we do realize, but we actually ignore. Mr. Speaker, let me start with the education. The education has been well funded now. If you look at university education, there's an increase in the budget from 118 billion to 127 billion. That is good, Mr. Speaker. But in the same university education, we have a huge problem of funding of student funding. Mr. Speaker, as of now, many students do not even want to be admitted in the courses that they would like to take and are going to courses that they think they can afford. And yet we have more funds. The basic issue here has been the management and the implementation of the new funding system. In itself, in principle, it is good. It brings three main areas: that all students need to be funded according to their need. It also brings into the area that you need to fund them according to the courses they take, so that universities are funded according to the students they have, the courses that they are offering, not just because they are favored. But that in itself, Mr. Speaker, has literally failed. Even last year, the capitations didn't go, the students that were getting money did not get, and yet we are giving. Even if you look at the universities, the management of the universities, staff are not being paid, councils seem not to be working, there are frequent problems between councils and vice chancellors. So even if we put money there, Mr. Speaker, what are we going to do? What are we going to benefit? So again, how we implement is an important issue. Mr. Speaker, in primary sector, again, we have got a good increase from 25 billion to 29 billion. But again, here is where we have the problem. Mr. Speaker, JSS is a problem. Those kids that are in the JSS program, in my view, they're being sacrificed as we implement this program. We moved so fast without actually proper planning. You find that in some schools, you have 2 teachers. Even if you have only 40 students, even if it's one class, and in the JSS, they have 9 areas. So that even if you have one class, you will at least need 4 teachers, because each teacher can only teach 4 areas. So what will happen in schools where there are only 2 teachers in JSS? Mr. Speaker, this JSS also, it is linked with competence-based curriculum. Up to now, in grade 8, I'm sure the curriculum is not well stated out. There's no proper curriculum that has been put out there. I've talked to teachers, they are actually Googling what is within the ministry. It has not come out properly. So even if you have money there, how are we going to benefit? We are not even sure whether at JSS we should have labs or we should have workshops. Even that is not clear. So even when we have funds from CDF, we cannot. So we have money in these areas, but the way we are implementing it, the competence with which we are implementing is actually wanting. So I feel we lose that. Let me look at also the area of health. Again, in the Department of Medical Services, there's good money, 102 billion, which is actually funding to a large extent national referral hospitals, and also looking specifically at cancer, which is a good thing we have done. We have put money for cancer. To begin with, we are looking at the access to high-level cancer treatment, and we also put money for the Cancer Institute, which should look at the whole program in cancer from prevention to early detection and easy treatment, not just the expensive high level. But again, if we don't manage that properly, how will it work? In the public health and standards, we have a budget of 4 billion, which we have put there. Good thing is that this is looking at standards. The problem in health is basically standards. How can we maintain standards if standards are policy are at the national level while implementation is at the county? And again, that of human resource. We've just had a strike of doctors, which in my view has not been resolved because the return to work formula was all about promises. We don't know whether those promises are actually going to be done. The clinical officers are still on strike. In the same area of health, we have actually put money for primary health care fund, and we have put money for emergency and critical care fund. We have tried as a committee to do that, but our concern is that all this is to support the main vehicle of universal health care, which is social health insurance. Now, social health insurance has a problem because the main area we are going to depend on is the informal sector. That's a big sector, and the indigents. Have we actually clearly defined how we are going to pick the indigents, or how we are going to assess families in the informal sector? Somebody has got 20 matatus, another one has got 1 matatu. They are all in matatu industry. Who is going to pay what? And I hear us talking very eloquently that is going to work. I'm not sure because we have not seen that. So again, how we implement this is extremely important. Again, the link between the standards and the policy at the national level and the implementation at the county. We always have a problem with this. The harmonization is not there. The intergovernmental relations mechanisms don't seem to be working, so that you don't get a smooth harmony between the policies, standards, and implementations. And this is again an issue of devolution. We have a whole state department for devolution, where now we have put 4 billion. I'm asking myself, if you have the Intergovernmental Relations Technical Secretariat, we have the Council of Governors, you have the summit, what does this State Department for devolution do? I'm not clear what it does. So, Mr. Speaker, my concern, we look at the budget, we'll go through the finance, raise the funds, but when we give it out, are we technically able to use the funds? I'm very concerned about that. So in other areas, look at the issue of electricity. It's good we are saying each constituency is going to get 50 million for connectivity. Connectivity is one thing. What about the supply of electricity itself? How regular is our supply? How many times do we get blackouts, even national ones? Businessmen actually are losing a lot of money because of power. When power with a blackout, we don't look at people in industry. They have to now power their businesses through generator. Very expensive, or lose out. People in the hotel industry. So even if we do that and put money for electrical connectivity, shall we be able to actually manage it properly? So that is an issue. Roads, I'm happy that CARA will continue to be there and the money will be put there. But I think we should start by completing the roads that were actually started but stalled. Somebody has talked of the Mau roads, but they're everywhere. The low volume sealed roads were not done. So, Mr. Speaker, we do the budget, but the people who are going to use the money, are they competently using the money? The issue of equity, you actually mentioned yourself, Honorable Bara mentioned, in the 11th Parliament, a budget committee was actually disbanded because they had actually given themselves, favored their constituencies. We seem now to think that it is okay If you're in the committee, you can favor yourself. That in terms of equity and integrity.
The Honorable Rahab Mukami. Don't worry, gentlemen. Lady members have other national duties outside of the House.
You are right, Honorable Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise to support Budget and Appropriation Committee. I happen to be a member of that committee, and I really want to thank the member, colleagues of the National Assembly for the support they've really given us, considering we really burned oil at night working on this budget. Honorable Speaker, we really tried to balance and to cut across all the sectors. And to start with, there is a coffee sherry. You know, I come from the area where there is coffee. And you know, our farmers were really crying, and we've allocated some money, about 4.7 billion for our coffee. The school feeding program, that one I had a passion because I happened to go to Baringo County for public participation. And when we talked to the members of parliament and the community, everybody was crying that the children are not able to go to school because majority of the children come from vulnerable families and they are not able to get food. The highest cut went to the Ministry of Education, considering we have so many sagas in that ministry. Like now we want to promote our teachers. There are teachers who have worked for over 10 years. They've never been promoted. There is also JSS. We allocated money to pay all those 46,000 teachers so that they can now continue teaching our children. We allocated money for our universities and higher education, TVET and TTI. When we come to energy, REREC, I'm sure members of parliament from the 290 constituencies, you are very lucky because each and every constituency will get 50 million for the last mile, because we want to make sure that everybody has electricity, and we also want to make sure that our markets will have electricity because of our mama bogas and the boda bodas when they are doing their business, because we want to build our economy. Equalization fund. One member of parliament really complained, and I really wanted to tell them that we've considered that, and we've allocated about 12 billion for equalization fund. The other thing is about trade. You know that is one of our agendas as Kenya Kwanza. We've allocated some money, 4.6 billion for agro industries, and HUB 1.6 billion. Honorable Speaker, we have coffee, we have cotton, and we have milk. In the agriculture sector, we've considered all those people. The other thing is about blue economy. I remember Milio Diabo had a passion, and I'm sure, Honorable Speaker, you come from those areas where you do fishing. We've also allocated some money. We have many Kenyans who are crying because of the pending bills. And we've already allocated 2 billion to pay those pending bills. Because you know, Honorable Speaker, when the money is not circulating, that is why even our dollar was going higher. So we've allocated some money so that we can make sure that our people have gone back to their businesses. Honorable Speaker, I wanted to talk about the division of revenue because of the county government. It was not easy for the committee, those who went to present us, to do representation from our committee. And that is where we decided now to allocate that 400 billion, because we are really supporting the county government, and we want to make sure that our health sector, like in Nyeri County, in our hospital, we don't have MRI, we don't have medicine. So majority of the people are really suffering, and they had to come to Nairobi to look for medical. Police service and security. You know, we have our police who are doing operations, maybe in Baringo, fighting with bandits. And we had a concern because the the money which is being allocated is going to the National Police Service. At least we want to tell the IG to make sure that he is distributing the money to the APs, to the GSU, so that our policemen are able now to get their allowances when they work in those hardship areas. KTDA and fertilizer subsidy, also that one we considered because we want our farmers, it's raining. We want to make sure now our farmers have gone back to their shamba so that they can plant Kera and other roads, Kula. Honorable Speaker, we have so many roads which have really stored. Like the one another member has mentioned, Mau Mau, and many others in this country. We want to give that a priority so that now at least we can finish those roads before now we start other new projects. Honorable Speaker, I am a member of Budget Committee, and I really want to appreciate my colleagues in Budget Committee. It was not easy for us because we were doing supplementary. We were also now doing this main budget, and I support. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Just give me the... Okay. Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity to contribute. I think from the onset, I want to appreciate the members, the Chair, and the members of the Budget and Appropriations Committee for the many sleepless nights that we put in perusing through voluminous documents just to ensure that we meet the deadline and be able to submit the report to the floor of this House. Honorable Speaker, I want also to appreciate the members who have spoken and raised very critical questions in relation to the budget of financial year 24-25, because this will actually help to enhance oversight and accountability, including you, Chair. And having said that, Honorable Speaker, the focus, as I had mentioned earlier, the focus of this year's 2024-25 budget is actually to ensure that we're able to shrink expenditure, and that once we are done with this debate on the budget, is to shift our focus to revenue-raising measures. Honorable Speaker, also is sad that we are processing this budget at a time when the cost of living is still very high, the cost of borrowing remains elevated, the tax burden on the Kenyans is still quite high, the number of Kenyans who are defaulting on loans, non-performing loans, is on the increase. So we really need to see how best this budget is implemented, this budget is managed, so that we are able to reduce the burden on the people. Honorable Speaker, when we were looking at these submissions from chairpersons of departmental committees, we also noticed that there's a weak linkage between planning and budgeting. Because for you to ensure that there is guaranteed growth in a country, you must align your budgets to planning. Because it is only planning that will ensure that you have what you need to wisely allocate your resources that will guarantee growth. So that is an area that we need. We also need to, and I want to encourage the county governments. We've just approved the mediated version of the division of revenue. If you look at the average percentage of absorption of development funds, it is at 60%. 40% of the development revenue remains unabsorbed. So I want to encourage county governments going forward that they need to prioritize development funding.
to make sure they start by implementing, applying development funds, and try to absorb as much as they can and take the percentage to closer to 100%. Because it is only through investing that we can achieve growth. We must create employment opportunities for the young people in this country. How are we going to create employment opportunity if there is no growth, there is no investment? Most of the time, money has not been absorbed, delayed exchequer issues, delayed disbursement. And Honorable Speaker, while speaking of the same, some MDAs also we noted are too over-ambitious. Because how do you explain a situation where an MDA is pursuing 4 or 5 major projects, and each of the projects is worth 2 billion, 1 billion, maybe 900 million. Yet when you look at the average allocations consecutive for the last 4 or 5 years, the allocation to a project, each of those projects, 150 million, 200 million, 40 million. Where is the value for money? How then can you guarantee that such an MDO or institution can be able to complete any single of those 4 or 5 projects? So we also advised and made our recommendations at the Budget Committee that there is need for a department or an agency to just collapse this allocation together, pursue one project to completion, so that we guaranteed of growth, we guaranteed of employment creation, and all the other benefits that will arise and multiplier effect that will create other opportunities for the people of Kenya. Honorable Speaker, another area we need to look at as we continue to oversight. You know, today we basically saying these are the figures. We are projected to collect this. We are projected to distribute this. We don't have that money. So for us to ensure that we reduce the budget deficit so that we minimize the amount that we are going to borrow as a country, we must also focus, as we do oversight, on wasteful expenditure. When you look at some of the MDAs again, there are so many overlaps. There are so many redundancies. We have sectors where you find, like in water, so many MDAs. We can cut down on so many expenditures and be able to save the money, apply it on other more needy areas, and therefore reduce how much we're going to borrow as a country. So, Honorable Speaker, I did not want to get into the details of, I know my colleagues have spoken to so many of these aspects on energy, that every constituency now is going to get 50 million. And that is guaranteeing equity. That is a good thing. Some of my areas in our constituencies, they have never seen power. I go to some areas in Teso South, and they ask me, Mheshimiwa, are we also in Kenya, or we are in Uganda? And I told them, relax, we are going to make sure you get power. And today I'm very happy that at least every constituency, indiscriminately across this country, we are going to have 50 million for power so that we can be able to take power to the people. Honorable Speaker, also I want to comment on higher education. The new model needs to be reviewed. Because I speak to my constituents, the students in my constituency, they're coming to me for bursary. They have to relook at how this money is being awarded and how, again speaking of equity, how well is it being distributed to ensure that all these students from all regions in this country are getting this money. But I want to report that we have made provisions, monies have been allocated towards higher education, tuition for university students, but that model needs to be reviewed so that this money gets to the needy, gets to all of them across the country. Honorable Speaker, I also want to just add that in all other sectors, and the members have spoken to those issues, be it agriculture, be it energy, be it information, be it water, the allocations, be it roads, money has been allocated. So I want to request the ministries, the respective ministries, to make sure that that money is distributed. My road from Malaba to Busia is repaired. Just like a road in Mombasa, a road in Nairobi has got to be repaired. Because this El Nino has affected everywhere, all parts in this country. Honorable Speaker, with those few remarks, I support. Thank you.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika, na mimi kunipa wakati huu adhimu kuweza kuchangia hii bajeti ambayo ni ya supplementary. Mheshimiwa Spika, na Mheshimiwa Spika, kwanza niweze kuwapongeza kama mama wa taifa hili. Nimeona wamewekea watoto skuli chakula kitaweza kuwafanya watoto wakae darasani, na watoto wengi ambao wamekaa nyumbani kwa sababu ya matatizo, Mheshimiwa Spika, watapata motisha ya kuingia darasani kwa sababu wanajua kuna chakula. Mheshimiwa Spika, Mheshimiwa Spika, nimeiangalia bajeti hii kwa kina sana Mheshimiwa Spika, na kitu ambacho mimi naangalia, nasema sehemu nyingi wamejibidisha Mheshimiwa Spika, mambo mengi wameweka vizuri Mheshimiwa Spika. Niweze kupongeza bajeti ambayo imewekewa security, ambao polisi wetu wamekaa kwa maisha magumu kwa muda mrefu Mheshimiwa Spika. Kwa hiyo mimi nashukuru bajeti ambayo wameongezewa wao upande wa security na nini, lakini pia waangaliwe vizuri Mheshimiwa Spika. Isije kuwa bajeti hizi zinapitishwa lakini zinaishia kwa mifuko ya watu Mheshimiwa Spika. Mheshimiwa Spika, kwa masuala ya elimu Mheshimiwa Spika, juzi nimekuwa na walimu katika Mombasa County, na walimu wamelia sana Mheshimiwa Spika, kwa sababu wengi wameachwa katika hali duni sana Mheshimiwa Spika. Iweze kueleweka kuwa Mheshimiwa Spika, walimu ndio ambao wanatuletea maprofesa, madaktari, wanatuletea kila aina ya ujuzi katika taifa hili Mheshimiwa Spika. Lakini licha ya haya yote Mheshimiwa Spika, walimu wamekaa kwa maisha magumu sana, na hasa tukizingatia kuwa ni majuzi tu ambao tumeanza mfumo wa elimu ambao tuna ile awali ya sekondari, mfumo wa GSC, Junior Secondary School. Mheshimiwa Spika, walimu wako wengi sana ambao wanafunza kwa kujitolelea Mheshimiwa Spika. Na mimi hata nilikuwa nauliza, majuzi tu Mheshimiwa Rais alitoa nafasi 56,000 za walimu. Na hizi nafasi tukaona zingine zinatolewa kwenye matanga, zingine sijui zinatolewa kwa sherehe zipi, wakati ambapo kuna walimu ambao wamejitolelea kufunza watoto wetu madarasani Mheshimiwa Spika, katika junior school hawajapata nafasi hizi Mheshimiwa Spika. Hasa mimi napigania walimu wangu wa Mombasa Mheshimiwa Spika. Nimekuwa ni dhahiri kuwa hizi nafasi Mombasa hatukuziona, na mimi nitaweza kumwambia Rais kweli pengine wajibidisha kufanya kazi nzuri, lakini angalia nafasi hizi ukizitoa zinagawanyika vipi ili kila taifa iweze kuona matunda ya mambo ambayo Rais anayafanya Mheshimiwa Spika. Mheshimiwa Spika, nimeangalia bajeti hii nikaona ofisi ya Deputy President inaongezwa pesa nyingi sana, milioni 400, mambo ya kupigana na mihadarati. Mheshimiwa Spika, kama mtu ambaye nakaa mama Mombasa County, mihadarati imejaa sana ndani ya Mombasa Mheshimiwa Spika. Na hata tumeona majuzi naibu wa Rais amekuja akazungumza tu juu. Sasa sisi tulikuwa tunauliza, ikiwa bajeti iko kama hii imeongezewa milioni 400 Mheshimiwa Spika, hawa wanaopitisha mihadarati, hawa wanaotoa paka mataifa ya nje Mheshimiwa Spika, kwa nini hawa watu hawashikwi? Leo hata tumeona tunapigana na yale matawi mengine yamekuja huko Mgoka, lakini wanatuuliza sisi kwa nini kuna haya mihadarati. Mimi nataka niulize, ikiwa bajeti iko milioni 400 imeongezewa kwa ofisi ya Rais, na kuna bajeti pia kwa waziri wa ndani wa usalama ambao pia ni ya kuwezesha kupigana na mambo haya. Mheshimiwa Spika, hizi pesa zote zinakwenda wapi? Na mihadarati inazidi kuuzwa ndani ya Mombasa County. Watoto wetu wanabadilishwa kuwa mazezeta. Mheshimiwa Spika, watoto wetu hawaoi, watoto wetu hawana wake, watoto wetu wanaambua usiku mpaka asubuhi. Mheshimiwa Spika, wanaongeza na vileo, na wakati bajeti inapitisha pesa nyingi hivi. Mheshimiwa Spika, Mheshimiwa Spika, naangalia bajeti hii, naona hata kwa vijana, youth empowerment haijagusiwa hapa, haijapewa chochote. Hawa ni vijana ambao sisi tuarudi kwao tukiwaambia tupatieni kura. Mheshimiwa Spika, lakini naangalia katika ofisi ya Deputy President inaongezewa mabilioni ya pesa, sijui pesa zingine za starehe, zingine za mandazi, zingine za nini. Lakini hata hapa nimeona mheshimiwa akisema kuwa Kisumu mmeongezewa pesa ya, ama Nyanza mmeongezewa. Angalia idadi ya ile pesa Mheshimiwa Spika, linganisha na pesa ambazo zimewekwa kwenye starehe. Mheshimiwa Spika, haingii akilini sehemu ya kukuza uchumi inapewa pesa kidogo, sehemu za starehe zinapewa bajeti kubwa. Mheshimiwa Spika, hii ni hujuma, hii ni hujuma. Na ukiangalia yule ambaye anakusanya ushuru ameongezewa bilioni 10. Mheshimiwa Spika, hizi bilioni 10 ameongezewa akakusanya wapi ushuru, ikiwa mazao, sehemu za mazao yanadidimizwa kwenye bajeti? Mheshimiwa Spika, ikiwa tunaweza kuweka bajeti nzuri kwenye madini, mining inatoa pesa pale, pana pesa nyingi ambayo itainua uchumi wa Kenya, lakini imepunguziwa bajeti yake. Mheshimiwa Spika, na mining iko wapi? Iko mkoa wa Pwani. Kwa hiyo mimi Mheshimiwa Spika, naangalia vitu hivi najiuliza maswali mengi sana. Kwa nini sehemu ambazo ni za starehe, sehemu ambazo hazizalishi zinapewa pesa zaidi ya sehemu ambazo zinazalisha na zitainua uchumi? Mheshimiwa Spika, nimeangalia pia kuna sehemu ambayo wamesema wale ambao wataweza kupewa fidia kwa mashamba na kuweza kupewa wale ambao kuna pesa imetengwa kando ya wale watu wetu wa Mombasa, nafikiri kule Kisauni na Taita, ambao walikuwa hawana makao katika mashamba, watapewa. Mheshimiwa Spika, lakini nikiangalia hapa fidia imewekwa milioni 400 peke yake, na huku kwengine pesa za mandazi ni mabilioni. Mheshimiwa Spika, sasa tunajiuliza haya makadirio kikao wakifanya, wanaangalia mikoa, wanaangalia pengine sehemu ya taifa, hawa ni watu gani, ama wanaangalia kitu gani? Mheshimiwa Spika, kwa sababu naona katika kaunti za Pwani tumefinywa sana katika bajeti hii. Mheshimiwa Spika, na ni lazima niseme kama mama kaunti wa Mombasa, ila kwa moja nashukuru wamesema watatujengea soko la samaki kwa pesa za pengine imefika 33 milioni 33 kujenga soko la samaki. Lakini ukiangalia makadirio ya bajeti sehemu zingine, Mheshimiwa Spika, pesa ziko nyingi, lakini si sehemu ambayo inaweza kujenga taifa, si sehemu ambayo inaweza ikaleta mazao. Mheshimiwa Spika, na mimi naona wamepunguza bilioni 75. Mheshimiwa Spika, mimi ningependa hata hawa wakulima waweze kuongezewa pesa marudufu, kwa sababu ukulima ndio uti wa mgongo wa uchumi wa taifa hili. Na mimi ningependa kuelezea serikali kuwa si wakulima wa sehemu moja. Nimesikia wakitaja kahawa, wakitaja majani, lakini hawajataja nazi, hawajataja korosho, hawajataja mazao ambayo yanatoka sehemu zingine. Mheshimiwa Spika, na ndio maana mimi nasema tukiweza kuwa na ile kufanya usawa katika ugavi wa rasilimali. Ni juzi niliona Mombasa imepewa namba 1 kwa kukusanya ushuru. Sasa sisi ndio tunakusanya ushuru mwingi na sisi ndio tunaletewa pesa kidogo. Mheshimiwa Spika, hii ni hujuma. Hii ni hujuma. Mheshimiwa Spika, mimi naomba wenye kufanya bajeti, nimeona dadangu Emase mmevutia upande wenu dadangu, lakini mimi naomba muangalie Kenya nzima. Ndio unaona wengine wazungumza 1 man 1 shilling 1 vote, kunkucha na makucha yake. Manake sasa yale alozungumza kitambo hawakuyaona. Sisi tunasema ugavi uende sawa sawa, mwenye kuwa Mombasa, mwenye kuwa North Eastern, mwenye kuwa huko kule Homa Bay, wote tupewe ugavi sawa sawa. Lakini hata hivyo pia Mheshimiwa Spika, tuangalie sehemu ambazo hazina maendeleo. Na nataka kukupigia pondo, ulizungumza ukiwa upande wetu, ukasema Homa Bay hakuna mabarabara. Kweli, nimekwenda Homa Bay juzi, nilikuwa sijafika. Mara ya kwanza nimefika, mabarabara mbovu, hakuna barabara. Napata sehemu moja Mheshimiwa Spika, chairman wa budget amewekea mtu mmoja constituency moja mabilioni ya pesa ya barabara, na kwingine hakuna. Mimi nataka nieleze hivi Mheshimiwa Spika. Ikiwa tunataka kukuza uchumi wa Kenya katika bajeti hii, tuweze kuweka pesa sehemu itajika. Kwa sababu ikiwa tutawekeza sehemu za starehe, basi sisi tutazidi kudaiwa madeni kila siku. Ushuru umepanda, kila kitu kimepanda juu, lakini bado Mkenya anadaiwa pesa. Mheshimiwa Spika, huu ushuru uliopandishwa wakati ingekuwa Mkenya na enjoy, anasema rais ameweza kulipa madeni, lakini tumemsikia pale mmoja katika kamati ya bajeti akisema ushuru unazidi kwenda juu, Wakenya wanazidi kulia, lakini pia deni linazidi kuongezeka. Mheshimiwa Spika, sasa mimi napenda kutoa ushauri kwa kamati ya bajeti. Msimuangushe rais, anafanya bidii mambo yake. Mkikaa chini, angalieni mnatoa pesa kwa sehemu gani. Mheshimiwa Spika, vijana wa taifa hili wanahitajika kupewa pesa za kufanya biashara, wanahitajika kufanywa mambo entrepreneurship ili tuweze kukuza uchumi. Mheshimiwa Spika, katika mambo ya health, ya afya, niweze kuwapongeza, wameweza kuangalia sehemu za kansa na zingine, hili na wapongeza. Manake mimi ni mama ambaye huangalia kitu kizuri nitakipongeza, kitu kikienda vibaya mimi nitazungumza. Mheshimiwa Spika, kwa hiyo mimi naangalia sehemu ya hasa yale ambayo yamegusa ukanda wa pwani. Mheshimiwa Spika, mambo ya mashamba, wakiweza kufidia watu wengine wakumbuke na wale wakaazi wa Mwemba Kuku, wa pale bondeni, wale wamekaa miaka mingi sana. Mheshimiwa Spika, hawajawahi kupata mashamba yao. Mheshimiwa Spika, hizi pesa zikienda na wao pia waweze kukumbukwa, manake wote ni walipa ushuru. Mheshimiwa Spika, Mheshimiwa Spika, naona muda umekwenda sana na pale pana mheshimiwa nataka kuzungumza, ila nina mengi ya kuzungumza sana. Mheshimiwa Spika, na niweze kusema sehemu kama hizi za North Eastern, Mheshimiwa Spika, waweze kuwapatia watoto chakula, itakuwa inawasaidia, manake hawa ni nomads, ni wenzetu na ndugu zetu. Na kisha upande wetu Mheshimiwa Spika, kwa mambo ya agriculture pia tuna mashamba. Kwa hiyo hizo pesa zimetoka za agriculture, zingine niliona watu wa Mgoka wamepewa milioni 500 tukaliangoa, na sisi tuwekewa milioni 400 kupigana na drugs, wakati Mgoka unakuja Mombasa. Mheshimiwa Spika, mimi nasema hizo zikija zipigane na drugs zote. Mheshimiwa Ruku, najua ulinikalia mbaya sana jana, lakini mimi nakuambia ukweli, pesa zikitoka za kupigana na drugs, zipigane na drugs zote. Ni Mgoka, ni miraa, ni hiyo sijui bangi, ni sijui kitu gani, vitu vyote watoto wetu hawazai, vijana wetu hawazai. Kwa hiyo Mheshimiwa Spika, langu limegonga na nenda zangu. Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika kwa kunipa muda huu. Simpe Mheshimiwa Ruku kujibu, manake tutapigana.
Kiswahili, as he explained national issues. Would we have the Honorable Member of Parliament for Igembe North, the Honorable Julius Taitumu? And I'll give you some more time beyond the 10 minutes if you want to speak. Proceed.
Thank you.
He will be followed by Honorable Ruku, then Honorable Alpha Miruka. Don't be constrained. Because you've waited up to now, take all your time.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to make my submissions on this budget policy direction. Mr. Speaker, I want to say that the budget proposals has a lot of positive attributes, and I want to support it wholly by thanking the entire committee of budget and appropriation for the work well done. Mr. Speaker, I want to in particularly single out the energy sector, whereby every constituency was allocated 50 million to start with. However, I have reservations about the distribution, Mr. Speaker, because the distribution of the allocation should be guided by the connectivity levels or connectivity index of those sub-counties. Mr. Speaker, on the education sector, I want to say that the budget and appropriation committee did very well to appropriate money to employ the JSS teachers. Mr. Speaker, all the members of parliament have been mishandled by these JSS teachers for not giving them money to get employed. However, we want to say that this 5 billion that was given should give priority to the teachers who completed colleges early enough in order of the year of graduation, so that we can do justice to these teachers in this country. The same department was actually given money for the feeding program. I want to say that this is in good direction because it was perturbing to see during the budget policy statement that money was withdrawn. It was in good taste, it was in bad taste, but I want to thank the committee for putting it back so that the children from those marginal areas can be given food. However, Mr. Speaker, the areas that should benefit should be mapped, because today we have many areas that require feeding program, if not all the sub-counties or constituencies in this country. In the same education sector, the TSC must make it clear during the employment or recruitment of interns that there is a policy direction so that the teachers can be aware for how long they will serve as intern. Is it 6 months? Is it 1 year? And not an employment that will cause this country ripples and will encourage teachers to demonstrate in order to be employed. On the agriculture sector, which is the backbone of our economy, it is actually well done to make sure that more resources are put in the production rather than the consumption sector. I have seen that 1 billion was allocated for restocking. I want to put it clear that Igembe North, the constituency that I come from, is actually sandwiched or partially engulfed by a marginal belt. Our neighbors from the Boran and the Isiolo side, we have lost so many cows through the cattle rustling menace that is experienced in that area. The people who should be given an opportunity to restock the animals first is the people who have lost, or constituencies that have lost their animals through cattle rustling. Because these people have been renting animals from other sub-counties to make sure that they are doing illegal restocking. And before you compensate those who have been doing illegal restocking, you should compensate those who have lost their animals through these rains. And again, the north, the entire Meru north section, including Tiganias, Igembes, have lost so many cattle, so many cows through this kind of rains. The other issue is about the road sector. More money was actually allocated. I want to implore to the ministry to make sure that the roads that have been left by contractors without being attended to, they be compelled now to go back to the sites so that they can finish the infrastructure, so that the consumers of those services can enjoy better roads in this particular country. The health sector, we have seen that money has been given mainly on the primary health care. That's a good move to make sure that by promoting primary health care, most of the diseases will be tamed, particularly the killer disease, the cancer, which is ravaging many families in terms of resources and their levels of economy in getting wind. On the issue of police equipment modernization, Mr. Speaker, this one is in the right direction, because through modernizing the equipment of the police, even this cattle rustling menace will be reduced, because this one will enhance the mobility of the police officers. They will be able to combat those people whom we know, these raiders, have sophisticated weapons that are used to terrorize those who are not actually properly endowed in terms of those weapons. On the side of education still, more money has been given to the quality assurance and standards officers to make sure that they oversee this NASET system, the CBC, which is actually having a lot of challenges, to make sure that they move to various schools, monitoring what is happening there, to make sure that this system is actually streamlined. With those few remarks, Mr. Speaker, I want to support this budget policy direction. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Less than 10 minutes, Honorable Speaker. Yes, I'll be. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. First of all, I want to start by congratulating the Committee for Appropriation and Budget, led by Honorable Didi Nyoro, and all the members of that committee for the great work they have done. They have shown commitment to this nation, and we thank them for the service to the nation. Honorable Speaker, I will start by saying that if you look at the statement, it starts by outlining the comment from the Cabinet Secretary in charge of the National Treasury. Cabinet Secretary in charge of National Treasury, saying that he has verified the pending bills, also saying that he's trying to integrate financial management information system, that the National Treasury, Cabinet Secretary for National Treasury, and the Cabinet is trying to develop or to propose restructure of the National Drought Management Authority to National Disaster Management Authority. This, Honorable Speaker, underpins the importance of the office of the Cabinet Secretary for the National Treasury as far as the budgeting processes and the budget and the financing, and as well as the growth of our economy, Mr. Speaker. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, it's therefore extremely important that the department within the National Treasury, the Department for Economic Planning, is extremely important. And there is time during President Kipaki's presidency. This was a whole ministry known as the Ministry for Economic Planning and National Planning. And when you look at the budgeting or the money allocated for this very important docket, Mr. Speaker, you realize there's quite a lot which has been cut, which is okay, because most of the departments we have seen, they have reduced the budget, and this is in line with the Kenya Kwanza administration as far as cutting expenditure and trying to manage the government affairs within what we can be able to spend as a nation. But it's very, very important to stress the point that national and economic planning is a very important component, a very important docket for this nation, Mr. Speaker. And we are seeing a situation where the synchronization of the national planning vis-a-vis the budgeting process is not well mainstreamed. And we may get it wrong in the process. Mr. Speaker, we need to look at the mosaic of the national development instead of looking at project-based development. At the moment, the budget we have, Mr. Speaker, it is project-based budget. And I think we have to call upon the Cabinet Secretary in charge of national planning to ensure in the coming years we will not be debating budgets which is project-based. We want to debate a budget which is which has a picture, a mosaic of the entire development plan of our nation, so that all the regions of our nation, all the economic sectors of our nation can be well integrated, can be well mainstreamed in the budgeting processes so that we achieve the national and economic growth which we envisage and which the Kenya Kwanza administration envisage. Very at which, Mr. Speaker, we will continue dragging behind, we will continue dragging behind in terms of the growth, economic growth of our nation. Mr. Speaker, you realize that in this budget statement, or budget estimates tabled by the chairman of the budget committee, the State Department for Primary Education, we thank the committee for ensuring that the children of this nation, who comes from all the corners which experience harsh economic realities, especially the children of Better North constituents, which I represent, Mr. Speaker, will continue enjoying school feeding program under the NACONEC. It was extremely painful when we heard that the Cabinet Secretary for National Treasury is thinking on cutting the school feeding program. Mr. Speaker, you know, in different corners of this constituency, or this country, we have extremely poor situation, extremely dilapidated schools, extremely many young kids who are very coming from very poor families, and they depend on the school feeding program. This is a program which needs to be entrenched properly until this nation will be able to say we are not only a middle income economy, but a developed nation. By so, we'll be able to say every kid can be able to afford a meal in school, can be able to afford to go to a better school. So what I'm trying to say, Mr. Speaker, is that this feeding program is key and is very important, and we are proud the committee for ensuring it is well enshrined. Mr. Speaker, I note with concern when it comes to the secondary education department, we have seen reduction of the budget. In ICT, we have seen reduction of the budget in infrastructure development. Education is the only equalizer which we have, which can make anybody, any Kenyan, from any walk of life, from any corner, to be able, Mr. Speaker, to go to any part of the world, work and serve. As far as we are concerned, budget for education is critical, and the technocrats within the Ministry of Treasury should look at when we are cutting down the budget, let's be very afraid when we are reducing the budget for education, whether it is tertiary education, whether it is university education, whether it is primary or secondary education. Education is key. We better cut budget for other areas, but not a budget for education. We already know, Mr. Speaker, that education sector is underfunded. We have dilapidated schools, secondary school, primary schools in our constituencies, very dilapidated. And our CDF money is not enough to ensure all the kids are able to sit and run in a conducive environment. So when we see such kind of reduction of budgets within the Ministry of Education or State Department for different levels of education, it is a worrying trend, Mr. Speaker. At the same time, Mr. Speaker, you realize, I note with concern the urban and metropolitan development. We have seen serious calamities, disasters for the past this year as well as last year because of excessive rainfall. And some of this is attributed of poor urban development. Urban development which is not well integrated with the the planning which is not well integrated, and therefore you see the funding within our urban centers. It is possible for the population to live in tandem with rivers, with water. It's not a must that every time we have avalanches, Mr. Speaker, people are dying, houses are swept, transportation is a problem. It is possible to coexist with rains and human beings. And this can only be achieved, Mr. Speaker, if the urban and metropolitan development is given a keener eye. But at the moment, we have seen serious cuts as far as that department is concerned. As we try to live within our budget, it's also important to consider whether the money reduced and the technocrat working in this department are able to save the future of our children. We saw our schools getting closed, not opening because of our poor urban development, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the State Department for Labor, I know Kenya Kwan's administration is keen in looking for jobs, not only locally but also internationally, for the Kenyans who want to work abroad in different countries. But I can see there's serious underfunding as far as the State Department for Labor is concerned. Mr. Speaker, the integrated regional development is key. It's something which needs to be well championed. And we have seen lately, because of lack of understanding as far as the integrated regional development is concerned, at the moment we have a serious lift between the coastal counties and the county of Embu, county of Kirinyaga, which grows Muguka as well, county of Makueni, which grows Muguka in some part of Makueni. It is important to make it clear that, Mr. Speaker, integrated regional development cannot be achieved if there is inter-county trade wars. Inter-county trade wars must be discouraged by all means, and therefore it is good to note that this department within the State Department for ASAL and regional and northern corridor development need to be well activated, well re-energized, so that the counties can understand the inter-county conflict will not lead this country in the right direction.